And just like Alexander the Great, they have nothing left to conquer. Of course, there's absolutely not. This is my match.
From Naga. Boop. Straight in the bag.
This might just be it. Nearing 99%, but Limp, even the devil looks away in disgust.
We have the very best in the world fighting for this OWCS World Final. The Junker Queen comes in, and it's a triple catch. Did the fight an Easter egg and get another big down plus him? That's how they stay alive. They can't let go of the momentum now. Has to try and go for a rally to stay alive, but what a sick!
What? Excuse me? What did I just see?
Welcome to the fourth and final week of Stage 1. I am Zoe and once again have the utmost pleasure of holding all of your hands and guiding you through the day. Let's start with the good news, which somehow implies that there is bad news to follow, which there are not. But just in case, drops, I want to remind everyone to go and get them. Connect your Battle.net account to your Twitch account, because these beautiful drops you're seeing on your screens right now will only be available until February the 23rd, which is in 2 days from now. So if you haven't done that yet, make sure to cop them. And then I believe we do have different kind of drops for our playoffs, which is going to be very, very, very exciting. Yay. But yeah, they won't last much longer. So I'm just waffling to give you some more time to, press those buttons and whatnot. We are in the very late stage of our round robin already from Stage 1. Let's actually take a look at our schedule so you know exactly where we're currently finding ourselves. I just mentioned that we have playoffs coming up. Yep, at the end of each and every single one of those 3 stages, we do play playoffs. And also promotion and relegation matches, which is going to be super hype. And in orange on your screens, you can see our live events. That's right. Our top 2 teams from each of those playoffs will emerge and compete at our first international events. The first one being held in China, and we actually have dates for that now. That's right. You see them on your screen. Now we know exactly when all the action is going to go down. I am very, very excited. Generally just so excited to have Chinese Overwatch back in the mix, because there are so many talented players that it wouldn't be Overwatch, competitive Overwatch, without them. So it's great to gonna be able to see them back in action. Now, we still have plenty of matches, of course, that we need to play before we see them on LAN. And of course, where there are matches, there are casters, and 2 of my favorites are now joining me for a quick warm-up in our pre-show. Jack Rose, how are you doing this fine? What day is it? Friday.
It's a Friday, everybody. Just about. It feels good. No, I'm super excited. I've been playing basically all week since the patch dropped. As soon as it dropped, I was already online and ready to rock and roll. Perks have been very fun. Very fun. Not as I thought they would be a little bit more game breaking than they are, but they're the perfect balance of changes the character a little bit, but not overwhelming. It's been a good
Necros face tells me to disagree.
I was gonna say, what heroes have you been playing against? Because I feel like there are some that I've been testing out, and they do feel kind of broken. So I don't know.
Self-nano on Ana? I'm not complaining. That's not broken, guys.
Okay.
Please don't change that one.
It's not broken if you're winning, right?
Exactly.
It's true.
Just do the math.
But it's very
I just mentioned
losing against it.
Exactly. That's when they're OP. I just mentioned that we're going to do a warm-up. It will be of the perk variety. They're live. Presumably the pros are ready to use them. So we thought we're getting into the perk spirit and going to play a game called Getting Perky with It.
Nice. I like that.
Excellent.
Wow.
The names. The rules are very simple, guys. We're all going to be a team together, and I'm going to show you a perk icon, and you need to tell me which hero it belongs to. You get bonus points, I guess, if you're telling me what the name of the perk is, and even another bonus point, because apparently I'm just handing out bonus points at this point, if you can tell me what it does. Okay. This is a lot harder than you would think, because there are so many perks.
Yeah, there's like 160, 140, 160 perks or something silly. The names, honestly, at this point, I was duo queuing the other day, and my duo was like, okay, bro. It was Jay. It was like, okay, what's the name of this one? I'm picking this one. What's the name? I'm like, bro, I don't know, man. I know what it does, but I
usually just call them out by half of what they do.
Sure, yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, so it's
a lot of names.
Yeah. It is a lot of names. Well, let's get into it with our very first one and see if we can guess the perk.
Oh, yeah, I know this one.
Yeah.
It's the go ahead.
We're a team, right? Go ahead. It looks support-esque.
Yeah, it's a support. It is Juno. It's the Pulsar Torpedo lock-on rate increased by 35%. I don't know the name though.
Familiar Vitals.
Familiar Vitals. Oh, the goat. Okay.
I've been playing a lot of Juno too, so I've been.
Yeah, that makes sense. That checks. Familiar
You
Vitals.
guys got them on lockdown.
As a support player.
35% as well.
All right.
It's really good, by the way. That one is like the better.
Yeah,
of
you
the
nailed
two,
that.
I think.
I agree. I feel like I don't like Hyper Boost as much because I feel like you can int harder on that one.
Yes.
You just kind of go
I think
a little
a lot
bit
of them
too
are
far
also
forward.
a lot of them are also like kind of situational on who you're playing with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel I just had that chat with Jack heading into this. Like I was playing a lot of Moira the last 2 days, and the perks I would choose for her are based on my team cannot focus fire.
Right,
I'm not in voice with them. Like I'm obviously gonna do the 50 insta heal and we're good. Like the other one doesn't make sense.
Contamination Orb,
let's take a
I
look
think
at
it's
the
good
last
if you're
one.
aggro, yeah.
Oh, next one rather not last
Dude,
one.
if this one's Contamination Orb, I'm going to lose my mind. Oh, okay. I know this. I know this one
Malga.
too. Yeah, Malga. This is 2 hearts.
Yes.
And he caps the point as if he were 2 people. Yeah.
There's also a second part of this, I think, though, right? Where you get a little bit more health.
You get health.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm surprised I don't know the name for that one, but the icon kind of gives it away. Oh, okay. 20 health per second as well, which is really good. Like that's capping us 2 and also regenerating that much health on the car. It's like pretty sick.
Also, huge shout out to the team of artists who has been working on those icons, because making icons is actually very, very hard.
Yeah.
Like it's simplifying anything and make it readable and make it obvious, because these need to be obvious at first glance. You're in the middle of the action. You're choosing your perks. Like ideally, you don't have to like start reading descriptors.
Yeah, seriously.
So they've done a phenomenal job. So big shout out to the OWCS art team. Let's take a look at our next perk. So far, you guys are killing it. Ooh.
This looks like a DPS.
What goes forward like that?
I mean, a lot of things. Think
It's like
about
literally
it.
every ability.
I was going to say this.
Wait,
it's not Sojourn
It kind of
double
looks
dash.
like a Fire
I know
Strike
that.
emblem, though. Actually,
Oh my god.
maybe.
It could be a bash forward as well as just like a brick thingy.
I feel like this has to be a DPS though, because we just had a support and a tank. So I feel like
smart for you.
we're going
She's
to.
metagaming. She's metagaming.
I'm
This is
metagaming
good.
it. Like I feel like this has to be a DPS, but
It's not Ryan's shield bash, is it? No, it's it.
no, I don't
the shield,
think
wouldn't it?
so.
I now have officially started cheating because I opened up the Sojourn cheat sheet and I still can't find it. So I'm trying to cheat in this game and I'm still not nailing it.
Is this a tank?
Oh,
Because I've only played
let's
DPS
take
and
a look.
support right now.
No.
What is it?
Oh, it's a support.
Rocket boots.
How is it raw? Okay, I mean I get it, but
You
I
can
feel
dash.
Oh, I guess, like, see, in my head that wouldn't have made sense because he would go upwards and not
Yeah.
forward.
The other
But
one
obviously
I
the
think
perk
is
makes you go
also
forward.
the other one is also better. I think Assault Burst is very good. Very, very powerful when you hit Regenerative Burst. No longer instantly heals, which kind of sucks, but your attack rate increase. It's just so much, man. And I think Field Medicine is also the really OP one there. Like having a lap destroyed and then giving health is crazy.
true.
All right, next one.
Oh, this is Venture's burrow one that detects enemies within 25 meters when you burrow.
You get all the points.
Yeah, I've been playing a lot
you
of
guys
Venture
are killing
too.
it.
This one's a really strange one. Yeah, size makes sense. There you go. Yeah, so when you're underground, Venture can sense enemies within 25 meters, which is really strange. Like, it's like you want to be playing on kind of off angles anyway, and when you're burrowed, you're already kind of like peeking around a corner because you're in like a third person mode. The other one is absurdly good. The evacuation exhilaration. Excavation, sorry. My ass cannot read. You get a tectonic shock, you go one and then dash. The one, then dash. It's so powerful. Like it is. Adventures ones are very fun.
Venture looks very good.
Look at how many more do we have, production?
Let's keep going. Let's do all of them.
Ooh. Keep on going. Let's go through all of them.
So many.
It's a good way of learning. I like quizzes. I actually turned all of the icons into what's it called? Flashcards.
Oh, that's smart.
Oh, see, that's a smart way to do that.
This one I know.
I hand wrote them, and I still can't remember the name of most.
I don't know the name of it, but I do know.
Okay, what is it?
The hero. It's Wrecking Ball.
Oh, the extra
it's the pile driver
driver
one.
Yeah, it's the pile driver.
Mobility one.
Right.
Yeah.
Since Matt quizzed me on pile drivers last week for whatever reason.
Has anybody seen this in game, by the way? Hang time.
No, I've not. Have you?
Yes. When I had someone in our game the other day, they were Wrecking Ball, and they Lucio amped the ball as he was like hanging in the air, and he's like, woo! He's like a little UFO, and then it's crazy amount of speed. Like, it is ridiculous how much extra control that you get. It is absurd.
Maybe we get to see it from Mag.
Yeah,
later.
maybe. Yeah, that would be
Right,
so.
yeah. All right, and our last one. Phew.
Is this an?
That looks Cassidy-esque.
I thought actually this looked like an Alari one, but Jaws would know.
It is not an Alari
so it's
one.
not Alari.
Is this Cassidy's double flash?
No.
I just looked it up. It's not. Again, my cheating is not. Oh, okay, I found it.
I thought I was going to go crazy with this game. No.
But obviously I can't say it now because I cheated.
Oh man.
Rose, what do you think?
Oh, this is tough.
She's also been. Now I already gave away the
okay.
gender.
It looks like it's something.
She's been played more.
Wait.
It's not a trope.
Is it actually like the Zarya one where you can pierce enemies with your
With the ray?
laser?
Oh,
yeah.
No.
Oh.
Okay,
I really
don't know.
thought it was
Reveal.
energy
It's Symmetra's perfect
Sim.
alignment.
Oh, God. I have not played Sim, to be fair. Damn it. Okay.
I don't play DPS, so I was like, I got the take. I'm ready with the supports, and then I don't play DPS
Looking
at all.
at this one though, do you think we're gonna see that one?
I don't know. I still think Sim's okay. I don't think she's great though.
Maybe map dependent. I think we could see it if like teams were playing it before. I think being able to have the perks makes Symmetra stronger.
Yeah. It's
generally,
Not impossible.
Jack, I know you've been you know, kind of sneaking yourself into people's scrims and whatnot. Do you feel like the meta has changed?
They allowed me,
at
by the
all?
way. I didn't just randomly join the lobby.
You just
They did
appeared.
say yes, so they said it was chill. Yeah, I mean, Sim, I think even comparing like the last couple of weeks' metas, Sim has kind of fallen by the wayside a little bit. I still think the pick has some merits, especially against Hazard, Ram kind of comps where you're like holding things down. But I think the meta's kind of shifted back towards like Sojourn, Genji, like fast. You want to go in, you want to get kills. You picks with the Sojourn, fast with the Genji kind of thing. So
Okay, so Torb and Sim was just a phase.
it really does feel like a phase, but it was a
I
fun
don't know if
phase.
Torb was.
But,
I
yeah.
think we
For
could
some
actually
people,
see
it
Perks
was.
are very good. So
Yeah,
we'll see.
that might not be just a phase.
Yeah, I agree with
Let's
Rose.
take a look at our standings to see where we might still see movement. We talked about this last week already, that it will come down to the very last few days of play for some of these teams. Now, Vision Esports, which will be one of the first teams we're seeing today, this is a do or die match for them. If they want to be able to keep themselves out of relegation, they have to win against Twisted Minds.
Yeah, look, TM are also down 2 and 3, right? So they need to keep their heads above water too. But you're thinking if Vision Esports lose this one, they're what, 1 and 5? So it's like, okay, the likelihood of them actually winning here is, yeah, it feels almost impossible. So considering how Twisted Minds have looked, had a bit of a slow start, obviously, but the team has still got it. The team is still solid. It is very cool.
Absolutely. OWCS, I believe they only have one match this week, and they will be against VP. So I'm not sure if I see them snatching that second place away from Genji. How do you feel about that? Because Genji, they have 2 matches, one against Peps and one against the Ultimates, which are not easy matches per se. but they are still considered the favorite heading into both.
Yeah, I mean, middle of the table is still incredibly competitive. In an ideal world, you end up in that top 4 slot. You don't want to be relegated. You don't want to be going into playoffs in that 5th, 6th because you go directly into the losers bracket. So, yeah, what do we think of the VP Alcatia game? I mean, VP still look unbelievable. Like, they've lost one map still. Like, I don't know. There's nothing taking them down. Alcatia have definitely been punching up, but punching up against VP, I don't know.
Yeah, and then Team Peps, they have 2 matches this week, starting with Gen G. That's probably an L. But then the second one is going to be against Sakura. So that is a very, very winnable scenario, of course, for them. Here is our unfilled out playoffs bracket. And as you just said, seeded 5th and 6th team, they will drop directly into the lower bracket. So that's really not where you want to find yourselves in if you want to have 2 lives in the playoff bracket.
Yeah, definitely not. So all of these matches this weekend where you are seeing those teams that are in that 2nd to 6th place position, they really matter. And it isn't just about the seeding. I think it's also maybe about not getting picked first by Virtus Pro, because if you are in that seed for 3rd to 4th, then Virtus Pro gets to pick either one of those teams as their first opponent. So that's why that seed 3/4 is the way that it is.
Right. Let's take a look at this schedule for today to see which 3 matches we're going to see being played in the EMEA region. Yeah, it's still a lot of implications for a lot of these teams, mostly for seeding, but for Vision and Twisted Minds, it's their quote-unquote playoffs lives on the line already.
Yeah, this, like you said, do or die for Vision. To Twisted Minds, they just need to walk this one home. Ideally for them, it's a 3-0. They still need that like map differential on top of actually getting big wins, because right now they're just above the Ultimates -2. Well, sorry, they're both tied. Sorry, they've played a couple extra maps, the Ultimates, but they're still tied for that match placement. So
Peps is not far away either.
A 3-0, exactly. Peps are only now they are 3-2, but they're only a +1. So there is a big opportunity for Twisted Minds to get out of that 5th, 6th. But same could be said for the Ultimates. So TM, you need to come in here, you need to 3-0, you need to go back and go, okay, we've done this match, we'll go on to next. It's against the Ultimates, and that's going to be really the high octane match. And that's the very last match on Sunday as well. So yeah, it's going to be pretty wacky.
I love that it's going to stay exciting and high stakes up until the very end. Now it is time to get down to business with our first match of the day. Twisted Minds and Vision Esports, 2 teams that ended week 3 of play on a loss, both on the receiving end of a 3-0 against 2 top performing teams with VP and Gen G respectively. But that said, if we're looking at that Twisted Minds squad, I mean, they played VP close. One of the closest teams we've seen against VP. I mean, if we're looking at Esperanza as well as Suravasa, they fought back. There were a lot of very winnable scenarios.
This is unfortunately highlights from North America, but it's cool to see these players also kind of.
I love to see those guys popping up too.
I love Lucamina.
Hey, if you haven't watched any of the North America games, you should definitely go do that.
There was a double Ajax last week, so you need to watch that.
Oh my god, it was so bad. Yeah. It was so bad.
History was made.
Wait, I still can't believe it was real, actually.
Yeah, you're like, surely they don't double Ajax. Oh no, they did. History was made.
It's also so funny. It's like the double Ajax, and it was in both instances, it was the Orisa that caused the Ajax. It was like, check this out, and it happened like right next to the wall.
Insane.
Like Sojourn actually managed to like capture all the action. Now speaking of action, we are heading into this game. Vision Esports, just a quick note, they will not have Aimo being in the roster for today. He's banned from the game, so we won't be seeing him. Unfortunately for Vision Esports, of course, they do not appear to have a second tank player on the bench. Right. So they can pick between their support players. One has to pick up the ropes. Now, I thought it would be what we used to call AOY, but apparently it's OI. So I thought it would be OI because he actually used to play tank. Alas, he's not in the starting 6's tank. It will be simple. What are we taking away from this? Please walk us through it.
Thank you very much, Zoe. Yeah, it's going to be you're in your almost definitive game. Like, okay, we need to win this, guys. We need to win this. And unfortunately, you have to use a sub as your tank player and off-rolling as well. Twisted Minds banning Hazard. We're going to Lijiang Tower, and Juno being banned from Vision Esports. Not the place that Team Vision want to be in. They're already 1-4 rows. Yeah, what do you think? I mean, at the end of the day, putting a sub in like a situation like this does kind of suck, but can they kind of rally back? Simple being on tank was obviously flexed in a lot for a little bit double flex support, Rose, but yeah, very different role.
This is certainly not the situation you want to be in, knowing that your tournament life is on the line, but you have to do whatever you can. And taking a look at the roster, maybe this is just something that you look at and go, okay, Simple maybe just has a pocket tank up his sleeve that maybe is going to surprise a lot of people. I don't know. Do you have a tank? I know that you're primarily a support player, but I do feel like, yeah, like every support player has that one tank. Like mine is Diva. I think it's so fun.
That is the DPS tank. It's just, okay, I'm playing tank now. Sounds like I'm going to play Zarya and just only bubble myself.
Exactly.
So with the perks as well, obviously I'm sure a lot of you have already played with the perks already, but if you haven't, so just doing damage, healing, etc. will earn you like XP in the game, and you can see in the bottom left where it says 1 next to Quartz's name, that's his current level, and the little bar below, after he gets that kill, extends a little bit. Nice little first pick onto Slowdive, pick a minor, then a major, level 2 and level 3 respectively, and you'll see them in the bottom right-hand corner what perks they have picked. So keep your eye out for that, and we'll call that as the match in series, and the rest of, I guess, Overwatch's time carries on. Irony ends up getting a pick onto Taejong. It looks like a Twist of Minds, though. Now, I'm going to cap first with a decent high ground control, too, at Quartz.
I mean, Quartz just basically has free reign at this point. I say that as Slowdive does get a chance to actually get that revenge from earlier on. But either way, I feel like TVNT is definitely in a comfort pick right now, being able to play the Ramatra. And as soon as we see these perks come through, I feel like if Twisted Minds can keep control here, this is a great way for TVNT to continue to contest that space, especially maybe if Simple is not as comfortable with something like the Ramatra.
Rush is going to get launched in from both teams. Irony already picking up his first perk. TVNT ends up going down, though. One actually claiming both of those kills. 44%. 2 rushes exchanged. Looks like both Kirikos will probably end up selecting the same perk. There is definitely one that is better currently, and that is the Fortune Teller. I think at the very least, when you hit a kunai, 2 smalling healing offers get shot out of your allies, so you're mixing in damage and healing. It's just a little bit extra for the team to push on forward. Overclock now available for Quartz, and from what I've seen, he's been picking up the extra ammo perk, the 15 extra ammo just for the neutral. Off angle here, it's going to be quite powerful. Soundbar for Funny Astro, but there is the OC. Annihilation does get ripped. Good Vortex there, stopping him jumping into the back line, but the wall is going to help sustain Vision Esports through this fight as Twisted Minds are fought back into this choke point. Looks like Vision Esports are going to reset at 1 point there, Rose.
They are already being able to match that percentage of Twisted Minds and then some. They don't have any other ultimates here, so now you get a look at Psycho being able to launch through this molten core. And look at that. Big pick onto Taejong already.
It's a 2 big picks. Okay, Molten Core went a little crazy there for Psycho. Nice stuff. Torb also picking up. You'll probably see this one more than anything. It's the fully loaded perk, which refills his gun when he hits E, his overload, which is very strong when you're in like a very close quarter scenario.
Yeah, I think the Craftsman one is very funny, but there aren't usually a lot of use cases for you to actually get that armor up, but, you know, maybe one day.
Maybe one day, yeah. Third healer on the field is Torbjorn, who knew? Irony ends up getting sniped across the map as Slowdive and the rest of Vision Esports do try to just get through this choke. Annihilation's making it a little bit difficult. You know, Simple, you can see they're bashing TVNT in the face, but unfortunately for TVNT, no healers now in his vicinity will result in him getting destroyed rather quickly. Twisted Minds still 80+%, and a couple extra stalls here as Vision Esports still taking an immense amount of damage trying to get on this point.
Yeah, that's going to make them a lot easier for Quartz to actually pick up with something like that overclock, but you take the 92% and you run. You know you at least have another chance to reset, and you're definitely going to have to consider that as a full team of 5 now that Quartz has been taken out. So just wait for Quartz to respawn. You do have that overclock available, and I know Vision Esports right now stepping under the plate is just hoping that they've got something else online. If they can get this photon barrier up from Taejong, that is one way you could certainly shut down this ultimate from Quartz and actually make this last fight very competitive.
Sound barrier for Oi, same with Funny Astro right now. Simple going pretty low as both sound barriers are going to get launched in. Same with this rail going for a quartz. So OC on the high ground. The wall unable to be used, sadly, by Simple. Just overstepped a little bit, and the wall was placed directly behind him. Oi, Simple down. Slow dive, trying to find a pick. Even despite this giant wall that he can use for cover, it's too much. I mean, with the speed boost and Twisted Minds, it would have been only a matter of time before he was caught out. And is there going to be a touch? Doesn't look like it. Round 1 complete.
Round 1 complete, but 100 to 96.
Close.
It's very close, and I don't think that that's something that Twisted Minds was expecting to see. And honestly, I don't think either of us were thinking that would be the case either. Just knowing when you have somebody that's playing an off role, it can be tough sometimes to actually figure out a way to work together. But I think a lot of that key to success for Vision Esports making it as close as it was one. A player that has just such high mechanical skill. Those kunais were hitting critically more often than not, it felt like. And one was just such a difference maker. Even being able to use its own Kitsune Rush to make sure that you were getting faster damage output. Like incredible stuff. And I think one can really even the score for them.
TP to the point. Vision Esports running the sim. It's definitely the map that you can play it on. So a little switch here from TVNT as well. So resetting the level back to 1 for the Diva for the time being. Increased XP, however, it's worth kind of keeping in mind. So you will end up catching up, and levels do persist through control rounds, of course. Nice little boop there onto the sim. Not sure Taejong fell over the map, though. And no, TVNT is just getting beamed down. And this is the big benefit of the sim, right? Just being able to stop tanks, Diva, Hazard, anybody that wants to stay there. But unfortunately for Taejong, stepped a little bit close to the edge rows. That's a nice little boop from Funny Astro.
Perfect timing there. All right. I mean,
he's trying to get his tank back, but look at this. Eventually,
it's so tough. But already, Vision Esports able to start that capture progress. But Simple's so low already. Look at the Disruptor shot, actually bringing him down pretty low.
Little Vortex there at Simple's feet to end up taking that perk that heals you when you stand in the Vortex. Very strong when you're holding down points like this. Simple ends up getting booped though. Astro sends him careening over the edge, and Psycho cleans up the backline. There we go. Okay, Twisted Minds back on the board.
Didn't take them too long either. No ultimates expended just yet, and so it's nice to be able to win out that fight raw and go in with something like this Kitsune Rush. And Funny Astro is beating Oi to the punch with the sound barrier, so if things really do get rough, you have that secondary support ultimate to be able to layer in here. Not to mention everything else is coming up for Twisted Minds as well, and so this Symmetra Teleporter bypassing a lot of that damage, flipping the script.
As the Rush shows on the points. Funny Astro not using the sound barrier just yet. Doesn't need to, I don't think. Not with Simple Deads. Big boops coming out from TVNT and Astro. Imagine Astro's taking the Sound Blaster perk there with the 15% added boop. Also, Psycho taking Spidey Turret, which is honestly kind of based. The Spidey Turret, I didn't think it would be that strong, but there are some weird spots you can throw the turret now. You get increased range
map,
as well.
Though, this map in particular is the one I would look at Spidey Turret being almost the better one.
So,
like
it's so ridiculous. It killed the PP basically. Like.
It's great. And how do you actually get access to that?
Well, that's an Overjax. Slow dive instantly popped overclock, and Quartz took him out. Nice sound barrier there from Funny Astro. Wall ends up coming in late into this fight. But Twisted Minds, they have the out and they can just sit on the point. Looks like Vision Esports are going to end up TPing, so they do take a good position on point, but how long can they really survive? An Annihilation and a Vortex that Simple can now stand in. Needs to take down TVNT, does so successfully. Self-destruct doesn't net any kills as the Annihilation ends up fading, but Simple trying to hold down these doors, but his backline is under much duress. Quartz and Funny Astro take out their counterparts as Vision Esports managed to get the cap, but at what cost?
Ooh, I mean, it's a pretty heavy investment there. But the fact that you're going to be able to hold on to this for a little bit longer, I don't know, maybe gives you a fighting chance, knowing that Twisted Minds only have 81%. Psycho did switch, though, and so we are going to see a bit of a reset in terms of that level progress as Psycho is now on the venture. But I feel like at this point, I don't know how much it matters. You still have control of the point, and you've got a Kitsune Rush at your back. And Simple also made a hero swap.
Yo! Oi down, Taejong dead, and that is going to be map, you would expect. Simple does come back onto the Queen, like you said. Rose. But yeah, look at Psycho already at level 2 because of the increased XP. And there it is. Twisted Minds finished out with 2-0. Although, to be fair, Simple didn't look half bad on the tank. This is not obviously something we expected coming into this week, but not too bad. I think you can kind of pat yourselves on the back like, hey, we made round 1 very close. Round 2, a little bit more Twisted Minds favored, but not a bad start for a team that's using a support as a substitute as a tank.
Yeah, exactly. I think this gives me a little bit of confidence that maybe Vision Esports stands a slight fighting chance. But I think at this point too, Vision Esports, like it does suck to be in this position. Try anything to make sure that you can have a fighting chance.
Yeah, exactly. Like, look, it does suck at the end of the day, but hey, if you're performing like this, you got to keep it up. Even taking a map or two off of Twisted Minds will feel great for the team. Of course, they are in a do or die spot, and I'm curious at how the mentality is really shaping up in the back rooms right now, because at the end of the day, knowing that you're going in at a disadvantage isn't going to feel great. And it also being like, we need to win these games in order to scrape in, like, it's going to feel bad. But maybe they're taking some solace in the fact that they're performing pretty well against the Twisted Minds, who have been looking better as the week's gone on. Look at that. Look at that turret go. Honestly, the overload turret is kind of insane, but I think you'll hit the nail on the head, Rose. Weird maps like this where you can just plant them on the roof, like, it's pretty sick.
Yeah, no one can kill it. It just sits there.
Kind of cool.
I think even on Garden, if we went there, I think you would be able to place it on the wall or something by a window.
It's so silly. A lot of the perks of, I think some of them are more powerful than others. Like, I wouldn't say any of them are super game breaking, but they definitely augment the way you play. Like, off angling as Torb has never felt so good when you can hit overload and you get level 3 turret, is all I'm saying. Like, hey, come out. Hey, you wanna test me on the flank, Genji Tracer? Okay, that's fine. I got level 3 turret as the backup.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see how the perks end up shaping up throughout the series, but it's now Vision's chance to choose where we go, Rose.
I would actually be really curious to go back to what Zoe was saying earlier. Oi does have a previous tank experience, and it could be entirely possible if we go to something that's like a hybrid map or even an escort where you feel like you might be able to play a more static backline or even double flex support. I could totally see a world where Oi and Simple actually swap roles so that it would be Oi actually taking up the tank helm. I think it just depends on how the squad is feeling. I don't think Simple looked half bad on the Ramatra, but I like that could be a possibility moving forward in the series.
Yeah, I think that's a really good pickup. Like, yeah, he did play tank for Triple Esports back in 2022, only for like a little while, it was like a month or so, but still, like, having that experience is better than none. But yeah, if the vibes are high with Simple on tank, maybe just keep that. Here's the map pool, of course: push, escort, hybrid / flashpoint. We can go to. I think maybe similar to Suravasa. Hey, you play a lot of Ram there. You could rock that. And then maybe Escort and Havana Route 66 might be a little bit more difficult because the dive from Twisted Minds could be quite strong. We'll have to wait and see where they want to go. And actually, it's going to be Blizzard World. Okay, chosen by Vision, and then they're going to ban first. So we'll see what their priority is in terms of banning. Banning kind of a tank might help out Simple a little bit, but honestly, banning something like a Torb actually might not be too bad. Torb is still super strong. I can't believe I'm saying this. It's like week 3, but hey, he's still popping out there.
Perks made him stronger.
Yeah, which is insane.
It's excellent. I'm here for it. I'm here for a world where Torb is thriving and in his lane, moisturized and also on fire. But yeah, Blizzard World, just to go back to this point of discussion, Vision Esports have always self-claimed that this is their best map. Whether it's scrims or even being able to see it come out in just competitive officials, I do believe that Vision Esports picking this must have some amount of experience with a different tank, picking up the helm for this one, and still being able to stick to that double flex backline that has been so impressive the entirety of this stage.
Yeah, this is where they thrived before on the Zen comp. So, maybe they could rock the Zen. Zen gets the hovering perk now. I've seen some wacky clips, by the way, of when he just goes up into the sky. Like, Divas and Winston's jumping the Zen, and then they just hold the space on the double jump and then just float across. I think a Japanese streamer ended up tweeting the clip, but, like, they were literally just hovering from, like, on point 2 of Dorado, one high ground to the other when the Winston dove them, and they use that momentum. It's so silly. The snap kick is pretty good too, actually. The extra pushback when you kick people in the face, which is quite fun. So we'll have to wait and see if Vision want to pull out. And honestly, Rose, I think you're right. I think they will, because this has been one of their best maps that they've played in Stage 1.
It's going to be more difficult to execute. I do think a lot of how the strategy was able to function is the fact that you do have IMO as like a strong communicator for the team, making sure that you're also going to be able to execute a lot of the rotations that have to happen. But I have a lot of faith in this backline as well. I do believe that One and Simple, just together as a pair, you could even see the impact that One was having on the Kiriko in that first map. Like, just so much damage coming out from the Kiriko with all of those critical hit kunais. But as we head over to Blizzard World, we're gonna see Vision Esports ban out the Lucio to protect that support backline, and Twisted Minds is gonna ban out the Sigma. I wonder how that is going to affect Vision Esports.
Yeah, it's actually, speaking of which, there is a a change of roles. This is very, this reminds me of Twisted Minds last year when they were changing roles halfway through the series. But Simple is moving back onto the support, so like we kind of expected, and you pointed out, Rose. And then we have, of course, Oi now moving to tank. So no Sigma in the lineup. Curious what Oi is going to pick. Twisted Minds are going to start on the defense first, but we know what Vision Esports are going to play in their backline. It's going to be that Zen. Because there's no Lucio, Twisted Minds opting for Funny Astro on the Brig. Also, not too bad at all. I think Brig's perks are pretty interesting on the face of it. She does have the whip shot back, the whip shot stun, and also the whip shot since proc with Inspire lasts 3 seconds longer. So if you're continuing hitting whip shots, the Inspire lasting 3 extra seconds is a crazy amount of healing. And I've seen a lot of people pick that up with the stun from the whip shot. If you hit someone with a whip shot, they collide with a wall, you deal a bit of extra damage. Not a stun, sorry, just some extra damage.
Yeah, and if there is going to be anyone that can get full value from those perks, I do think that's one player could be Funny Astro, so we'll have to keep an eye on how he actually does utilize those perks and what he goes for that in selection. But having the Brig here is also so nice. We're going to see Oi play the Diva here, so Dive Brig is going to be a great pairing for someone like Irony, just to know that you do have that shield bash available to you as well, as we see the Zen on a backline here for Vision Esports.
It's gonna be really hard to actually get in here. Of course, they're trying to set up One and Simple right now on this high ground with the Zen and Ana. Connect nades, hopefully get kills, but that's a good boop from TVNT. Resets Vision completely, so it looks like they're gonna try and go left now. Just hold this mega health pack. And again, hopefully find a pick. Quartz or Slow Dive, it's all on their heads right now.
And Slow Dive did get a little bit low, now back up to full, but you are looking at how much pressure has been going on to TVNT, and Funny Astro actually gets taken out to that Disruptor shot.
Quartz dead too. That's 2 dead for Twisted Minds already. Slow Dive being traded. You're perfectly happy with that. There's no mech on the side of TVNT, so Vision Esports, this is a full cap. TVNT dying late is not gonna... Okay, that sucks. We're jumping into a brief pause. TVNT dying there is going to mean they're not going to be able to retouch here. So at least they're going to get the payload going. Unfortunate small pause. Hopefully we'll sort that out and we'll be back in a moment.
But that was a really quick cap for Vision Esports. It didn't feel like they waffled too much trying to execute a game plan. They were just looking for that one opening pick, and that was the perfect time for them to go in and go after some of these other kills that they wanted. And but I like pretty clean, honestly. I'm looking forward to seeing what Oi brings for the rest of this map on Diva.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they just stay on that on these roles throughout the series. I would imagine maybe going back to like Simple on tank when there's like a Lucio potentially in play is going to be the situation they land themselves in. Would make the most sense. If you are going to play Zen, then you have Simple on the support line, and then when you don't, you have Simple on tank. We'll have to wait and see. Obviously, it's kind of up in the air, at least from a viewer perspective and our perspective at the moment, because we didn't expect IMO not to be playing today. But yeah, we'll get the pause sorted out. Probably just like a ping issue or something. Want to make sure the players are all playing on an even playing field. But yeah, it's also fun to see what perks people are choosing. I still think for a lot of perks, it is kind of plain and simple at the moment. This perk is better than this one, so you're always picking that. But there are some situational ones, and especially with Sojourn players, some of them picking up that 50 extra energy on the miner, and then some of them picking up the extra ammo just for the neutral. It's been interesting to see different players' takes on what they think is strong.
Well, we see Taejong on Torbjorn this time around, so I do wonder maybe if we do see a different set of Torb perks getting picked, especially because Blizzard World is such a different map in comparison to Lijiang Tower.
Yeah.
And of course, like Psycho versus Taejong, maybe there are some personal differences there. And so a level 3 turret, I think maybe better than Spidey turret in this particular instance.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way. Like, locking down a flank is so nice. Plus, if your turret goes low as well, you just hit overload and then you're like, okay, I'm good. It reminds me, and a lot of old heads will be like, yeah, like pumping their fist. Reminds me of like old Torb. You had ult, and your old ult used to turn your turret into a level 3 turret. And then you were like, okay, I died, I'm in spawn, it's okay, guys. I'm gonna put my ult because my turret is still up, and then it will act as me during this engagement while you're like,
oh,
you know, 5v6
what
back
a
in the day.
throwback.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny that we still got level 3 turret, guys. Don't worry, like,
yeah,
they're still in the game.
I love
thankfully.
it. All right, well, Nano boost time here. So Nano onto somebody like Oi or Slow Dive feels pretty good in this situation.
One's got to select the perk though. I will say
Yeah,
that.
true.
Bouncing nade more often than not. If you're against the ball or anything, I think Groggy is very good. Looks like Groggy is actually the one that one is going to pick, so you get
I
slow
like that
for a little
for, like,
bit when you
Psycho.
wake up.
Yeah, I think it's perfect for Psycho. I think Quartz as well. Honestly, any of these heroes are going to be good with the Juno present.
Psycho, does he want to mess? Yeah, someone's full HP already. Good support there from one. Couple of leg shots from Simple, doesn't find the kill. Taejong actually goes down first. Slowly but surely, they're trying to make their way in, and Quartet are going down to Simple of all people. And here comes the Orbital Wraith. Slow dive with the Nano, doesn't pop overclock just yet as a Transcendence actually gets thrown in, and a double anti on the backline. Twisted Minds kind of reeling, recoiling in their chairs right now as Irony ends up falling. Astro decides to donate his life to the point as Vision Esports are in a good spot. Going to be able to take control of this high ground with Taejong and Slow Dive having ults.
They did have to use both of the support ultimates there, but I also don't see where they're going to be using the Transcendence otherwise, so feels fine to have invested in that scenario. But you have 3 other ultimates. I think you're feeling good about your chances of being able to get this payload through that second objective, which can be tough in a lot of these situations if you don't have enough firepower to get over the line.
Trying to retake high ground control. Ideally, you eat the disrupt shot. You can see Quartz there choosing the extra ammo on the just the neutral railgun.
We'll see that a lot.
Oh, here comes Slow Dive. Quartz is going to try and match, but definitely on a worse angle right now than Slow Dive, just on these stairs. A couple of shots into his mech, and that's about it. Halo not moving just yet. It's actually kind of reversing right now. Vision Esports do need to touch at some point. And a trade onto TVNT is going to be good because Slow Dive can take it a different angle, a different avenue of approach.
Turret is still up while Taejong may not be. So you got a little bit of damage there that Psycho has to deal with.
Touch is going to come through. Self-destruct available, but one ends up going down to Psycho. A little recall there from Psycho 2 gets out of danger, and there's just no support now at all. As soon as your Ana dies, there's just absolutely nothing you can really do. So you have to just go for a reset.
Still have 2 minutes and 15 seconds though. And you can nano out of spawn if you really need to. Simple's very close to another Transcendence if you do get pushed back a little too far. It's one way you can bully yourself through that front line. But it's a nano here with Oi having the Diva Bomb accessible as well. A lot of chances to finally make it through the second point, and you still have tons of time.
Take the low ground approach. Psycho waiting beneath them though. Simple forced to use the Transcendence. Self nano on one, so pretty much unkillable now as the Ana. Although Psycho's still trying to make a mean work of one. Pushes him all the way back as the nano fades. Psycho's gonna take this opportunity and leap on one and left Simple out to dry pretty much. Quartz easy kill on the Zen, and a little bit of a disconnect there with Vision Esports' backline as they just get kind of torn apart. 120 left on the clock, and Quartz, he's still killing all the way to spawn.
Why not chase after those kills? If you are Twisted Minds, you just buy so much more time off of the clock. And with what Vision Esports actually have in their bank, it's not a whole lot. I mean, Slowdive having the overclock, but you want to have that high ground position, and that's something that Twisted Minds have control of right now. And Quartz has an overclock of his own. That's something you just let rip right away. Plus, Psycho could just stop the push right here with a Pulse Bomb connect.
Nade already used by one, just to heal his team through the choke. Simple is alone against Psycho. Still got the mega health back. Good shots come in, but Simple just isolated completely. Not entirely sure what happened there. Everybody from Vision managed to rotate, and just leaving a 10 like that against Diva Tracer, like, you might as well just have him DC from the lobby,
Unlucky.
you know? Good stick, too. Good stick. Slow dive. Yep, that's a little team double kill there. Slowdive either dashing back onto one or was just too close. Final fight, though, Rose. 15 seconds to go. And Simple is the only one alive currently. Always going to switch over to the ball, but yeah, unlikely to get a decent touch.
Taejong switching over to the Sombra as well to see if that's also going to be a touch.
Oh, good boop.
Oh, but Wrecking Ball
Really good
does
boop.
it.
Really good
Yes.
boop.
There.
Get touched?
Oh, nah.
Wow, good boop from Astro. Oh, goodbye.
That's the break perks right there.
Yeah, seriously. The brig, the flail ones, the whip shot ones are very good. The 50 extra damage is really nice in like the close maps, but the 3 extra seconds on Inspire when you connect a whip shot is crazy. I think that is a very good perk on the brig.
I think it just allows Brig to also have a bit more individual impact. I think that sounds crazy to say out loud, but she can be a bit better of a team player. You can put her on flanks a little bit more easy with a duo partner. And so especially if there's a dive that comes through, that's a great way to be able to heal off a lot of that extra damage while still being able to get that CC effect.
Yeah, it's kind of the way I've looked at perks, Rose, and kind of what you were illustrating there, like what really shores up a small weakness or bolsters a strength.
Yes.
And
great
a lot
way
of the
to put
time, it's like, well, you'd want to just bolster the strength, and like Briggs' perfect like playstyle is like off cooldown, you are hitting whip shot like every single time, whether that's on a tracer, whether that's on a tank or whoever, right? You're always wanting to do that. So getting that 3 extra seconds of Inspire uptime, it just bolsters her healing just so much more. You don't, the shield bash one that restores 100 health to barrier shield when it hits an enemy, how often are you using that? Like, okay, a little bit, right? When a tank comes in, you like bashing them away, like kind of thing, just nudging them, but it's not like old bash where like it's stunned. So just getting that, then that does kind of shore up that weakness of the barrier shield being fairly weak against incoming fire, but bolstering the strength in the whip shot is just, it's just far and above the best perk for minor for Brig.
Yeah, sometimes I do feel like Brig lacks a little bit of that healing output, and so that is something that can certainly help in situations like that. But let's see what happens on the defense for Vision Esports, as they got Simple on the Alari this time around as one takes to Ana.
I'll definitely speak about the Alari pick in a minute, but
yeah.
Nice map flip here from Twisted Minds. Good anti again from one. Funny Astro and TVNT get antied. However, it's Oi that loses the mech for Vision Esports. We'll see if Simple can kind of survive here on this little off angle. A little bit of poke damage onto TVNT, but that's about it. Still, though, Vision with not the best control of this choke, as Twisted Minds have already got a tick on the points. Make that 2 as Simple and Taejong end up going down, and Quartz is just, he kind of feasting.
That was a great collapse. There was just so much confidence there from Quartz to be able to push Vision Esports. And a lot of Vision Esports ended up chasing Quartz around that corner, going into that small room, where left them vulnerable to TVNT being able to go in for that dive at the end of the day. And poor Oi, like getting desuited. You don't actually get eliminated here, but you have to walk all the way back to spawn. Switches over to the Zarya though, and so a nice counter pick to the Diva.
Yeah, Zarya's perks are pretty interesting. I think Zarya has always kind of been the solo queue stomp pick. I know
Zarya feels unkillable right now in the right lobby.
Yeah, like I know there's a good NA player called EBC on ladder that's very good at Zarya. good connect. Oh, not quite. A little bit of damage, but not much else. But yeah, the Zarya, like, percent damage in the grab, and then the energy lance, which pierces enemies when you have over 50 energy, is very good. And it's obviously a good pickup in this matchup too, because TVNT is playing the Diva. So we'll see if they can hold on. Looks like one's having a lot of trouble just kind of staying alive on the high ground. Of course, it's going to rip the OC. I mean, this overclock on the sidelines is going to be met with a nano. However, a return ray. One is now down. AOY, no bubbles, unfortunately, to the Zarya's name. And Slow Drive trying to make this even, but it's just so difficult. So much pressure from Twisted Minds, and they're 3xing the payload to boot.
And Psycho is so close to being able to get a big stagger there. This is just not looking very good here for Vision Esports.
Yeah, it's really not. And there we go. Just as most Blizzard Worlds end, they end on second point before they even get the cap. Little 2-0 there from Twisted Minds Rose. There are some bright spots there for Vision Esports, I think. But yeah, it's a tough day when you have to sub one of your supports onto tank, and then you're kind of flipping everything around. But we'll see where they want to go to the next map, because Control with Simple on the Ramattra, it didn't look half bad. It was pretty competitive.
Maybe you go to a push map then. You can't go to Suravasa because you did take that out of contention when you picked Blizzard World, but Esperanza and Coliseo are both on the table.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad choice at all, because then you can just play Ram. Just have Simple back on that pick.
Could you play Ram? You could play Ram on Havana.
Yeah.
Awful.
It's not awful. Ideally, you want like some kind of like hard poke, but yeah, I don't think Ram's that bad at all. On Havana, just take the left-hand room right when you're on attack, and then just push up. Just wait for one of your players to get a pick. Just jumping into some highlights for Twisted Minds here, as we load into the next map, or the maps get chosen in a second. And I want to point out what you were saying, and kind of what I was picking up on as well, Rose, and kind of the small disconnect with Simple and the rest of the team. It felt like a little bit. Simple was just getting caught out. This was just before, or just after, sorry, where Simple was just on his own in the Mega Health Pack room. And Psycho and TVNT are like, well, the Zen's alone. Like, this is the easiest pick of our lives. Just kind of running them down.
To watch.
Yeah, it was a couple of times that happened. So, wondering if they're going to swap the tanks and the supports again, but yet to be seen.
Depends on the map, I think. If you do go to push, I expect that Oi is going to go back over to the Lucio, just so you have that extra speed like we saw in Lijiang Tower. And then if it does end up we go to Havana or something where you can continue to play that double flex support, I think we'll see Oi stay in the tank role just to try to play to the strengths of Vision Esports as much as possible while making the most of the situation that they have.
Yeah, there was a moment in time too, talking about like Simple and the Ram, kind of sticking on that. The first perk that he chose was the Prolonged Barrier, which increases the Void Barrier's duration, increased by 25%. And that one in Control scenario and the scenario that they were in, I think that's actually a little bit better than Void Surge. Void Surge is the staff one, which deals a bit of an extra burst of damage. It's 6 extra projectiles getting shot out during continuous fire. And you can see, oh, well, there you go, boom. Look at that. Void Accelerator periodically releases a burst of 6 initial projectiles during its continuous fire. It's more like a shotgun burst. It's like, it's a little bit of a spread. But Simple ended up choosing Prolonged Barrier just to kind of hold down the point a little bit longer. The Nanite Repair does seem very good. I've seen some Rams taking the Vengeful Vortex where you can activate it to detonate it, and it deals 50 damage and it pulls enemy downwards instead of like trying to connect it with someone in the skies or close to the skies, you know. But the heal one is a little absurd if you're like holding down a point or a corner.
I think that Prolonged Barrier and the Nanite Repair are still two of the minor or major perk that I think are going to be picked the most by most Ramattra players. Partially because I think we're mostly going to see the Ramattra on maps where it's really good to have the Prolonged Barrier. As you were saying, it helps you make those cool rotations a little bit better when you know that you have that shield to protect you a little bit longer. Plus, it just helps you to be able to lock down more space. Look at how long you were able to stay on the point. Yeah, I think similarly for Flashpoint, we'll probably see Ramattra as a pretty good pick there as well. Similar reasons. I don't really see Void Surge or Vengeful Vortex as much. Unless it's ranked, and then you can maybe have solo
Everybody's
carries
choosing
on the
voice surgeon
Ramattra. Yeah.
No one's choosing the one that
Like-
gives you a better barrier, bro. Hey, I hate to break it to everybody out there that's like, yeah, my tank player should pick the barrier one so we can hold down the point. No one's
Yes.
picking that. They're doing more damage. They want to do
Okay,
damage.
but it's fun to do damage. I get it.
Exactly, I get it. Yeah, it's like, why am I picking anything? Oh, heal more or damage more? I think I'll pick the damaging perk. Thank you. It's like the Ana one. It's like double the bouncy nade or the groggy one. I'm picking bouncy nade.
Bouncy Nade's so much better. I think to me, Bouncy Nade also just feels better because you are able to hit more people, especially if
and you can trick
maybe
shot
you
it.
want to like a Kobe.
Yeah, exactly. I've trick shot it off walls and stuff. I've been dove.
Yes.
I'm like throwing it in my feet so it like bounces upwards and comes back down. No, it's so good. Against the Wrecking Ball though, or any kind of those fast comps, Groggy is very OP against balls specifically. But yeah. Before we get into the game, of course, with Vision kind of having a emergency sub in here of one of their supports onto the tank, which is going to give them a couple extra seconds here just to make sure everything's all good on their end. But we're going to jump to a quick Season 15 trailer, which is out right now, by the way, if you haven't played the game this week. What are you doing? We're going to jump to that before we get back into this series.
It is time to celebrate the glory of battle, the competition, determination, and the boom! What a shot! Again! Finally, a worthy title! From the ashes, rise again! It is not about standing atop the mountain. It is the climb! Ah, yes, I too own one of these weapons. It is just not with me right now. To battle! How could you not win with such an advantage? Show them you are superior, and bang! My armored fingers are crossed! Yes! Just what I had hoped for! The spoils of victory continue! Memories. Free your mind. Energy flows through me. A warrior's greatest weapon is patience. Be present in the moment. I will achieve my vision. My arrows fly true. To win is great. To win in style is even greater. Such a masterful display. Play it again. I will rewatch this one a few more times.
Dude, Kiriko fans rejoice, bro. Another W skin for the Kiriko army. Right, let's get into the series. Vision Esports looking good on Lijiang, not so much on Blizzard World. They've banned Diva and are taking us to Esperanza. Twisted Minds banning the Torb.
I like the Diva ban because it does push TVNT to have to play something else. Diva is one of his best heroes, so maybe this is how you try to put yourself on more even playing ground. If you have, as we saw before, swapped your support and tank players once again, so maybe we see a bit more Ramattra on Esperanza, and now TVNT has no choice but to probably match that.
Yeah, especially as the Diva's ban makes the most sense. TVNT's Diva It's pretty sick, I would say. Definitely his best hero. Like, the Diva perks too, actually rose. I think most people are taking the ejection suit one as the minor. The grants 75 temporary overhealth when you get desuited, so it really helps you not get just bursted as soon as you get out of that mech. So expect a lot of divas to play that one, but unfortunately we won't see it here, of course, it being banned. Vision Esports though, Rose, Mauga hover for simple. We've seen Mauga every now and then over the last couple of weeks, but not like a mainstay right now.
I'm okay with this as well, because even though it's not through Ramatra, I think Mauga has been very popular on this map, and the same type of theory applies. TVNC can't play the Diva, but you still get a chance to have an all-out brawl. Picking something else like the Hazard here makes it more of an even playing field when it does go brawl v brawl. But look how much damage Vision Esports is taking. The Reaper pick is also very interesting here. We'll get to all of that later, but right now TVNT is wrecking. Absolutely wrecking.
Yeah, these two comps want to do drastically different things. They want to drastically play different ways, right? Vision Esports' comp is we're going to crowd around a 1x1 pixel square on the map, and we are going to move. We are going to deathball, and then Slowdive gets a shot. Twisted Mind's comp is we're going to try and cut you in half, right? And then we're going to kill each of you individually, and that's exactly what they did with Slowdive.
Vision Esports is gonna do the same thing, because the death ball didn't work. You got surrounded and collapsed on, and so now we're just going to see the Hazard get matched here. Full mirror.
I can't see. Quartz is like, please. I can't see. The water's in the way. Okay, luckily for him, made the call. Unfortunately, though, ends up dying to Sejong. Good match here from Vision Esports. They end up seeing the bot as well. Bit of a split from Twisted Minds. Obviously, TVNT going super low. They're going to have to re-engage, but without Quartz getting the large picks, Twisted Minds, they're definitely lacking in terms of the damage department, and they're going to reset completely.
You want to make sure that you get a setup here with the Tracer. Psycho is very close to that pulse bomb, and being able to hit that onto Oyer 1 would be fantastic. But look at the chase down. They don't even get a chance to fully get that reset here as Quartz gets eliminated. Vision Esports now, they got the bot stolen from them too.
Yeah, not
what is happening?
They're just stealing the bot. I mean, honestly, pretty decent on a push if you can get a bit of free space. Little TDM right now, though. You can see Irony. Oh, Irony. Manages to slink past the wall, though, but unfortunately, quite susceptible to those pulse pistols from Taejong. Okay, the bot has been stolen again. Okay, the bot is eventually going to push one barricade. There we go. Okay, Vision Esports in control.
There we go. It's how it has always been, but they've taken their fight somewhere else. This is sick.
Beautiful stuff from Psycho. Just a little alley-oop into the sky. Might end up going down, though, yeah. This isn't deathmatch, but it does feel like it a little bit. We'll see who can actually get a clean team fight.
That might be hard to come by. Just taking a look at how the Sojourns have had that individual impact in this game. Both Quartz and Slowdive really want to make sure they're getting those picks, but it's time for some ults.
Yeah, B ends up connecting. Okay, here's the clean fight we were promised from Twisted Minds. Quartz obviously filling that kill feed. There we go. Okay, in control of the bot. They end up using Sound Barrier and the downpour from TVNT. Good pickup on Slowdive too. Not sure if that'll be checkpoint. There will be a recontest, but it'll be a weak one from Vision Esports losing Slowdive that late.
At least Slowdive does have the power slide, so you can still have a presence in this fight, but it is going to be a close call to see if you can actually get that contest back in when you know you're also going to be walking into an orbital right here, and they don't get the touch, barely miss it.
Yeah, look at that simple jumping in. Missing by about 1 second or so. High ground control from Quartz, already landing one heady on Oi. Oh, he ends up using that sound barrier. The wall comes in and actually stops Quartz from sliding away. Good shots from Slowdive. He's ejected from that small room. This is a good bit of momentum now that Vision Esports have got. And TVNT is behind. Okay, a bit of a late pick on TVNT is going to be good for their bot progress, which they were sealing away midway through that fight. So it's going to end up in the mid and going to stop the forward spawn from TVNT.
Yeah, good stuff there, because you just buy yourself a little bit more time and maybe are able to get some setup on the high ground here that Slowdive can take advantage of while you see Twisted Minds move back in. TVNT is respawned at this point, but look at how far forward Simple is playing, just trying to lock down some of those entry points to this fight. Vision Esports as well, looking up to a pulse bomb, but TVNT's now jumped in.
High ground control is an imperative hit. Taejong's so close to this pulse bomb. Doesn't want to burn the recall just yet. In fact, I tell a lie, he does. And there's the pulse bomb earned, and Quartz not really expecting Taejong to recall that aggressively. Ends up connecting his stick onto TVNT, sends them back, and this is Vision Esports getting the checkpoint, I would imagine, too. Twisted Minds, they've only got this pulse bomb to really reconnect with this point, but Funny Astro goes down late.
And that means you just don't have that same type of speed available or healing output as you might want to have for this next fight. Gonna get around the corner as Vision Esports take the checkpoint and then some. But Twisted Minds have all of the ultimates to be able to fight back. You've got the downpour from TVNT as well as his pulse bomb from Psycho. And so you'll see just stalemate already on this point until somebody gets that pick.
Oh, I bet Psycho was tempted to pulse bomb there, but knowing Taejong has to recall, didn't want it to go for it. Look at this hit squad. Wow. Oi and Taejong calling that Psycho has no recall. Oi doesn't want to be around here in the 1v1 though. Looks like Funny Astro's got Psycho's back. Downpour ends up getting thrown in from TVNT. Doesn't look like it connected with anything at all. And the bot is just continuing to be contested, waiting for that pick, and there it is. Okay, Psycho taking down one, Astro taking down Taejong, and that should be it. A little bit of extra stall will be nice, but Slowdive has kind of had Quartz's number, strangely. I mean, Quartz is normally the guy you look to get these large picks, but Slowdive's been keeping up with one of the very best.
And that's what we've come to expect from a lot of the Sojourns in EMEA. I think the playing field is evened a lot. It isn't really just Quartz and Kai that are in the running for some of the best Sojourns. I think Slowdive is absolutely up there. And so you're really seeing that come to fruition. Now, Hazard kind of makes that a little bit more difficult, I think, to still have that same type of impact if Slowdive gets taken out like that. But hey, win some, you lose some.
Downpour double raid, 2 sound barriers launched in. A pulse bomb connects to Irony, so instantly eliminated. Both Junos now out, so all this damage looking a little bit more permanent now for both sides, only relying on that Lucio healing. Nice movement there from Psycho too, taking down Slowdive. No recall, a couple of blinks and a pulse bomb to his name. Spots Taejong. Can he actually get this kill? Taejong, that health pack, buddy. Unfortunately, that was all Psycho's not just a moment ago. Twisted Minds with the lead, 69 meters, nice, to 64 for Vision Esports, and a railgun in the hands of Twisted Minds too. I mean, these scrappy fights really just coming down to what Tracers can land pulse bombs, it feels like.
Feels like there's going to be a scrappy fight ahead of us again. There isn't really a big team coordination ultimate. It's just Quartz trying to be a difference maker with that big carry on the overclock.
16 HP. Clutch heals coming in from Irony and Funny Astro. All right, looks like Slowdive also tried to match Quartz, but Quartz gets the better of him this time. Good shot, halfway across the map, ends up taking him out. And TVNT now trying to pile on the pressure. Simple already diving in there to try and sustain through this fight. It's a kill on Irony in one, but the positioning right now for Vision Esports is not looking great. Twisted Minds still have control of the bot, and Vision Esports are split.
They're still stuck back there, and Simple goes down, even though there was a bunch of healing output from Oi. That's not good when you know that you only have 2 minutes remaining and this bot is still making progress for Twisted Minds. They get a chance to start coming around this final bend, and with this downpour as well from TVNT, only could go straight. Maybe you could fight in this building, but I don't know if I would want to take the fight there either. Funny Astro's also going to have the sound barrier too, so there's a lot of ways that Twisted Minds can play in these smaller choke points like this.
There's another pick from Slowdive, okay. Downpour ends up coming in, Taejong blinking back and blinking forward to try and dodge it. Gets out of the way just in time, pulse bomb in hand. Lands a good stick, but the block on TVNT absorbs a lot of that damage, and Irony and Funny Astro are going to be able to heal him up. There's a sound barrier coming through from Vision Esports to try and sustain Twisted Minds. They're probably not going to use ults here. They know with 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, Vision Esports had to win that fight, and they invested for it. So Twisted Minds happy that they can just rely on Astro's sound barrier for the next and maybe even final fight if they can stall it out.
Still a minute left means that we still have some game left to play, and so Vision Esports, I don't count them out of this when they still have the downpour as well as the orbital ray. At least there's a ray advantage for either team right now, but I'm looking at Funny Astro's sound barrier. That's going to be a very difficult ult to get through.
Oh, good connection. Ends up getting Astro, ends up using that sound barrier. Here comes an orbital ray from Irony, though. Same with one. Fighting off with this high ground right now. Simple turning his attention towards the Junos, but getting actually on top of the Juno as a hazard is so difficult. Just so much mobility on that hero. Slow dive dashes away, but an expensive fight for both sides. But Twisted Minds, Rose, look at the meterage lead that they have. Vision Esports need to be perfect moving in, but with one going down, I mean, this is the danger zone for them they've just entered.
I mean, you have to just make sure that you can get a full regroup here, and that bot is pushing. Take a look at Oi as well, having to fight out a duel over there while still pushing the bot. But, oh, it's now starting to fall apart, Jack.
Yeah, slow dive, sure, I mean, killing Quartz there is great, but 5 seconds to go. Twisted Minds have ults. They don't need to push the bot. One trying to get a touch, gets booped a couple of times, and that'll be that. Twisted Minds start the day off with a 3-0.
Credit to Vision Esports where credit is due, though. Twisted Minds still look like they had to work for this win a little bit, and it's good to be able to see Vision Esports still put up a fight despite the fact that they were playing in very difficult conditions. But congratulations to Twisted Minds. They needed another win under their belt. They are one of those teams that's in contention for trying to get out of that 5th and 6th place, Zoe. And so 3-0, definitely a great way to add in a positive differential if we come down to tiebreakers there.
Yeah, and now the Ultimates will feel a fire lit underneath them because their next match is going to be against Gen G, right? And they're currently even in the standings, or were prior to this match. Now Twisted Minds is putting themselves in a really, really good position heading into their last match of the entire stage 1 round robin, which will be against the Ultimates. So it will come down to that. Great performance by them. But as you already said, Nick, definitely credit where credit is due. While Twisted Minds are walking away victoriously, this was by no means just a stomp. Like, given Vision Esports situation, I think they showed a lot of tenacity and a lot of skill, obviously, being able to hang in more than just one situation.
Oh, that stick was nasty. Yeah, look, at the end of the day, you are put on the back foot and your supports are subbing in as a tank. Of course, you played a little bit of tank here, there, and everywhere, right, in your ranked games, but at a professional level, at this level as well, in OWCS, it's a very different game. And against a tank player like TVNT, it's going to be tough. But Simple showed up, honestly, on map number 1 on Lijiang. It looked pretty decent. It's just Twisted Minds, they had, and I'm going to steal your phrase, Zoe, they had a lot of fire in their belly because they needed this win. And it being a 3-0 as well is only helping them and helping them to try and get over this 5th, 6th hurdle. They don't want to be in that spot. You don't want to have only one chance going into playoffs. You don't want to be in the lower bracket as soon as you get there, you know? You need to steal that placement away from a team like Team Peps. So a good start from them, but the journey is not quite complete yet.
Yeah, Peps is now up +1, whereas Twisted Minds are sitting at 10-10. Peps is at 10-9 with the map differential as well. So this is going to be really, really close depending on how the Ultimates are performing. Everyone trying so hard to keep themselves out of that 5th and 6th slots. Yeah, tough time, of course, for Team Vision, because with this loss, that also means, Necrot, that they will be finding themselves in relegation.
Yeah, I think it was always going to be very tough for Team Vision to find themselves outside of one of those spots, and it does feel really bad to see them go out under these circumstances as well. But there's so much star power on this team. Slowdive being able to win out those 1v1s versus Quartz on the Sojourn, knowing that they are such a dominant DPS player, I think that also gives them a really great chance to find themselves on a different roster, maybe. That backline, so standout. And so I think when it comes to those relegation matches, if they can find a good tank to come in as a replacement, I think that this team is going to be fine. I think they really do have the mechanical skill and the teamwork to get themselves out of that one.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, they've been popping off. They've surprised us ever since the season started with, you know, the potential upset team that can take it to those big guys. Part of one of those big guys is Psycho, absolute menace on the DPS, and showed us today why you just can't ignore him, no matter what he plays.
Look, he's like, please get me off the Torb, get me out of Torb jail, bro. I want to play Genji Tracer. It's like, okay, you got your Tracer play, buddy. Okay, back on the Torbjorn. I think the Torb is still incredibly strong, but I mean, Tracer in these kind of comps, when you have someone like TVNT on the Diva, they are just so in sync, and they feel feel like one mind melded together. I think Psycho's a good player, like through and through. He's always been, even back in like Overwatch League days and back before then, like in contenders and stuff, just very solid. A deep hero pool as well, even if right now it is a lot of Torb.
Maybe he will have a little bit more fun on the Torb as well, just with perks. I think it does make playing Torb a little bit more exciting. So I don't know. Maybe we'll have to check in with Psycho a little bit later to see how he's feeling about being stuck in semi-Torb jail.
Well, unfortunately, we won't have him for our post-game interview. But the good news is we have Funny Astro joining us for a quick chat, which is always an absolute treat and a pleasure. And here he is, Funny Astro. Congratulations on another victory on the board. Let's talk about this one, though. Obviously, Vision Esports struggling there with some roster changes. What was your preparation like coming into this one with perks and everything in the mix?
We didn't really prepare for Vision. To be honest, we have the TU match in 2 days. That's way more important. This match, even if they had their normal tank player, I think we're really confident winning it.
Yeah, I mean, makes sense. I didn't expect you guys to be really like drilling hard. Obviously, knowing that Vision is close to relegation. Ultimates game is going to be a banger. It's obviously the last one. A lot of it kind of relies on like Peps and Alcatzia, how they perform too. Who do you think is going to be in that 5th, 6th spot? Obviously, you're not going to say yourselves, but who do you think at the end of this week, after perks have been released, like who do you think is going to be down there in the lower bracket?
I think TU's going to be down there, I hope. After we beat them, it should put them down at the bottom, put them in the lower bracket, get them knocked out nice and early. It'd be a nice little present for us.
The smile on your face while saying that.
He's ready to smack down.
Devious. Well, I mean, circling back to that match, though, Funny Astro, filled with players that you have had the privilege of playing with and against. And I'm kind of wondering if you could maybe give us some insight on where you think they might be struggling. Looks like a roster that on paper would be able to be in some of those, like maybe top 3, top 4 teams, who haven't really quite lived up to that. So where do you feel like might be going wrong?
I think it's just the start of the year when you're trying to make a new mixed roster with Koreans, putting in new tanks with new players that you've not had before, a new coaching style. Obviously, a lot of us older players, we've been through a lot of coaches. We all have like our own way of playing the game. And then when you swap in new people with different ways of playing, you just sort of need to find a common ground where you can all agree. I think it's going to take a few months for some of these rosters with big names to sort of meld together. But I think they'll get there.
I want to ask just one last question. The Lucio perks, do you think there's like a standard right now? Or do you think there's any kind of deviation? Because most people are like, they're taking the Sound Blaster one and they amp it up. So like, what do you think as the Lucio expert?
I'm pretty sure they're the best too. The boop one is just like, it's super fun. You saw on Lijiang, I'm just sending people flying all over the map. It's great. So like, that one's nuts. It's a bit of a no-brainer. But the major perk, I think the Accelerono might have a place if you can get used to it. I've just, obviously they've only been out for a week and it really messes with your muscle memory having like way faster attack speed for 4 or 5 seconds.
Yeah, it's quite a lot of changes and such a short turnaround for the players as well. You know, your schedules are quite busy as well. Now you have FPL coming up as well. How much do you just see that as additional scrim time for you?
FPL is going to be great. Once that fully comes out, we had the tryout earlier. I think it was a couple of days ago, maybe yesterday. And yeah, I mean, that's going to be awesome. It's not quite the same as scrims, but obviously we've been looking for something like pro pugs for the longest time as pro players. Since Overwatch League, we've been begging for pugs. And it's nice to finally have that sort of system with a little bit of money in there as an incentive to win. It's going to be really exciting.
Yeah, it's paid practice time essentially if you're doing well with it.
Can't complain about
that. It's great. Yeah, that's always a dub. Well, Funny Astro, thank you so much for taking the time. We can't wait to see you back in action again at the end of the week. So best of luck in your upcoming match.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Of course, always a pleasure. Also, he's rocking the most comfortable merch hoodie we've ever had in Overwatch.
I love that hoodie.
Yeah,
that thing is so soft. I don't know what it's made of.
It's so nice.
Chinchilla,
it's also
probably.
like a thick fabric, so it feels very warm when you wear it. I don't know. I love it.
Yeah, it's. You know what else I love, Necro? Standings.
I love them
Makes
too.
sense.
Oh, that makes sense. That checks out. That's me on a plate. Yeah, well, Twisted Minds. they're looking comfortable now. Obviously, it's not just in their own hands now, their faith. They also have to rely on Team Peps and OWCS performing a certain way. But if we're looking at the schedules for those teams, you know, I think Twisted Minds, they might actually find themselves in that 4th spot or 3rd even.
Yeah, if they win against Ultimates, that final game on the Sunday, they're going to feel real good. Gen G and Ultimates is Ultimates' next match. That is tomorrow, the final match of tomorrow in EMEA. And I think a lot of people are expecting Gen G to walk away with that, honestly. So, Twisted Minds, I think, Astro was right. Like, hey, if we just beat them, all good. We're not in the relegation spots, not in the relegation spots, but in the lower bracket spots. You're going to feel so nice. Like, having that just one extra lifeline in case something goes wrong in a series is going to feel real good. So, it's out of their hands, but slightly in. Yeah, the last match of this whole stage is going to be a banger.
Yeah, and you really don't it might seem to our viewers that we're like overhyping the seeding in the standings, but it's been such a competitive middle of the pack.
Yeah,
if you're
crazy.
left in the playoffs bracket with just one life, you might come to regret that. Like, that's not where you want to find yourselves well, we have everything to play for all of the teams in the last matches of this stage. Up next, Virtus Pro will take on OWCS, and we're going to find out how that is going down after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
We're so grateful to have the mobile clinic because there's a lot of people that live literally across the street in the burn zone. Having these resources is so helpful because already as is this patient population, they're under-resourced. And their main clinic where they get cared for, unfortunately, burned to the ground. So, which means these people who normally don't have very much have nothing right now. So having this mobile unit here, plus your generous donation, will help reach the masses that need it. And so the antibiotics, the breathing treatments, because people are breathing in the air and the ash, whether they have asthma or they don't, they're coming in with respiratory illnesses. So all this is going to be of great use, and your generosity will go far based on just where we're located. We're literally right across the street from the burn zone.
Absolutely nothing but love for all the heroes working over at Direct Relief. So thank you for all that you do. And if you want to don a cape too and help those affected by the recent LA wildfires, make sure to head on over to directrelief.org for more information on how you can get involved. Now, we are headed into our second match of the day. This one will see the Giant return. VP, just a few dings, maybe tiny scratches in the armor thus far, but no one has been really able to take it to them. OWCS, this is going to be an uphill battle for them, right? They both find themselves in decent spots standing-wise, but for OWCS to even just get a map would help them tremendously by, keeping themselves on top of the middle of the pack here. Let's talk about how they can get it done. Starting with the OWCS roster, if they want to copy some Twisted Minds homework, because Twisted Minds was the only team which made VP sweat a little bit at least, what can they take away from that match? How can they bring it to VP?
Oh, I don't know. Honestly, VP do look indestructible right now, obviously only losing a single map. You could argue they've had an easier top half of the schedule. Now is their true test maybe, but it's even if when they face you look at any team, you're like, okay, how close was it realistically versus Peps? Okay, it wasn't that close. Maybe the latter half of the series, it was Peps are getting around on them and stuff.
Yeah,
okay, great.
2 maps, come on.
Yeah,
two maps, they play close.
It's so difficult to find a flaw with this team. And are OWCS going to be able to do that? They have been the team that have been punching up, to be fair. So you expect, maybe a map win would be great. Is it going to happen? I don't know, because Smash is behind them too, drilling them, hey, we got to figure out this perk situation. I don't know.
They're coming off a high though. The last match on Sunday, just this last Sunday, was against the Ultimates, and they won against them 3-1, right? So they're riding that high momentum, which definitely hasn't dropped within the last 5 days of not playing. Anyway, we're reaching. Virtus Pro Necra, they've just looked like a giant.
They have, 5-0 heading into the final weekend of the regular season play for Stage 1, and they have looked completely indestructible. Vestola looks good on every single tank that he has picked up. I think he gets even stronger with perks now coming into the mix, just making every hero that he chooses that much of a force to be reckoned with. And the rest of the team is also just incredible. So much flexibility in the backline from Gala and Fixa, so they can really play to their strengths with perks involved. And you've got Shockwave, who is certainly a player that can stand up with the Sojourn toe-to-toe with the Sojourn like Labda. We've talked a lot about how all of the Sojourn players have leveled up, but this is really two titans of DPS going at it against each other, and I can't wait to see how this one's gonna go.
Yeah, maybe they can get something done with some bans, but then they might also just ban their best looks. So it's rough against VP. Alas, OWCS will give it a try. So please walk us through the map set and our hero bans.
Thank you very much, Zoe. Yeah, it's tough. It's going to be a tough one, Rose. It looks like we're going to Samoa as our first map with a Venture ban from VP and a Juno ban from OWCS. So Venture, I still think, has a place in the meta. I still think they're very good, and the perks definitely emphasize a lot of their strengths, especially when using ult. The 300% reduced cooldowns are crazy, but hopefully we do see that later on in the series. But for now, it's been banned.
I agree with you. I think Venture still very much could see play later on, but since it's banned on Samoa, which is one of its probably best maps to actually play on. I don't know how likely it will be that we see Venture later on. But for now, not having the Juno, I do think kind of opens things up a little bit more, that we can see Lucio. Maybe we actually see something like a Baptiste, or I think Lucio Kiriko is also very good here. Maybe Lucio Lari, depending on where we are on those Samoa stages, just because Gala is such a good Alari. But for right now, it does look like Lucio from Haku and Fixa will round it out with some type of support, and Vestola will be on the Sigma and Ziad on the Ramatra. I do wonder if Ziad will change to D.Va at some point in this map, but Vestola being on Sigma doesn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, this is going to be a very hard point to actually cap. I mean, the big weakness of VP's comp is being able to flank it fairly easily with a couple of like high damage, like high long range picks, and maybe get a pick off with Labda. But if you're rotating with the teleporters, it's going to be tough for Alcatia to land a single kill. And in fact, it's Vestola that starts off with a kill onto Landon. So yeah, very tough for Alcatia to actually even touch the backline of Virtus.pro.
Oh man, I can't wait to see what perks Vestola actually picks as well, because he's exactly the player that I thought of when I saw things like just the increased accretion stun, depending on how long that accretion has to travel. Vestola is so accurate with the hyperspheres as well. I think you could also make really good use of just kind of the additional damage that can come through from that. So we'll see. For right now though, no ultimates just yet from either of these teams. Checkmate's going to be pretty close, as is Shockwave, but nothing from the supports just yet as we go for this next fight.
A little block there early from Checkmate. These fights are going to take so long too. You need Labda to find a pick. Nice little wall off there onto Vestola. Checkmate quickly checked with a rock, but okay, there it is. Forcing the rotations from Vestola is going to be key, and there was no teleport there either to save him. Good shot from Checkmate, actually. Kind of pop it off, honestly, on the Mei. This is the character that you need to really dominate on now, because you can hold super far up rows because you got Blizzard too.
Absolutely. That's a good team fight win here for Alcatia. They also got control of that round before they finished up a lot of these eliminations, so they get to start working on their own capture progress. But now we've got ultimates online. Layden has the window, but you can just teleport past that. I love the Mei wall here.
Yeah, the Vortex as well, kind of separating the team, unfortunately. Looks like a couple of trades. Good shot from Checkmate as Fixer was up in the skies. Winner's going to see Alcatia through that fight, though.
That was a very quick win. I mean, the window is going to feel so nice, and I know that I've added a lot of value. Checkmate actually does think about the Tracer for a second, but knows that the Mei has been such a dominant force, just being able to block off a lot of these rotations, as well as just isolate players on Virtus.pro. He goes back to that. But now we get to see the sound barrier here from Alcatia, and of course the overclock.
Oh, Flux connects with two, and a perfect two as well. Oh, that wall is crazy from Jwoo. It stopped the sound barrier connecting with Labda. The Lamb came in just in time to make sure he survived initially. Oh, the Ajax!
Oh, no way!
Though. Oh, in the annihilation. Okay, wasn't expecting Fixer to go for that sound barrier, but he did, and he AJ'd. So, as Alcatia still in control of the point and being able to hold on too. They do need to deal with that turret at some point. Doomfist for Vestola to get back to the point to try and win this fight, but Ziad's going to be a very tough tank to dislodge from this pillar.
So sustainable, and he stalls long enough that the rest of the reinforcements from Alcatia can join him. So it's a very even 5v5 now, and Vestola is stuck on this Doomfist with none of those level ups. Here's the Kitsune Rush though, at least this gives Virtus.pro a fighting chance.
Yeah, it's going to help win the fight, or at least you hope. There it is. Okay, Haku down. Point flips. Vestola still on the Doomfist. Can easily change up their style, though, to be fair. Because they had Gala on the Kiriko this whole time, you're okay with, like, just going, okay, we play the Doom now. Now we just play super aggressive. And then have Shockwave just kind of watch the flanks. So I wouldn't say it's the worst swap, but not ideal. Obviously, wants to be on the Sigma. The Labda's actually going to decide, well, you know what? Now no one can actually shoot me. I'm on fire now.
I was gonna say, like, you don't have that shield anymore because you switched off of the Sigma, and so Labda now has free reign to just go for this Pharah. The only thing you have to worry about is this turret from the Torb.
and is going to be quickly killed by the Fire 2.
Oh,
Gala. Suzu TP used. And going to try and look for the Kiriko, who's now rather vulnerable. Nice direct there onto Shockwave, does net a kill, but Fixer from above Labda of all things did manage to score a kill. Might be a little too late though for Virtus Pro, as OWCS on 99% and OT, and Gala being just chased away by Landon. This unbridled aggression from Landon is separating the backline from Virtus Pro, and that is going to be round. Okay, Blizzard in the hand. Molten Core comes out, and yeah, good luck, Shockwave. No chance for you here.
Wow. OWCS taking the first round off of Virtus Pro. Just maybe we actually see Virtus Pro lose a map? Ooh, it's starting to get a little spicy. I know we have 2 more rounds. I know. I'm getting ahead of myself.
I think it's
classic.
Oh, the Ajax.
That's so sad.
Oh, how much HP? About 60 HP. Fixer was on there and he went for the AJ.
I think I wouldn't have sound barriered in that situation. I get the thought process. You want to try to clean up Ziad as fast as possible so you don't actually put yourself in that scenario where Ziad stalls long enough for the rest of OWCS to come back. Because I think if you have the overhealth there, you do actually have enough sustain to take out Ziad, and maybe you stop them from getting 99% before you actually take back control, and that round could end differently. So I genuinely could be getting ahead of myself, but OWCS also look good. And now that we get a chance to see this May Sojourn combination on Volcano, I think it becomes even more popular and just stronger here.
It feels like VP, especially with the Sim and Tor pick, they're in that week 2 meta currently. OWCS back on the Sojourn, and Lab, just someone that you pointed out at the very top of the series too, to be the big difference maker, has been finding pick after pick, and Virtus Pro struggling to get onto these points, and there's another kill for Labda.
If there's going to be anybody that can be a big difference maker, it's going to be this Sojourn. Just so much consistent damage, and Labda such a great marksman as well. With every single headshot and every single even just charge railgun body shot, you're softening up Virtus Pro so much that any extra follow-up from OWCS, icicles from Checkmate, I don't know, whatever have you, you're going to be able to keep good control. And Labda just consistently being able to dish out this damage here, you can already see how much that's paying off. And Checkmate is also putting in a lot of work. I mean, look at this again.
Another kill.
And look how much assist is happening in that feed as well.
Yeah, a little window. You know the vibes. OWCS with 2 back-to-back fight wins. Spidey turret. And it's dead. I'm surprised we're seeing a lot more Spidey turrets here, to be honest.
I think this round is good for it.
Yeah, a couple of nice little spots, I suppose, to chuck it up on the wall. Level 3 turret is very strong, though.
Yeah, but I think it's like, if it's around a wall.
Yeah. So. Oh, sound barrier engaged from OWCS. Quick vortex there, trying to slow them down. Oh, that beat got absolutely nothing. In fact, it cost them a point. Virtus Pro just rotate. They vortex and rotate to the point. They cap. That's not exactly what they wanted from that. Blizzard in the corner, mixed with the vortex. Vestola is slowed. He might as well be going back in time. He had nothing to say in that fight at all. There was a rush being used by Virtus Pro as well, but OWCS just hiding from it, at least for a time. Good kill onto Labda as Gala takes the fight to the backline on his own. Annihilation on the point 2. Again, boot down that bit twice in a row as he had got absolutely rolled by Fixer there. Well, the wall ends up being deployed by VP, and here comes the reinforcements. Astola is going to make sure this fight wasn't even.
Wow, I ambitious on that annihilation, that one. I would have liked to see Ziad have that, just to have the annihilation versus Vestola. And now that you also don't have a sound barrier to be able to answer Vestola's annihilation either, I think this is where Virtus Pro can actually start to take the lead. Jwoo is on the Genji, so that could be a little bit tough to weave past the May, but still, Vestola right now with the annihilation looks good.
I mean, yeah, right in the corner is going to be tough spot for you to be in, but you can pop that for additional armor. There it is. Sound barriers are coming through as well. Easy fight win. Not losing anybody here will be great as well. Couple extra staggers at the very end. Good little shield. There's the kills. Team kill almost. Lab just spawns there just like a moment before that actually came through. And final fight now for VP. Jwoo on the Genji. Of course, switching means no ultimates, really, for Virtus Pro, but the same could be said for OWCS. This Checkmate Blizzard That's the one to do it.
Should be coming online very shortly here, but last fight, if this Blizzard doesn't work, then we are going to be going to a round number 3, and Shockwave is very close to a Molten Core, as well as Gala just having this rush. Could be that saving grace for Virtus Pro to steal the point.
Encore coming in. It's going to make it very hard to actually touch the point now. You see how much damage Ziad is taking. Even a rush, too, to supplement their damage. And straight to the backline goes Vestola. This Annihilation. Oh, he's stuck on the edge of the map. Oh, he gets away, though. Don't know how, but he got away. He managed to hop out that one. Hop out of the Blizzard, and that will be OT. Disappearing. A very messy fight towards the edge of the map. That's Lucio's paradise. Nor Fixer nor Haku could get a boot kill, and Haku dies there at the very end. So add that sound barrier sadly for OWCS as we tie up control.
Going over to Beach now to be able to settle things up on Samoa. Do you feel like Labda on the Sojourn has much better sightlines on a map like this instead of just having to try to play around so many different walls? So I think the Sojourn here ends up being a better pick to have versus something like the Pharah. But now, like, does Jaybu actually stick to the Genji for this? I feel like, yeah, the Symmetra's working and like still the May is a problem.
And against this Ram, it is very good. See if there's any changes. Jaywu switching to Genji. Okay, so we are seeing the Genji now. So Virtus Pro off the Torb, off the Sim. Bit of a harder map to actually make that work, though, to be fair as well. These sightlines rather punishing for those characters that at least Symmetra needs to be very close to the front line.
Yeah, and the teleporters, I don't think net you as much value because you're just so exposed, even if you do try to get a teleporter across the map. So the Genji now gives you flank chance.
Jaywu just dies there in the front line. That is not good for Virtus Pro. Point unlocked. Ziad now just setting up camp in the corner. Shockwave very low. Ziad getting the call there. TP from Gala is going to heal up the Sojourn, but now Gala's in trouble, and so Shockwave. Shockwave's still extremely low. OWCS get the cap. And they're going to reset real fast. Labda and Landon only spawning now, but they will be taxied by Haku.
Haku does get them to the point pretty quickly, but you still have this ever-present Ziad that's going to be able to hold down the fort. No ultimates yet either, but it's so tough to actually get damage down onto a Ramatra that's just sitting at the back of point with his wall. Ooh, everybody's quite low though. Like,
no touch. Okay, there it is. Touch coming in at the very last moment. A wall from Checkmate to stop the damage being hurled at Ziad. As the dash in from Jaywu. High ground control is imperative right now. Don't want to have the May or the Sojourn looking at you. Although saying that, both Sojourns are on low ground. Landon dies to Fixer. Checkmate also falls. Fixer gets a double kill. And they'll be Virtus Pro winning that fight as the Ram just T-poses to assert dominance. Look at him go.
There we go.
Look at where he shoots too. It looks so silly.
Actually,
he's like
it looks like it comes out of his belly button or something.
It looks ridiculous.
You know, My Hero Academia moment. I can say that
the
because
naval
there
laser.
was a collab. Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, we can say that. We can make references.
We can totally say that. I love that. Thank you, Overwatch. All right. Anyway,
or Landon on high ground is going to be rather deadly. But yeah, Annihilation from Vestola and even the display from Jaywu. It's going to be a hard fight to actually come out to. Window on this high ground is going to be tough. Oh, Lamp just in time. Shockwave almost ripped his head off. Checkmate just firing down onto this low ground, but there's not really a good angle here to snipe Vestola. But here comes the Blizzard. The sound barrier does end up connecting with only 4 there. Checkmate falls before that actually covers the May. A late sound barrier from Virtus Pro. There's the blade, landing dead. And Jaywu hunting for more targets, just dashing straight towards Haku. Those skates are going to get him out of danger. And now Ziad isolated alone on the point, and Jaywu knows it. Easy kill for the Genji. And that is Virtus Pro just extending their lead.
Now they just have that Annihilation left, and so I think it could be a little bit dicey. There is a lot of good cover to play around, though, so you don't just get chunked by this slab to overclock. But having just the Annihilation, we'll see. We'll see if Lab just overclock can be that difference maker for OWCS to come back in. But looking like final fight here for Virtus Pro, trying to close things out with that Annihilation.
No one's going to peek him. Shouldn't be able to get a free cap, though, not with this Annihilation in play. And there it is. Okay, Vestola now trying to make it hurt. That's, of course, that overclock's now run out. So your impact as the Sojourn is going to be cut in half, it feels like. Checkmate ends up going down. Same with Shockwave, but look at this aggression from Vestola. Knows he can take over the backline. There wasn't a Lucio there to kind of deal with him. Haku is on the mega health pack. Another annihilation, this time on the side of OWCS, as overtime is now here for the team. But can Ziad actually stay alive long enough? Even with this annihilation, it's just not enough damage. There's 3 players looking at him, and even a rush to spare for VP. Labs is going to come back on the Tracer, but this should be it for Virtus Pro. Overtime with a couple of extra touches. Even Land using that Suzu to get a final one. But Virtus Pro going to take this map 2-1.
All right, I spoke too soon. It's not a map win for OWCS just yet. But signs of life from OWCS, that was still, I think, a relatively close map until the last round. Virtus Pro finally figuring out their groove. Maybe they just needed a warm-up round to really say, okay, we've got this. We can kick it into high gear and get the dub.
Yeah, look, this is what we want to see from OWCS as well. Their ability to punch up cannot be understated, so maybe they will end up taking a map. Control, a bit of a finicky game type.
It's still likely.
You're going to a map pick of VPs, almost called the Vestoluses, almost. That Ajax was beautiful to watch too.
Oh, no.
Couple little replays in that one.
You can't go.
You can't beat NAs last week. You can't beat NAs last week. The double Ajax within like frames of each other, just stupendous cinema. Going from North America.
North American Overwatch, my goat.
Look, OWCS get to go to a map they want to choose now, Rose. So maybe this is going to be better for them. This was a map pick of Virtus Pros.
I think if you want to go to a map where OWCS might be the strongest, maybe you think about a Diva map. Ziad's very, very good on that hero. If you want to try to go a dive, then you could also think about something like Dorado, that one. That could be a way where you just be able to run the Diva, also have those good sightlines for Lambda. And maybe even Esperanza also works for you.
Yeah, it's definitely options. Let's have a look at where they could pick. Same map pool, of course. Same for playoffs, too. We'll have to see if Suravasa is also going to get chosen. I think I would like to see a little bit more Numbani. Most people pick in Blizzard World now, a little Eichenwalder, mostly Suravasa, it's felt like. Which is quite... I'm a little bit shocked on that, but just how the meta's kind of panned out, Suravasa makes a lot of sense, because teams were running really fast comps with Hazard.
Flashpoint's also fun. Like, I've played a lot more of Suravasa lately, and like Temple of Anubis. Right?
Temple of Anubis? No. You mean Throne of Anubis?
Throne of Anubis. Oh, I'm thinking, sorry, I'm like confusing the two. I've played Clash also. I think Clash and Flashpoint are actually very fun. Like, I'm just gonna bunch them both together because they were in the same
I think that's
map
a little
pool.
bit of a spicy take on Clash. I'm just saying.
Maybe. I don't know.
It got taken out of ranked recently, so I'm like...
No, I know that. Okay, but I've had fun. I've had fun on it.
You've had fun. Fair enough,
I might be a psycho, but I really liked it.
Me when I get run over in 1 minute and 30 seconds.
But the comebackable potential, you know, like it's always comebackable. You just gotta believe in yourself. But no, Flashpoint has been very fun. New Junk City, Suravasa, maps I feel like have been in the rotation a little bit longer now, and I think I've gotten a better handle of it. So maybe teams are just like, hey, it's more fun to play.
Yes, Suravasa. Hey, if you want to play something like a Ram, go quick comp. Yeah, this makes sense.
Diva also works here too.
I want to see if we see Venture too, actually. Virtus Pro obviously banning the Venture to start off the series. Can also be a protection ban for later down the line. Look, you ban it once and then OWCS may be like, hey, we'll ban it too. Like, get it off the table. I think Venture's decent on this map, and I think they are very strong. They haven't been like a permanent fixture in the meta, especially with this whole like Torb and Sim debacle. So there's potential there. I think a lot of the DPS picks right now are pretty powerful. Genji and Sojin obviously just started to come back in. Like, okay, we can't underestimate how strong Sojin is. She's gonna be meta if she's like ever so slightly better than like some of the hit scans. Like, oh, maybe you could play Ashe here. It's like, no, bro, Sojin is so good. She has double slide now as well. Like, she's just too powerful in the right
I think
hands.
taking a
You
look at
especially.
this, like the Sojourn perks, I know they don't seem the most exciting when you look at just the full DPS lineup of perks that we have, but Sojourn in the EMEA region, like you're saying, it's just such consistent damage, and I think just with how good the Sojourns are, having increased mobility, even more mag size to work with, I think it just ends up being just more consistent damage. I don't know how else to put that. It was already consistent, but now it's more consistent.
Yeah, especially with the extended mags. I've seen other players also pick overcharged, so that increases the maximum energy by 50 when overclock is active. Dual thrusters seems like the better of the two. It's kind of funny having the adhesive siphon. I've been team killed by players, I won't name them J3, by them attaching, someone attaches a siphon to them, and then a player moves towards you, and then you die to it when you are screaming in the comms, please don't walk near me. It's like a pulse bomb kind of thing. Please just stand still. Otherwise, you're going to damage everybody around you. Dual thrusters, those, it seems the more powerful of the two, just because gaining an additional slide is kind of crazy. It is a little bit high, of course, but you just have so much mobility, and you feel so light in the air. I don't know how to explain it, but you're like, I can just do whatever I want. I can just be wherever I want because I can double slide. It feels so good. Anyway, back to the series at hand. OWCS picking Saravasa, banning Zarya, and then Virtus Pro banning Lucio.
So a little bit harder, I guess, to make the rotations. You can't just go for Lucio Juno, get the double speed. You could still have Juno, maybe Juno Kiriko ends up being a more popular support duo of choice. But the Zarya feels like such a targeted pick at Vestola at this point. One of the only tank players in EMEA that have shown that they actually want to go a Zarya route, and for good reason. Vestola has been able to get some big grabs. Now that you also have the perk that you can pierce enemies with the beam, that goes crazy, and I think Vestola does even more damage with something like that. We've seen him play Zarya on Saravasa before, so I think those are great bans across the board.
Well, you can only ban it once in the series if you're OWCS, so this is
true.
apparently the time they're going to pull that trigger. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm excited to see a little bit more Zarya, honestly. I think the pick is pretty good, especially when you're against teams that love to run the diva. Don't forget as well, drops are happening as we speak right now. Me speaking words, drops are happening. They're being dropped everywhere. Make sure you pick them up. They're only till the 23rd, which is in a couple of days, so you've only got a little bit of time left, but I'm assuming most of you have got them already. Also, the Faceit points drops too, worth connecting your Twitch account to your Faceit account and earning some extra goodies there, and you can redeem them for some skins in the game, some titles and sorry, not titles, the banners, the profile icons, and some coins too. So make sure you connect your Twitch account to your Faceit account to earn some of those as well. Let's log on to Saravasa though. Rose, here we go. No Zarya, sadly, and Gala even hovering the Alari.
Hey, check that out. We were hovering over some pigeons too.
We were hovering over some pigeons. Tried not to mention it, but
I got you. Don't worry.
We're on Saravasa, so they have to be mentioned.
I don't have a pigeon fact today. Where's my pigeon fact?
Should have Googled it before we got on cast.
Oh man.
Pigeons are birds. They have two wings.
That's great. I love that. Thanks, Jack. Anyway, Venture for Checkmate here. Checkmate, one of the DPS players in EMEA that has also shown that they would like to play the Venture from time to time. And if there's a map, I think Saravasa is certainly one of the best ones for it. Vestola does have the Sigma, so it might be more difficult to get something like those tectonic shocks through the shield, but you love being able to displace people like Shockwave and just pop them up for Labda to eat.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that is the ideal. The Venture burrows, then you follow up with the railgun. These pylons aren't going to survive all too long either. This is a very immobile backline. Fix are under a lot of pressure. However, it is a lot of damage. Jwoo is surely going to die. Yes, Scala at least trades Checkmate out, but now you have a ram to deal with, and you ain't surviving long. Looks like a quick retreat for Gala as OWCS end up capping first.
Oh my god, Haku with the longest range whip shot to finish off Gala there. A huge stagger at this point because Virtus Pro get quite delayed from that. We're already going to see Fixit at least stay on this Baptiste, and Shockwave is still going to stick on the Ashe, but there's still such great targets for the Venture. So, yeah, static, look at that.
Well, the Vortex does catch Labda, but Vestola is going to have a tough time actually sticking to anybody else, especially when Haku's on this brig. So he's going to try and get back to the point, but yeah, just pincered by Checkmate. It's a very lackluster first point here for Virtus Pro. Hasn't really felt like they've had a fight at all, and Gala again just stuck on the sidelines. And against Adventure, you've only got one outburst. Adventure's got all the cooldowns required to chase you down.
Oh, even with the healing pylon too. Ooh, it does actually keep Gala alive for quite a while. But
it's insane 1v1 of all time. Like, Gala can't do anything to help with their team right now.
No, and that just leaves them so vulnerable for OWCS to clean it up. We actually see an orbital ray invested here by Landon, I guess as an insurance policy so they can truly capture this flashpoint. That was 100-0, Jack. There was absolutely nothing that Virtus Pro has said in this first flashpoint so far.
Capture Sun's available in 8% though. All good. That'll be the difference maker. Catching Landon's going to be perfect. Curious what perks are going to get chosen as well. I've been playing a lot of Lari actually on this patch, surprising to nobody.
Oh yeah, no, like of course. Like, I wanted to call out something really quick though. Shockwave actually did briefly switch over to the Sojourn and now has lost a lot of ultimate charge heading into this next flashpoint. Otherwise, I think would have been able to keep pace with the DPS ults from Checkmate and Labda, but not even close now.
Wow, Haku rallied in the corner, got hit with the Captive Sun and instantly died. That is a very aggressive push there from OWCS, trying to catch out Fixer of all people. He does end up falling to Checkmate, but that's the point. I mean, OWCS, they had the game plan, they wanted to kill the BAP, or at least force cooldowns, and they overextended way too far, and Haku just got destroyed by Virtus Pro.
I like the backline switch-ups, though, from Gala and Fixa. Now that they utilize their ultimates, they're going to go back and switch to the Juno and the Kiriko. I just takes out a lot of the onus from Checkmate just to go after that static backline.
Oh, Cap coming through. Not quite. Vestola is down on the low ground right now. Blade ends up getting popped. Oh, Checkmate, no burrow. That was a very good opportunity for Jwoo to go for that kill. Annihilation's just kind of looking at each other. Just classic Ramattra gameplay you're witnessing right now. Truly just epic. Two Ramatras doing no damage to each other. And there we go. Eventually, the full annihilation is ended for both sides. VP, though, 80% on the board. Is OWCS. They got Tectonic Shock and Rain, about 3%.
Tectonic Shock is going to go so hard if you can weave it past his shield, but now the Bob is online here for Shockwave.
Yeah, good high ground control from Shockwave is going to get quickly matched. Oh, here comes Checkmate, and there's the Tectonic Shock right in his face. Yep, goodbye. Goodbye, Virtus Pro. Time to reset.
See? No shield, no problem. Checkmate using that Tectonic Shock beautifully. Now they finally do get a little bit of control here. Rally coming online soon here for Haku as well. And Shockwave, after using the Bob, is like, okay, I've also had enough of this venture. I'm going to play the Sojourn. At least I have Power Slide to give an increased amount of distance between myself and the venture. It's hard with the Ashe because you only have that one coach gun. And Shockwave will have an ability in the future to have that second Power Slide. Unfortunately, does get reset back to level 1 with this point, but still, better time against the Venture. Everyone wants to have a better time against the Venture.
100%. There's the rally. Oh, Mr. Bash. Sneaky from Shockwave. Slides away, but he's holding the shield right in front of Shockwave's face. Yeah, I don't think Shockwave's going to survive that, unless maybe the double slide. OWCS winning this fight with ease. This puts Virtus Pro in a weird spot because I don't think they're going to be able to touch it all. These late kills are going to be really painful. I mean, Gala and Jwoo are here. They're on these sidelines. Fixer. Rush. They're on the sidelines. They use the rush to try and get another touch, but this is their final gambit, and they cannot afford to go down. They need to regroup as fight to get a fair fight.
Well, there are reinforcements from Virtus Pro. The whole team is here now.
Yeah, I mean, Labda kills Shockwave already, though, and there goes Jwoo. This is going to be OWCS taking 2 points on Suravasa as Vestola, last one alive, on the point to re-trigger OT, but quickly focused down.
It just feels like they didn't have the right ultimate rotation at that point. And also, Labda's overclock, like crazy deadly, always in the hands of a player like Labda. second flashpoint captured for OWCS. We move on to a third, and once again, Virtus Pro kind of quiet. It's weird to see them in this position where they're kind of down for the count already, and they've got to reverse sweep this flashpoint map. Annihilation and the Blade. There is an orbital ray here for Landon to be able to answer a lot of that damage. But yeah, hopefully Jwoo can get a big Blade.
The Ray's going to make this fight pretty easy, you'd think, from OWCS. A lot of lock-ons there from Landon, but quickly turns his attention to the annihilating Ramattra on the point. But Vestola is completely isolated right now. Needs to make his way back. Here comes the Tectonic Shock, though. 300% reduced cooldowns when this is active, so a lot of mobility for the Venture. But unfortunately for them, they end up still dying to the Annihilation. OWCS, they should be able to cap this point, though, with Ziad using the Annihilation. It's not sticking to anybody just yet, but created a lot of space as Shockwave just wasn't present in that fight, despite using the overclock.
He used the overclock like while Ziad was in his face with the Annihilation. Like power slid away, but the Annihilation was the perfect defense mechanism for OWCS to make sure that Shockwave couldn't find any value. And now that it's expired, OWCS goes in with an orbital ray, but I don't know if it matters if Checkmate can burrow underneath that.
Oh, Checkmate finds 2 kills. Okay, fight done. Reset for VP. No way you're killing Checkmate either, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
There you go. There's a team kill.
Big when OWCS already had captured that flashpoint. Now they're going to be up to past 50%, and still with ults to spare. Fixa's rally is going to have to be ginormous, and Haku has one of his own. On top of the fact that Lambda's going to have overclock, Landon might be able to get a late orbital ray in this fight as well. I think OWCS are going to seal the map here, 3-0 on Suravasa.
Very much feels like it. Unless a miracle can come through for VP. Fix using the rally, same with Haku. Backline for OWCS right now, a little bit split. Landon's pretty low in the scoreboard there, but unfortunately for Jwoo, is on the swift end of a little Medi Blaster. OWCS just running away with this. This point wasn't even close. In all honesty, Rose. Fixer, Vestola down. Here comes the orbital ray, and that'll be it. Virtus Pro. They end up losing this map. That's the second map they've lost this stage, and OWCS are going to tie this series up.
Control might have looked very good for Virtus Pro towards that final round, but all things coming up OWCS this time around. Jack, I don't want to be too early in saying this, but maybe we have a 5-mapper on our hands. Like both of these teams, especially with OWCS being able to really punch up as we've been seeing for the entirety of the series, could, with smart map choices and smart hero bans, I think take us to a map 5.
I'm here for it. And to put it in perspective as well, Virtus Pro, the last time they lost a map was week 1, game 1 against Gen G. It wasn't the first map in the series, it was the third, and it was, guess what, Suravasa. So they've only lost Suravasas so far in stage 1.
Okay, but, it's the Achilles heel.
Apparently, I mean, I guess so, yeah. Looking good though from OWCS, a team that we know can punch up. Will they take us to a map 5? Will they, we're guaranteed at least 4 maps now. I love this look with the Venture. I think Checkmate did a phenomenal job just making the backline like triple take. Like, okay, where is Checkmate? You always have to make sure the Venture isn't splitting the team in any way, catching supports off guard, catching DPS off guard. And look at the death stats here. 12 to 38, 8.5 KD to 0.9. This wasn't a close map. This is a very strange look for VP. Not used to being in this kind of situation.
Well, Venture was the ankle breaker. Hands down, I think you called it out perfectly there. Look at how many hero swaps it caused Virtus Pro to take. And with the new perk system, perks are powerful. Like, you don't want to actually go and reset. If you do that, I think you give up a lot of just like the kind of staying power a lot of these supports get while being able to pick a minor and a major perk. And you force not only the backline to fully switch to Juno Kiriko after having like the Baptiste and the Alari, but you also forced Shockwave to switch from Ashe to Sojourn. We had Jwoo on the Genji, like everything that had to be displaced because this Venture was wreaking a havoc in your backline. And I just think it put Virtus Pro on too much of a back foot to actually make sure that they could get themselves back in that series after that.
All right, kind of makes more sense now, right? Why Venture was banned in map number 1. That was Virtus Pro that ended up banning that. They're going to take us to Esperanza as the next one. Hey, this is one of the first times they're picking maps, so, you know, you got to be feeling pretty good. And this was actually, funnily enough, the map they picked against Gen G when they lost that Surabasa in game 1, right? Yeah, in game 1, week 1, match 1. So Esperanza's the pick here for Virtus Pro, and they get their choice to ban first. Can't ban the Venture again, although this map, a little less ideal for Venture. There's a lot of spots where you can kind of hide out, but the flank angles, it's pretty obvious where you're coming from, unlike a map like Surabasa where the map is just so big. And wow, the viewer predictions, no real shock to be honest, 91% to 9, but the 9% right now probably like, yeah, okay, well, you know, only 2 more maps, guys. Like, we've got this, because everybody expected VP to come into today and just another easy 3-0 for them, but it's not looking like that, at least right now.
I was wondering if Torbjorn was going to be one of the heroes banned, and it makes so much sense, especially on a map like Esperanza. Ton of flank potential, and now you don't have that Torbjorn to be able to shut that down. And so I think this makes OWCS much stronger. Jwoo being able to play the Genji. We are also going to be able to see that Tracer play, and OWCS is so strong when it comes down to both of those heroes.
All right, it's loaded onto Esperanza. Some of my favorite memories, I think, from the Overwatch League happened on this map. The most insane, like, homing grenade. Remember when Casti had the Magnade? Just a ridiculous, like, hairpin turn on the mega health pack in mid in the little, like, triple staircase area. There was the Lee J Gone face as well. The classic Boston Uprising Lee J Gone face. That was 2024 Boston Uprising versus London Spitfire, maybe? I don't know. Me and Scott were casting it, but what a legend. That Legion God face lives rent-free in my head. That was on this map. We're just quickly remaking the lobby, by the way. Just a small little error there. So, yeah, we'll be back in it in just a second. Yeah, VP banning the Ramatra, and then Torbjorn ban on the other side.
Yeah, so as we were kind of talking about, I think the Torbjorn ends up being a great choice if Jwoo wants to play the Genji. Labdip probably going to be sticking to the Sojourn here, so at least his Torbjorn ban isn't going to hurt the DPS on OWCS side. But it certainly does, I think, throw a wrench into Virtus Pro's plans. Like, you can't shut that down. I think maybe conversely, you know that Virtus Pro is a very strong Tracer, so they could also bring that out with no problem, knowing that there's no Torbjorn at play. So, you know, you gotta weigh out your pros and cons, I guess, with a ban like that. But I like it just to make sure that Jwoo can, like, kind of go do his thing, too. Yeah,
I mean, that's kind of been the MO, it feels like, a lot of the time. It's like, okay, Jwoo, just kill stuff and we're good. Like, speaking of the Tracer, if we can bring up maybe the Tracer perks, some of the Tracer perks are very good. The triple, like, you get triple blink back when you hit the recall is insane. So flashback, when you hit recall, it restores all blink charges. And that was the one big factor which separates good tracers from bad tracers. Good tracers will always save 1 blink, maybe 2. So when they hit the recall, you at least have something to escape with, because there's nothing worse than hitting recall in a bit of a dicey spot and you don't have any blinks to get away, and then people just look at you and you die. Quantum Entanglement is quite interesting. When you hit that recall, you get the 50 over health that decays over time. Can also be fairly powerful, but just having 6 blinks pretty much is crazy. And then the blink packs, Rose, didn't know this when I first looked at it, but you can just take the health packs away. I played with Apply a few days ago on Route 66. On defense, what Apply was doing was just blinking to every health pack and just stealing them from the enemy team. Like the mega health pack in the little tunnels when they're trying to push, you just take it away. Take it away.
Especially if there's like a wrecking ball on another team,
right,
or like there's an opposing Tracer. Yeah, I think that's really good. I mean, for me though, I'm not a DPS player. I'm certainly picking Pulse Bomb Radius. I want the extra 50%.
You know, everybody is seeing that the J3 perk as well. Even Karku said it in his video of all the perks. It was really funny. But yeah, the increased radius. Honestly, Rose, I don't think that's a bad perk at all, to be fair.
I've seen
a lot of tracers pick that up.
Hey, listen, especially when like a couple of patches ago, like God, it was actually a long time ago, end of like last year, they changed the size of the pulse bomb so it's smaller. I will take the 50% increased radius.
You take that, hey, even if you pancake
Any
it, so
day.
someone
Yeah.
might
Just
die, so
walk over.
you're good.
Exactly.
Oh, okay, this is interesting. So Alcatia once again checkmate on the Venture. I love this look. And then Ziad Rose can play Diva, which is going to definitely prompt Vestola to do what he does best, and that's sit down on the Sigma, sit on the point. But this comp from Alcatia, if it gets any space, good luck, because the checkmate Ziad, like Wrecking Crew, is going to just plow through this brick wall that Virtus Pro are trying to erect.
Yeah, I think too, going against something like the Sigma, what if the Venture just gets behind you and boops you in front of your shield? You know, like, I think that's something that you need to be cautious of if you're playing against this checkmate Venture. And yeah, just like, oh, be careful. Gala and Fix are going to need those cooldowns to deal with the Venture as well.
Hands used by Vestola. So they're kind of just trading space right now. Checkmate not gone on off angle, just trying to go for the burrows, but it's actually Labda that's putting pressure on the back line of all people. He's on the complete flank. He's got to be careful. 120 health left, slides into the sky, and yeah, easy pick for Shockwave. Labda dead, 4v5 on the point, and now Alcatia need to spring into action. Checkmate Ziad, they need a pick because Virtus Pro's comp, what they do best is sit on a point, sit on an angle, and just farm your front line, and that's exactly what they're doing.
A great peel, though, coming through just to make sure that Virtus Pro can actually stay up against something like that dive from Checkmate and Haku. And so Virtus Pro do walk away with sort of like this first control of the push bot. Kitsune Rush coming up shortly here for Gala. That's going to be a nice engagement tool for this next fight. And Vestola can just kind of sit here and hold that door, knowing that you had that shield, as well as just create geometry for those hyperspheres.
Oh, there's Ziad. There's the high ground push. Both supports, though, still doing a lot of work. It is one apiece. It is. Just want to make sure everybody's aware. Vestola will end up going down to checkmate. Pinned up against that corner. Ziad does end up losing mech, so this isn't exactly a clean fight for Alcatia. But it should be a winning position for them. They've got control of the bot, and Virtus Pro are going to have to regroup going through that mega health pack in the distance there.
If they go early, when they have the Blade, Kitsune Rush, and the Sound Barrier ready to go off the rip, go for it. Like, there are no ultimates ready yet on Alcatia. Like, Virtus Pro still have to play a little cautious. Yeah, like, there's the Orbital Ray now, but they're all grouped up. I think you can go ahead and hit the gas now.
Yeah, especially with the Orbital Ray. Like you mentioned, you got to go. Orbital Ray versus Rush. You take the Orbital Ray for sure. Here it comes. Self-destruct, Sound Barrier, all being thrown in. Shockwave cowering in the corner. It's like, oh, I want to pick my head out, choose the railgun, but I'm going to meet a swift death. The handle after. Late Sound Barrier. Blade's going to come in as well. Jaewoo. Well, all the targets lifted from his vision there for a second. As Fixer actually claims those kills. Good flux from Vestola. Still ends up going down to checkmate. With Ziad alive, same with Landon. This isn't a one fight from Virtus Pro. They have to back off. Vestola landed a good flux. Fixer picked up the kills, but now they've got no staying power on this point.
Man, that was really rough because Virtus Pro, like, they invested 4 ultimates there, and it felt like sort of a mismatch in terms of anti-synergy with a lot of those ults. You call that the grab flux and how that actually did put a little bit of difficulty for Jaewoo to be able to slice that blade. And Vasola's going to come back out on the Zarya after using the gravitic flux. All they have is the rush, but at least they can get out of the door with that.
Oh, checkmate. Does manage to burrow in time. I am telling you, that perk is OP. 300% increased cooldown rate. Like, it's ridiculous. Lead still for VP, only slightly, though. That won't be for long.
Alcatia is just biding their time. Tectonic Shock, not quite what they wanted it to be, but they're waiting for the bubbles to be down from Vestola before they go in.
Yeah, Vestola, though, just pure, unadulterated aggression. And Ziad just stays there too long. And then Vestola just feasts on the mech. Still pretty low, though, as Checkmate tries to jump on in, but there's the bubble, refreshed. And an easy kill for Gala. Oh,
that's
almost
gross.
led to a mech. That was close.
Oh, that's so gross. Look at Vestola has so much charge. Hasn't picked a perk yet, though. Wait, oh, there it is. Okay. I was wondering, and then it did come through. Jump ups, so you've got the secondary fires, self knockback increased by 75%. So Vistola actually becomes a bouncy ball. You know, you can actually get up to high ground so much better with that increased knockback. And you also create a lot more distance between yourself and maybe some of these more divey heroes like this Checkmate Venture. They get the lead again, very close to the checkpoint as well, but we do see a contest.
Oh, good grab though. Look at that.
Oh my
Haku,
God.
10% away. And unfortunately, life cut a little bit shorter than he wanted. That blade too from Jwoo completely split the team. Good grab from Vistola, and that will be checkpoint for Virtus Pro. Yeah, the jump ups, Rose, I think really well said there. Just getting up to the high ground, so nice. I'm sure Vistola will show us that in a bit.
Really good for the mobility, but I think as well, you are just no fear against some of these more like boop comps. I think OWCS is basically playing that in full. But let's see the overclock from Shockwave.
Wow, actually falls to the sound barrier. Kasuna Rush ends up connecting too with his front line. Ziad is just way overstayed. Is welcome. Self-destruct deployed. A lot of free energy there for Vistola as he bubbles himself. Showave's kind of hunting Labda there, who is, you know, in the skies, but as soon as that rush comes out, you can't stay around for long. And this lead is only going to extend. And if VP can get this bot to up to this corner, OWCS are going to have a tough time in this map because Vistola is farming the front line, to say the very least.
So high charge and going to have another Graviton surge up soon. Gel unfortunately not able to Swift step away, but it doesn't matter when the rest of Virtus Pro is still absolutely wrecking OWCS right now. Vistola very close to a grab again, it's just 10% away, and maybe even get the sound barrier here. Tectonic Shock from Checkmate might be able to stall the bot a little bit. You can also just disengage from that with his speed, amp it up.
Just feels like you can't win against the high energy Zarya. Graviton Surge launched
and fire stuck
it again. And Haku with no beats, no defensive ultimate. Yeah, Vistola's eating him for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. No scraps left on the plate. VP, I mean, this is looking like a full cap, Rose, like, straight up. Like, what can they really do? They've got WBSL, they can run out the gate, but they're instantly gonna die.
The blade from Jwoo. Jwoo hits the blade already. Now Fixa lays the beat, and unkillable Genji.
Yep, Haku dead, takes to the skies, doesn't hit the Farah. Farah thrusts his way, Checkmate dies with ult, bot a couple of meters away. The barrage comes in and you can move now, but you moved straight towards Jwoo, reflects those rockets straight back at your face.
And Jwoo is still going after some of these smaller targets because Ziad did get demeched, and now that was the last bastion of hope. Full cap for Virtus Pro. Jack Seravoso was just a blip on the radar. This is the Virtus Pro that 91% of chat voted for.
Yeah, as soon as we saw Vistola switch to Zarya, it was like, okay, it's kind of over, I think. Like, look, they had the Zarya ban against them a minute ago, and you stick on the Diva, it's almost, it's hard for Ziad, right? Because you're like, okay, I want to switch. There's no Ram to switch to, which would have been a really nice pick against the Zarya. Okay, do we switch to Malga? Do we switch to something else? Because Vistola was unkillable. Unkilled, I think, on the Zarya. Like, just walked forward, bubbled everybody as soon as Checkmate jumped on them, and then you have 100 plus energy, you know? He's overcapping on the energy. Like, it's a very tough spot to land yourself in, and it came down to the bans. That Ramatra being banned away from Ziad. Felt like Diva was still the best option, but Vistola, it really did make that game look easy at the end.
Now again, hero choice, like the hero bans and map choices, going to be very important in this match. Seravoso OWCS did have the better strategy with that. Now we see how that shoe is on the other foot with Virtus Pro. I cannot believe how many times Vistola also just got Labda within that Graviton surge. Like, not a hero that you ever expect to be low enough to the ground to actually get pulled into that black hole. But unfortunately, like, it can't unleash the barrage.
It was cool. I like moving barrage, but yeah, when there's a Genji right next to you deflecting the rockets back, it feels pretty bad. It's quite a cool perk on the Farah. I'm interested to see if Graviton Crush ever gets chosen, because that's the one I saw from all the Zaryas that I played against over the last few days, and from what I've seen as well, because the percent damage is ridiculous on tanks. Although in that matchup, you're not grabbing the tank, you're just grabbing the backline, but still the additional damage is just so good. But the jump ups, getting to the high ground, I think Zarya's got a lot of room to kind of choose what she wants, whereas some heroes currently, it's like, okay, this is definitely the better one. Anyway, let's get back into the series. I mean, OWCS now rose. Route 66 is going to be the map pick. Map number 4, guaranteed here. Will we see a map number 5? Can they just clutch it out on this one? Because push did not look close as soon as we saw the swap up.
No, it really didn't. You can't ban out the Zarya again either, so Virtus Pro has that as an option heading into the remaining parts of the series. Route 66, I think it can be a little bit harder. I think you would like to have a shield instead, so maybe we do see Sigma once again for Vestola. You could also just run D.Va on both sides. I think that's also very fine. Vestola also has a great D.Va. Ziad looks fantastic on the D.Va, so we could just go for sort of a dive variation of these teams too.
Yeah, I think there's a very good possibility we see that. Ramatra obviously can't be banned here on the side of OWCS at least, or on the side of VP at least. Looks like OWCS are going to ban Sigma, and then Pharah banned from for Virtus
Fair
Pro.
enough.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, so that's going to leave the skies a little bit more empty. Haven't seen Echo yet. A little shocked in that one. We'll have to see if Echo rears her head in this series too. I thought the Echo perks were pretty decent. The duplication of allies is quite cool. I've seen a lot more like enhanced duplication though, where during the duplicate, your clone's first ult extends the duplicate's duration by 3 seconds. So you're just prolonging that and maybe even getting your chance to get a second ultimate online, which is very disgusting. And then full salvo is the other one that I've been seeing as the major perk. But Echo's fairly decent on this map. And without Sigma, I wouldn't be too surprised if we do see it at least going into the playoffs.
There's certainly some room for Echo to find a spot in this meta, but I think for both these teams, I would be really surprised to see the Echo come out here, especially on Route 66, where there's just so much open space you're flying around in. Makes you such an easier target, especially if you've got Labda on one side or Shockwave on another, just to try to take you out with a Sojourn charge railgun shot. I don't think the Echo stands a chance.
Yeah, Sojourn pretty good against Echo, funnily enough. Yeah. And especially with how the series and like the meta's drawn out, Sojourn's still like just up there in terms of DPS. The forums would have you believe that Widow's actually the best character in the game, but Sojourn is a little better. A little better.
The forums or your personal experience, Josh?
No, the forums. I love
I'm
Widow. Look, I don't mind Widow at all, bro. I love playing Widows. It's honestly one of the most fun picks. It's unfortunate that you can't play her on every single map. That's why I've been trying to like get more on Ashe, more playtime on Sojourn too. But
yeah, but you need to learn non-hit scan heroes. That is your fault.
Torb's not a hit scan hero.
Oh yeah, I can't. I guess.
Okay,
but,
his turret's hit scan.
You have like, yeah, like you have a turret that's just like making up for your projectile.
Yeah, and I just sit in one spot on AFK. AFK strats the best on Torb. It's great. It's a good way to play the game. And then you get level 3 turret. It's good.
Yeah, you just become prop hunt.
Yeah, exactly. It might see Torb here as well, because we saw Torb banned throughout the series so far. So that could be another possibility for both teams. Virtus Pro still on top of EMEA. They've still not lost a series. They've lost their second map. Yes, they've lost another Suravasa, but OWCS, they got to really get their head in the game now for this next one. Plus 14 for VP. And OWCS, they're still 4-2, so the likelihood of them being 5th, 6th, which is where you don't want to be, is very, very slim. Slim to none almost of getting there. So they're still pretty confident in the fact that they're not going to be placed directly into the lower bracket when we go to playoffs.
Absolutely. And taking a look at where OWCS is in terms of their map win-loss as well, sitting at +2, and taking a map off of Virtus Pro, like you put yourself at the highest possible 4-3, I think, out of all of these teams, unless something wild happens with a Team Peps match or even like the final Twisted Minds match of the stage. So I think OWCS should be feeling very good about landing themselves in a 3rd or 4th place spot.
Right, we're going to quickly give the players another couple of extra minutes. We're going to jump to a quick break, just a little halftime here before we get into Route 66. Hey, I'll even leave you with the fish tank. How about that, huh? We'll see you in a sec. All right, welcome back. Jumping into Route 66, a small audio issue there on one of the team's sides. So we sorted that out, but we're ready to rock and roll. 4th map. Virtus Pro. Can they lose another map, Rose? Can they go to a map number 5? Is OWCS, are they going to be able to stand up to EMEA's best? It was already locked their place in the top 4. We'll have to wait and see. So we see Virtus Pro running out with what we kind of expected. Without the Sigma as well. Festola on D.Va, and then Jwoo, Genji, Shockwave on the Soj.
Very standard stuff coming out from Virtus Pro. It would surprised me a lot. Maybe if we ended up seeing something different. I think if anything, if you go towards the back half of this map, maybe we see Festola actually go over to something like the Sigma. Oh, can't. Just kidding. It's banned. The Zarya, sorry, on like the latter points of the map, and maybe we even see a Baptiste or an Olari come out from Gala. But for now, if you are expecting OWCS to come out of the gates with something similar, I think it's great that you've decided to match that right away. And in fact, we see a mirror as OWCS come out of those attack spawns.
Yeah, VP are opting for a close hold as well. Going for a little hold on the train cars. So they can actually last. That is the big question. Jwoo's super low. Looks like Chainmate going over to Torbjorn for going the Genji. Nice to kind of break in the spawn holds. A bit of extra like damage, DPS coming through from the turret can be sometimes what you need. Shockwave dead though for VP. Okay, here you go. Not going to survive too much longer anymore. As all your damage is pretty much gone.
I like the Torbjorn check here as well for Checkmate because you now have something that's going to deny the flanks that Jwoo would like to be able to get, and Route 66 is full of those. It's why we've classically seen things like Tracer, Genji, Sombra as main staples as DPS on maps like this. And so Checkmate now, you can just put the turret like under like railway area, like look at mines here too. Makes it so much tougher as well for just Shockwave to step up to the plate.
Choi trying to find an off angle right now. Quickly checked though by Ziad. Although the Meg not looking too healthy right now, and OWCS just in the in big Earls currently, but Festola dying. It's not good. Virtus Pro just keep getting picked off. And this is a weird spot for VP to be in as well. Like, this rush is going to win this fight real fast. Obviously, you're not going to use any ults, you don't have any, but you being that split and then your tank dying, it's like, we have to commit and we're going to lose pretty quick. But at least you got the rush out. You can thank yourself for that, I suppose, as Virtus Pro not going to be able to get this forward push either now. They're going to have this high ground taken away from them.
And Jwoo just came out of spawn. I think you're also all the way back at the... Yeah, you're pretty far back as well, so plenty of time for these doors to open and the payload to get past that point as Jwoo finally makes it back to the fight. Katsune Rush for Gala does give them an opportunity to close the distance here, but can't stall too long. OWCS are very close to double DPS ults.
That's a very early Suzu from Gala there, fearing Ziad a little bit. I'm just in a weird spot. I mean, trying to take these stairs is going to be nice for OWCS if they can do it, but Landon's the first to fall. I'd imagine that was probably a railgun shot from somebody. Well, I say somebody. Shockwave is the only one with a railgun.
Oh.
Good kills.
Good stuff there from Virtus Pro. I mean, Festola having to use the D-Mech there, honestly, kind of fine. You still have 4 ultimates left. So that is
has no
so
crosshair.
nice.
Sorry to interrupt, but Festola has no crosshair.
Are you sure about that?
Whether that's a spectator bug or Festola just Giga Chad with the D.Va no crosshair, I'm not sure, but insane stuff. Molten Quarter clears some space. Here comes the rush. They saved it from last fight. So they're going to go in pretty aggro. Still holding these doors pretty easily for the time being. But now OWCS have got a whole slate of ults to use and throw in.
But look at all the answers that Virtus Pro have as well. Katsune Rush from Landon. Everybody's very low though, so Haku has to use the sound barrier.
Yeah, Lebeat's going to come in. Jwoo's pulled that blade already and now going to separate the team. Checkmate in a whole lot of trouble. Was forcing that mega health back room, but now Lab just trying to settle the score. And he does. Jwoo just evaporates in front of him. And there go the D.Va mechs and the pilots. Okay. OWCS, can they stay alive? Because this fight is rather scrappy. They need Ziad to get back into mech. Shockwave, boot high in the sky. Doesn't go down to the self-destruct, but pretty low. 39 HP in a dream as he goes back to the points. As Fixer not quite quick enough to try and save his Sojourn. Looks like Carla and himself are going to try and get out, or at least reposition.
Yeah, they're going to be okay here. Shockwave also still has the overclock to throw at this fight. The positioning is going to feel a little bit awkward just because of how close the payload is getting, but doesn't mean it's impossible. And poor Fixer.
Well, Shockwave used the overclock to actually get out of the caves. Forces a rotation here from Alcatia. Lab trying to step up to the plate. Doesn't end up getting headshot there by Shockwave, who's now, once again, in this cave spot. So actually getting an angle on the front line of Alcatia is going to be very difficult. Vestola and Fixer playing under the point right now. However, look at the collapse coming through from Alcatia. A double teleport from Landon to get in and out. Checkmate's turret picks up one. So he's still got that going for him, I suppose. At least Sojourn's not finding too much. It's all of these tanks is trying to force positioning, and eventually Alcatia, and what was a rather split fight from everybody, capped the point with 3 minutes to spare.
I think the turret actually hurted a lot of people as well. Did you notice how that turret had full sights locked onto the hidey hole that Shockwave and Gala were trying to play from? It was perfect, and then you also just had great crossfire for when Ziad eventually ended up pushing everybody out into that open space as well. So despite the fact that Checkmate did go down, that turret was still up and alive to keep dishing out that damage, and now you've got the rush here.
Yeah, rushes. Oh, Checkmate 16 HP, dodges back. Molten Core in hand. Vestola just playing on the front line, especially with this Matrix can survive a fair while, but Shockwave's the first to die. Alcatia really making their mark on Route 66. Vestola unable to get any kills, just anything done. They trade for Haku, but whatever. Lucio's going to come back in a blink of an eye, and Alcatia just continue this snowball.
Felt like the train hasn't really stopped just yet. And they still have double DPS ults, the sound barrier as well once Haku comes back. Virtus Pro do have the respawn advantage here, and it can be tough sometimes for teams to get over the line, but double overclock, so something could happen.
Yeah, sound barrier as well, both flung in. Same with Jay-Woo's blade. That's a lot of reflected damage actually onto Ziad's mech. Can he get the D-suit? Dashes to the health pack, refills the health bar, and there it is. Okay, Vestola with the assist.
Oh, and the deflect there onto Ziad. Just trying to get maybe even a bit of a stagger, but I think it's safer to just try to get that D.Va out. Minute and 20 seconds left for Virtus Pro to just hold strong on this defense and stop Alcatia from getting the full cap. But a lockout used in that last fight. Double DPS ults now off the board for Virtus Pro. They only have this remech from Vestola as Checkmate with the Tor Bolt here. You could just put Molten Core all over the point and just force everyone back. And Lenon's actually not too far behind from the Kitsune Rush either.
Holy Giga Chair, look at him go. Just healing the turret against the other one. All right. It's eventually going to die. There it is. Level 3 turret was popped, but sadly, we didn't see too much of that one. All right, Checkmate on this mega health pack. Still a very split fight. However, this D-suit's going to be good. Vestola pretty low. Got that over health, though, from the Pug. Doesn't get taken out by Checkmate, but still does a fair amount of damage to that mech, that new one. And now, once again, Vestola's on the wrong side of this fight. Ladder still goes down. Some of this Molten Core, well, I think one or two of them got eaten there by Vestola, but that's really about it. Jay with Fixer also down as Alcatia making their final push with 20 seconds to go. But with losing Landon, actually, VP end up coming up with a couple of late kills.
They're going back to spawn just to regroup with Haku. Haku's so close to getting that sound barrier. That could just be what ends up being able to get this payload over the line. But Vestola is holding those front doors. Doesn't want anybody from Alcatia to be able to get in for the touch. As Young is so low being able to get that done.
Touch comes in, sound barrier matched with the rush, and now Shockwave and Jay-Woo have got ults. Blade pulled, and the overclock. Both of them will seal it. Okay, Alcatia getting to second, past second point, almost to third. You'll take that, honestly. Against a team like VP, you can really just take what you're given.
So much momentum. Absolute, like, slow roll through that first and second point. Very steady progress along the way. And you are so happy with that, I think. Even just like meters away from being able to get to that final little bit of the map too. Alcatia did a great job on that attack. So now it's up to Virtus Pro to match that. And it can be tough. Like, getting to the end of Route 66 can be hard sometimes.
Honestly, get first could be hard. I mean, we've seen first holds on this map already. No,
this stage.
Yeah, exactly. See what our cats here want to run out on defense. Check him out on top again. Yeah, all right. Kind of standard. Of course, Festola could just pivot as well. Just go Zarya. And with that perk too, the Zarya like double jump perk or the jump ups can get high ground super easy. I mean, you can still get high ground if you jump off a payload. But it's going to make it a lot easier for Festola to do that. Ideally, you're not fighting when you've got a single perk. I mean, it takes quite a while, so it probably means if you got your first perk here, it feels a little bad. We'll see if Festola ends up pivoting, because that's exactly how they ended up winning Survivasa was, hey, we'll play Zarya now, and you lose. It's, yeah, not Survivasa, sorry. Esperanza. It was a roll after that pick.
I think we could still see the Zarya on like the end of second going into third point. Absolutely. Would end up being, I think, a great choice as well, just in those close corridors of that third point. But for now, you got to break through this spawn hold. And OWCS are already getting pushed to the edge.
See how long they can survive. It was about a minute or so for the Virtus Pro on their defense. That's a lot of neutral damage actually onto Landon. Good the accuracy with the Shurikens from Chewu is pretty insane. Wow, Festola gets demate though. That's not good. Quick jump off the map though. Get a quick respawn, get a quick mech back.
Oh, Chewu
I think suffer the same fate. Yeah, goodbye.
Ooh. Landon's been so good with these Suzus though, just being able to hold them and knowing how to play patiently with that. Like, he ended up getting really low, but still kind of trusting in Haku to make sure that he was going to be healthy enough, and then saving the Suzu for a really impactful moment. Does it again. Landon also has to swift step away, but we still see this close spawn hold. And it's going to get even harder here for Virtus Pro as we start to build up to ultimates here. Landon trailing Gala just a little bit, so I like the big backup here, especially because Zia got demeched.
Yeah, Labter as well went down in that previous fight, so was coming back from spawn. Surprised our cats here able to hold on for this long, to be very honest with you. Shockwave did die, but it's all good. Team kill, 2.5 minutes, so a little bit of a longer first hold or spawn hold from OWCS.
OWCS still get this, I think, high ground as well. You just get a little bit more space, but I like that Festola says, hey, actually, maybe I'll try to contest the space away from you. It makes it a little bit harder for Labda to be able to get set up on that high ground. You have to play a little bit more towards that canyon. Double rush.
Personal high ground too. There's massive sound barrier. They're just going to go in. They're going to try and get Fixer. Gets the sound barrier off in time though, but here comes the blade. Oh, swinging so fast. The flurry of strikes there, taking down Labda. All right, that'll be first point cracked wide open. Self-destruct used there from Ziad. Not, I would say, a little bit of a mistake. You're not going to be able to have that back. Plus, yeah, you're going to get a little staggered here, booped away from the payload, but a quick jump off the map should be enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think you donated over a ton of ult charge as well, like getting back into mech, and Virtus Pro are so happy with that. I know it doesn't amount to a whole lot at the end of the day, but it's still more than nothing. And Ziad, like, just now respawning. Now you don't have that critical ultimate. You have to rely on both of these DPS ults from Labda and Checkmate, as this payload has already moved through the doors and is continuing to just have that slow roll. Shockwave with the overclock as well. We'll see the dueling overclocks here, I think.
They're just going to go in, try and reclaim some of that space that they lost. Shockwave super low, slides into the Mega Health Pack room. I heard the Suzu go off there just to save Shockwave's life. Getting shots off at Labda. Couple of traded, but no initial kills. That turret in an annoying spot too behind those bikes. Looks like Shockwave has spotted it out, just trying to kill it. But he's getting matrixed. Okay, there we go. It does go down in the end.
Amazing. Oh, Ziad is getting so low and just has to back off as this Kasune Rush comes out from Gala.
Yeah, self-destruct though used from Festola. Saved that one for that last fight. It's the boot from Fixer. Sends Checkmate off the edge of the map. They're fighting on top of gas station right now. But look at this. But
oh,
what is
Landon,
that? No,
Landon, no!
Oh, Landon. Oh, the wall climb must have failed. Or must have got one instance of it and then ended up falling off the map. Oh, Landon, rest in peace.
That's so sad.
Luckily though, they got Festola's mech, so they weren't able to push off of that.
Yeah, but still, oh my gosh, a clutch observer moment to be able to capture that.
Landon.
In 4K, unlucky. Landon though comes back. Don't worry, with the Kitsune Rush as well, so you're set up for this defense if you're OWCS. And only 2 minutes and 20 seconds left here for Virtus Pro as they get stopped at these buildings.
Yeah, it's very much coming down to the wire right now. And this is going to just delay some more as well. This Molten Core at all of the entrances. Can they kill Gala here? Yeah, they can. They just run him down. No TP, no Swift Step for Gala. So this is a full reset from Virtus Pro now, as OWCS have gained all that space that they lost initially from Ziad dying late on first.
Big disengage. Fixa can send them back in with the sound barrier, though. All of that overhealth gonna be so nice to have versus his rush from Landon. But Haku's gonna have the later beat. Doesn't have it online yet, so if he can stay alive, then that's a great thing to throw into this fight as well.
Deflect use from Jaywoo. Blade coming up in 3%. Now they swatted out Ziad. Self-destruct available though. So will be instantly used. Oh, Jaywoo dies to disrupt shot. He didn't see it beneath his feet as he was jumping up to the high ground. This is disaster for Virtus Pro. And OWCS don't need to use ults at all. So that was basically a free fight. They ended up using Remake to get the mech back, but ooh, nice little Spidey turret too.
See? Perfect. If you can't hit it behind the wall, you just take so much damage. I love it.
Just one more annoying thing to look at, basically.
Final fight, though, it looks like here for Virtus Pro on the second point. They only have the sound barrier, and they do have the double DPS ult, but Jaywoo's gonna have to let this blade loose.
Oh, well, it doesn't want to mess with the overclock, though. Sound barriers, both sides, end up connecting. Labda almost sent off the edge, just narrowly escaping with his life. Double slides. Back to a safe position. No one's dead just yet, but Gala lets down a late rush for VP. This has to be the fight that they win. 30 seconds to go, but they've already lost Shockwave to Labda. And here comes the push. The blade pulled from Jaywoo has already found one kill. Make that a second. DPS down. Virtus Pro nearing OT as the payload is going to be stalled out for another few seconds here from OWCS.
Big is like just this payload stopping as the Ziad ends up getting another bit of stall there, and so it brings us into this territory where this payload, it has to be fought over at the end of the second point. Vesola does have the extra remech chance here with that Diva Bomb active, and there's no ultimates here from OWCS, so hopefully just having this extra space is going to allow Virtus Pro to extend their life in this map, but it's looking very tough.
Vesola just trying his hardest right now to split OWCS as they try and touch, but also try and get out of this corridor. Spells the Lucio. Semnon's pretty low. Checkmate dead though. One up. 5v4 on the point. Make that a 4-on-4. A D-Mech on to Ziaz. Self-destruct used. Nice Suzu there too from Gala to stop people going down to it, but Jaywoo is dead. Still Vesola with another life in this fight, but needs kills. They need something. Shockwave finds one. Vesola just launches self-destruct actually onto the point. A Shockwave manages to snipe Haku, who is cowering for cover behind the rock. Ziak with little health and little mech left will mean Vestola and Virtus Pro end up capping this second point. I mean, they're still going to try and go for this, though, by the looks of it. A rush onto the point enables Checkmate to get 2 kills. OT's going to tick down in just a moment. Vestola gets demeched. I may have spoken too soon. Roses OWCS are coming back with a Tracer. Ziad jumps onto the Wrecking Ball now, but it's all Checkmate and all OWCS. Map number 5, here we come.
They did it. OWCS is proving right now that gods can bleed. Virtus Pro has been almost completely undefeated this entirety of the first stage, and every other team it has said, Virtus Pro, they're the team to beat. OWCS right now, I think against a lot of odds, map 5 against Virtus Pro and maybe even able to get a match win. We haven't considered this possibility, Jack. We said it would be amazing if OWCS can take a map, but now they might be looking at taking the series. And so 3rd, 4th place, that might not be on the cards for them. It could be a 2nd place for them, and on the other side of the bracket from Virtus Pro.
Oh, VP, this is not what the audience expected either. 91 or 92% to like 9 or 8%. Like insane stuff. Insane. That single map at the beginning of the beginning of stage 1, it's like, hey, okay, whatever. Let's just quickly sweep through the rest of the competition. It was only against Gen G, the second place team right now. But OWCS, the true underdogs, and what everybody was calling, at least on the broadcast, right? Like, these are the dark horses that have been punching up a lot of the time. This Landon clip as well. Oh, the wall climb.
Poor guy.
That didn't end up connecting. But yeah, what an amazing boost of confidence for OWCS right now. I think everybody's kind of predictions at the very start of stage 1 were that OWCS were going to be a middle of the table team that might have the opportunity to take down some of the top dogs. But right now, they might just take down the best EMEA has to offer. Very close game though. Look at that. 43 to 40 deaths on either side of it. And even when Virtus.pro managed to hold them on that third point, it felt like, well, they're going to be able to get there. And it felt like it was going to be a very close affair. But that clutch rush at the end, and even Vestola staying alive for that long, and I called it. I was like, look, Shockwave just killed 3. Vestola's got a remake. Like, this is a surefire win for Virtus.pro. But OWCS just fighting them down and dirty in the mud, and them coming up with a map 5. This is a series. We got a real big series on our hands, Rose. Where do you expect to go here if you're OWCS? And where do you expect VP? Oh, sorry, for Virtus.pro, sorry, because they're choosing the map. But where do you expect they're going to ban too? What is the biggest problem for them, do you think they're facing currently?
It's so tough because we're back in the rotation of all maps. Like, I think it's very likely we go to another control map. That's where Virtus.pro was able to kind of get like the semi-map reverse sweep on Samoa. So maybe we go to Lijiang Tower this time around. Do you like your chances on that map? Can you play Zarya? Because that was banned out already in the series. And honestly, when it comes down to the hero bans, we've banned out, I think, all of the big gun things. If anything, though, Virtus.pro, maybe they ban out Sojourn. Maybe they ban out the Sojourn. Labda can't play Sojourn anymore, and we've seen what can happen to OWCS when Labda is forced to play Tracer, or even just like if we go to a map that Pharah is not good for and you ban out the Sojourn, Shockwave can play anything else. I don't think you care too much about that ban yourself.
Yeah, and you can just play the Ashe, which he's done before. So looks like Virtus.pro are going to take us to Dorado. Okay, bit of a slower map here if you want to play Poke, which Virtus.pro love to do. But on the other side of things, you can play Dive. Very heavy Dive map, especially on that second point. So we'll see where both teams want to pivot in terms of bans. Because I think you're right. Maybe a Sojourn ban here would be pretty decent for Virtus.pro. Then you have Shockwave and Ashe. Like, okay, cool. Or like you can even play Widow if you really wanted to. Let's have a look. Torbjorn ban for Virtus.pro. Brig for OWCS.
Fair enough. I mean, Checkmate has also been playing a lot of Torbjorn. I think the Torbjorn has been just really annoying to have to deal with. We saw that firsthand on Dorado, on Route 66. So now looking at Dorado, now that's going to be something that is off the cards. You don't have to worry about that too much. And the Brig as well, I guess if you want to play Dive and you are expecting that Brig might be a part of that support lineup for Virtus.pro, that's also something that you don't have to worry about too.
Gives an opportunity to run Sigma as well. I want to see how it's going to fare. With the Brig, it's like, that kind of sucks for VP because you want to play Brig in that comp. So you can, if you really want to hard pivot, you can go Zen. I think that's a bad option either if you really want to just stick it to him. Yeah, without a Sojourn ban, you've got to expect Labs going to rock that. See how OWCS on their defense. Map number 5. Unexpected to say the very least, and they're just going to roll with the tried and true, the real tested composition. This Diva, Labda on Soj, and then Checkmate on Genji. And this is what they found success with before, so just keep running it back. If Virtus.pro want to match him, I got to be a little bit scared for them. I feel like at this current moment in time, maybe you pivot to something else. But Zari is just not that good on this map. Even with that perk that gets you extra height on the jump, like, it's still not as good as something like a Diva or a Winston, something that can get to those high grounds instantly.
Think about how long it also takes for you to actually level up to get to that perk in the first hand. So I think just having the immediate mobility with those Diva boosters does feel a lot better. So I don't know, we'll see how this goes. It's gonna be another mirror match between these teams. Both Checkmate and Jwoo very comfortable to try to lean in on the Genji, but Virtus.pro has got to make these dives look clean. There's no Brig to have to worry about, but you still gotta worry about this DPS on the lineup there for Checkmate and Labda.
Yeah, real superstar Labda. It's been stage 1. Oh, Vestola, yeah, you got to check him. You got to take this high ground away from him. Bit easy to, a little bit more accessible now. The defensive high ground with that with the lift on the left-hand side of this building here. Good demech though on Ziad. Looks like they're just going to try and just trade their bodies for time on the points. They're going to go for a full reset. Yeah, just everybody inting onto the point. Virtus.pro do get a team kill, but that does mean OWCS are going to be able to regroup as 5. It wasn't messy, so they can just go again. They can get another chance to stop.
Full team of 5, and right there by the doors, if OWCS do win this fight, Virtus.pro are gonna have some trouble being able to get back to this midpoint, but it is just a clean fight. There's no ultimates yet.
Wow, Labs are going down first. Okay, good stuff from Checkmate. I manages to get out too with that reset dash onto Fixer. Holding down the fort now are OWCS. Checkmate obviously in no man's land, so Vestola cleanly picking up the kill on the Genji. And now what does Ziad do? He's going to be the main damage for the team. Ziad and Vestola basically trading blow for blow, just killing each other's Kirikos and killing each other's DPS. Like, it's all Ziad and Vestola right now. Vestola is pretty low. Same with Ziad, but Ziad that gets demech first.
You know that's the name of the game for these divas, though. They want to be going after those supports, those DPS. That's how they're really going to break these team fights open for their squad, while also still keeping in mind the responsibility that they do have to peel every once in a while, just in case. But you'll see how much space actually Vestola and Ziad are kind of weaving across with those boosters. I'd love to know how many meters they actually move in every single map, if we could actually track that at some point. But anyway, 5 ultimates for Virtus.pro. They've got the pick of the litter with what they choose to throw in this fight.
Looks like OWCS are going to try and force the issue as they just try and dive in on the back line. Shockwave sliding all the way back, using the overclock. That's a large chunk taken out of Ziad's mech. Needs some desperate repair right now. Here comes the rush from OWCS. Still VP playing this very slow, very patient. Have not burnt another ult. They're going to have to now with this self-destruct, which is launched high in the sky. Jaewoo just battling on this high ground against the Sojourn. It's a scrappy affair so far, but it's all going to favor VP, who have once again taking these fights very slow, taking every ult that OWCS throw at them one by one, and their patience is paying off.
Still have the blade, they have the sound barrier as well, and look at how much progress they've been able to make with this payload. And just having that blade with the sound barrier, very survivable Genji here. You can match that if you're OWCS, and you also have the overclock that Shockwave used in that last fight, so Labda does have a bit of an edge with that. And Jaewoo is dead. Perfect time.
Checkmate hoping to force out the sound barrier from Fixer with this blade, but don't think they're even going to attempt to stay in this fight with Jaewoo dead, who would have been a big component to winning this fight, especially with this with the Dragon Blade. 2 and a bit minutes, so we'll call it 3 for Virtus.pro. Go for a reset.
That's so smart, though. Don't invest anything else into a fight that you know that you've already lost. Dragon Blade, it's hard to actually match that unless you want to invest your own ults. But now you've actually given yourself the opportunity with this big time bank. Maybe take another eco fight here, force out Haku's sound barrier, or maybe even get into a position where you know you're the only one that has a sound barrier now, and you just have to deal with Labda, even bully him off of the high ground or something. So I like that Jaewoo is starting to set up here, but he's got surprise.
Jaewoo almost got one shot
No
there.
way.
The blade at what? 30 HP? Luckily receives the sound barrier in time. Checkmate dead. Checkmate almost killed Jaewoo there just with a 1 combo. Labda ends up killing 2 though. Double kill for the Sojourn. Payload still moving for Virtus.pro, slowly but surely, and Labda on and off angle. Fixer trying to chow, but yeah, ends up going down. Ziad is going to be there for the backup. And that is a D-suit onto Vestola. Don't kill Vestola here. Stagger, stagger, stagger. Very few places to actually jump off the map. So this is going to be a big lot of time off the time bank for VP.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, they even do Shockwave again. What? They're just going all the way to spawn. Okay, sure, why not? 1 minute and 40 seconds, Rose.
Well, you don't have Vestola soak up so much of that damage, so I think that was a great play to make. And yeah, we had 3 minutes prior to that fight happening, and now we only have 1 minute and 30. Half of that time bank is gone. And Virtus.pro back at this kind of next turn in the ultimate rotation. They got the rush as well as their own overclock, and Labda just used it. So maybe this is going to be the edge that they need, the edge they were hoping for.
Wow, they're going to use this rush on the high ground, and Vestola's mech is just destroyed. Self-destruct launched in, and Shockwave just holding down this angle too on the low ground. He's going to shoot Ziad a few times in the side, but that's about it. Ampit to get to the point as Virtus Pro try and get under here and lay down a rush of their own. Very beneficial now, all over the point. So it's up to OWCS to try and stop or wait this out. Looks like they're going to choose to wait for the time being. They've got a little bit of time before the payload does end up getting there. 3 meters, 4 meters to go, now only 2. And the sound barrier for Haku might be the tool that they need. And look at the rush onto Virtus Pro's backline. Shockwave trying to slide away, but the speed and the momentum from OWCS, and this 30-second time back now for VP is going to look like no time at all, as Vestola has to jump off the edge to get the reset because they're in OT territory with only Fixer here to touch. Vestola not getting that spawn wave rose is going to cost them big.
It's not looking good here for Virtus Pro to capture this second point because Vestola now just getting out of spawn. And Fixa is already getting caught between a Diva and
oh, what a body block. What a body block from OWCS. The dash comes onto the point, but it is JWoo without a blade, without a hope, without a life. They got nothing. Dragon Blade pops from Checkmate, and that's it. They're going to get halted there. OWCS holding VP on second point. A very winnable spot for the team. The underdogs coming into today's series. Virtus Pro on the ropes, Rose. Gods can definitely bleed.
Wow, I do see OWCS with a strong win condition in this map. Especially if they can just kind of keep this pressure mounting on Virtus Pro, really pushing them and testing them. This is the first team that we've seen, I think, really make Virtus Pro struggle. If Virtus Pro can get the defense here, like, amazing, but I think right now OWCS have the upper hand. Labda is hitting all of the Sojourn shots. The off angles that he was taking on that second point just made it difficult for Virtus Pro to actually go in and get that full, clean team fight. And we're even going to see Virtus Pro abandon the Diva, go to Hazard for the defense here.
Because they want to be more aggro. Hazard, obviously, can easily take the high ground with a Violent Leap. He can clamber on walls too. So the high ground, a little bit more accessible than something like a Zarya. But here we go, OWCS, they're going to run with this again. They're not going to change their comp. Too confident right now. Confident in the fact that they've taken 2 maps off of Virtus Pro, who coming into today had only lost 1, and that was at the start of stage 1 against Gen G.
OWCS coming out of the spawn room doors too. If they feel like this comp is something that they can counter team, they've got the spawns right at their backs. They could go through and make some quick hero swaps. But you're right. Confidence where confidence is due. They've earned it. And poor Vestola is getting just collapsed on by this team.
Nice play though from JWoo there. Jumps straight in front of Vestola, use that deflect to stop all that damage connecting, and even gets a couple of kills for his trouble. That was a really nice play by JWoo.
JWoo 50% towards Blade already. That might be one of the first ultimates we see on the second round. Yeah, like absolutely so much. Sending all of those Diva rockets right back into Ziad's face. As we see the respawns come through, Ziad and Haku are going to try their hand again at just sticking to the Diva and the Lucio. But I love that JWoo is just on top of the buildings right now and just constantly turning his head to see where OWCS are going to make their next move from.
Good boop. Yeah, look at that. Shockwave not granted all that space, and oh no, JWoo's deflect wasn't there this time for Vestola. Fixer dead as well. Okay, spawn hold broken. Decent time off the bank though. Another clean team fight is going to be awarded to VP, who now switches over to Diva. No more Hazard. They're just trying to match him.
I do like the Hazard though for the close spawn hold, because you at that point have now actually probably guaranteed yourself sort of like 2 contests, one at the middle of the map if you can step up to the plate fast enough, and then one again at the end. But Gala has that Kitsune rush to help them get there.
Here comes the blade though. That very early damage and early reflect coming through from JWoo, really paying off dividends for the entirety of VP. But the trades aren't clean. JWoo does end up getting 2, but here comes a remake from Ziad. Ziad and Haku versus JWoo, Vestola, and Fixer. but Vestola's mech does end up dying. So Virtus Pro on the back foot in terms of a tank health pool, but as Jwoo is still alive and kicking, and you best believe he's still getting kills. A minute and 55 to go. OWCS, their offense quickly regrouping.
And Ziad is still here in mech, and Vestola is just now coming back from spawn. Has to go for the sound mirror. Oh my god, Fixa, that was close. That
was very close. Checkmate, though, in disguise. Good snipe from Shockwave. Even better boot there from Fixa. That 15% extra boot and power from that perk really paying off. Okay, Virtus Pro with a minute and 30, still holding on to this 3rd point. And they can now stagger the Baby Diva. Oh, dear.
Ooh.
Good stagger. That was needed too.
Perfect.
Because they did end up losing Vestola to that fight. So they needed that stagger in order for Vestola to get back so they can be at full fighting force.
Exactly. And look at how much time Virtus Pro have actually eaten off of the clock as well. Only a minute remaining. And look at how much that close spawn hold is paying off here, because they are able to set up in this courtyard for another chance. Shockwave also first up with this overclock.
Yeah, Labs is going to maybe do him one better. That's a lot of shots on Ziad's mech. Has to get back to the rest of the team. A little bit of collat damage there on Landon and Haku. Blade's going to get popped though from Checkmate, and they've got very little answers to it too. The deflect comes in, but no, Fixer with a boom kill. Oh my word. Virtus Pro might have just gone and done it. Ziad's going to go down, and look who's last. It's going to be the Baby Diva. They're going to stagger this guy out for as long as humanly possible, Rose. There's 30 seconds to go.
Oh my goodness. Ziad barely. I think he's going to try to get away. Can't get the next though. Huge stagger now because only 20 seconds remaining. Somebody on OWCS is just gonna have to go in and panic touch. And look at this, Virtus Pro with 3 ultimates as well to stuff them in the doors, Jack.
Ladron Tracer assigned the one to touch the point by the looks of it. Rush available, self-destruct, but they're against a Blade, Bomb, and the Rush from VP. Rushes both used at the same frame, and now Labs are trying to hunt for targets, but Jay will pulls the Blade. Checkmate already gone, and Virtus Pro gonna close this one out as soon as Jay will get some kills. Checkmate Labda going down, 3 on 5 now as the sound barrier from Fixer is gonna be enough. Jay Woo now just cleaning up the stragglers, and they will not be denied their perfect stage, Rose. Not quite a golden one. They've lost maps here, there, and everywhere, but hey, you take that. They are going to be 6-0 after this series as the overtime ticks through. A full hold for VP on Dorado.
What a close series, though, and what an exciting one. The fact that this ended up going to 5 maps is such a pleasant surprise, especially after this first stage that Virtus Pro have had. Now makes me so excited about just what's going to happen in this playoff bracket. And maybe this is enough of a kind of like a, I don't know, a warning signal here, Zoe. Maybe Virtus Pro don't pick us if we're going to be sitting in one of those 3rd or 4th place spots.
Yes, here's the thing. Every other team watching this right now is like taking to their notebooks like, okay, step 1, pick Suravasa. Like, that's a good win condition if you're going up against them. Sample size 2 out of 2, which VP has lost. I'm not quite sure what it is about Suravasa. Maybe it's not really the map. It was just like Checkmate going absolutely nuts on Venture. But yeah, it's really, really cool to see them bleed. It is cool to see them playing it so close. That makes you really excited for the upcoming matches the next 2 days.
Yeah, I think it's exciting for OWCS. Like, yeah. They take 2 maps off of VP, who almost, like, coming into this, you could almost arguably call it the golden stage, the lossless. They did end up losing one map, but OWCS had taken them to 5. Week after week, it's like, okay, are VP going to lose? Are they actually going to lose another map? Are they actually going to get taken to a map 4, map 5?
And
like,
this is OWCS's last match, though,
managed to do it. And exactly. And what a high coming off of that. Like, you are sitting there like, wow, we just took them to a map 5, and it was a close one too. It's not like Dorado was kind of a pushover, like full hold, like fuller hold even, like, you know, up on the spawn doors. It was a good 2nd point hold from them. They end up getting held on first, but 1 kill here, there. They could have walked away with a win. This team is really and truly the dark horse, the underdog of EMEA currently. And it makes me excited going into the playoffs. Who's actually going to want to choose this team as well? Like, hey, like, OWCS, I got a good feeling they're going to make the bracket a little bit light work.
Yeah, also, like, if we're looking at the standings there, thanks to them being able to take 2 maps, that would put them in a really nice position to stay in that top 3-4 slot.
Yes, I think they guaranteed themselves that with those map wins versus Virtus Pro, something that I think everyone was hoping wouldn't happen. So the team Peps of the world could actually really safely secure one of those spots as well. And now I think taking a look at the final 3rd or 4th place spot, because we don't really know where the cards are going to fall quite yet. It's like with just win-loss in general, I think it's going to be really exciting to see who can also secure a top 4. But OWCS for sure, I think with that map differential, sets themselves up nicely to be one of those teams.
Absolutely. We actually have Shockwave standing by now for a quick chat, so let's bring him in. Shockwave, congratulations on the dub. They made you guys work for this one, though. Let's talk about it. Second time this stage, we see you guys actually losing a map. 2, in fact, this time around. Is it Suravasa? Is it Ventures? Is it checkmate on Venture? Or was it the addition of perks or all of the above? Why do you think it looked a little more shaky today?
I actually think the Venture for sure was like a kind of like a curveball. Like that's why we banned it, you know, and like we had some ideas about the Venture and then also the Pharah maybe from them. But yeah, I think the Venture we were kind of stun locked. So yeah, that was a pretty good, I think, just a general good pick from them. But then I will say, like towards the end, like in the mirrors, they were playing pretty good. Like if I'm honest. So just respect to them, honestly, towards the end there.
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, I mean, taking you guys to a map 5, you finally lost another map. Like, you know, you're, I don't know how many is that now. It's like 18-3, I believe. Like something insane. Like you're guaranteed the first seed. You guys are still going to be pretty chill, like moving through the bracket. I'm sure you still are the top dogs. I want to know what your thoughts on how this meta has kind of evolved, because of the addition of perks. Some seem very strong, like Arna seemed very strong, for example. Do you think it's going to shift much in playoffs, or are you still going to kind of see the same thing with the D.Va and the Soj and the Genji?
I think honestly from our experimenting, we've like played some Sim Torp and to me they have like probably some of the best perks, and yeah, I don't know, like I think we could have played it maybe some places or like maybe more today, but these guys kind of have like a Pharah guard, you know, so sometimes that's a bit awkward, but yeah, I don't know, like to be honest, like Genji and Ana and like those heroes haven't really been experimenting too much, because I think Sim Torp, like I don't know, stuff like that, and D.Va is just, it's too strong, but I don't know. Maybe we'll get flabbergasted and shocked again with some random picks in playoffs, you know? So.
Well, with the first seed that you guys have secured with your performance in the first stage, you guys now have the choice of picking either the 3rd place team or the 4th place team. And while we don't really know where those cards are going to fall, assuming that OWCS is up there, do you guys think you would try to pick them for your first match for a rematch? Or is that a team now that you're maybe not so confident against? Maybe you want to stay away from them?
Yeah, I mean, I think, well, we'll see who makes it, right? But probably Peps should be the easiest one, just like off the top of my head, if they go top 4. But yeah, I don't know if we're feeling confident. I don't know. I to be honest, I think on a good day, I think today maybe was the best day, the best showing from us. But I don't know. I don't think anyone should be a threat to us. So yeah, I don't think it should matter too much.
I mean, this is the first time we see you bleed, and it wasn't like an open wound. It was like a bit of a scratch. So, you know, for now, you guys are sitting comfortable on top, and any team will be scared going up against you, I'm pretty sure. Shockwave, once again, congratulations to you and the team, and best of luck in your next game.
Thank you.
Always great to hear from Shockwave. Yeah. I do love that you asked that, Rose. Because quite frankly, like OWCS is like one of the teams, I think even heading into this season, people were just like, yeah, But like Vision
But teams
Esports
didn't
and
wanna screw
Alcatia,
them.
they were exactly.
Like-
it's like the disrespect. But like week after week, I think both the Saudi teams of Alcatia and Vision Esports have like really put themselves on the map. They've shown that they have so much potential, so much firepower. And they made them sweat for this victory today. I mean, obviously, even a top team can have an off day once in a while, but man, this was rough. Let's take a look at our play of the match.
People expected like Ultimates and like Twisted Minds to be up there as well. So yeah, it's really fun to see like this. What feels like a true underdog, like dark horse of the bracket, really like coming through. Vestola being the player of the match. Honestly, yeah, I think you could give it to a lot of people. Vestola is just so consistent on every tag, and yeah, D.Va is quite powerful at the moment, especially with the Genji and the Sojourn. It's so good at denying space, and yeah, Vestola can just kind of play it all. So yeah, no shock to see that being picked up today.
Annoying how talented they are. That's why they're at the top of our standings. Let's take a look once again. Visualize the dubs. There they are, 6-0, almost a golden stage, minus a few map drops, which we will just ignore. You know, we can do that. We have the power.
Yeah.
If it's not on the graphic, it never happened.
Exactly, that's the way I think. I'm not on the graphic, so I never happened either. Like, you know.
That's rough. Wow.
Yeah, I don't know where I was going with that, but you know, it was some kind of joke about me being bad at the game. I'm getting existential in here. It's really hot. It's on my AC.
It's rough out there. It's rough out there. Well, I give you a few minutes to cool down as we're heading into a quick break. And after that, Genji will be taking on Team Pep. So you don't want to miss it. We see you on the other side of this.
Start your climb to OWCS by joining Faceit League. gain competitive experience in weekly Faceit League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/s4.
Welcome back, everyone! We're now going to see the French squad of Team Peps taking on Gen G, which are currently standing in our second cat. I got derailed.
The second cat.
The cat! Sorry. You see cat, mention cats. As simple as that. Them's the rules.
Get it? Ha. Sorry.
Cat. Oh, nice. Can we turn Gen G into a cat? Anything? No.
Well,
they used to be tigers.
Soul Dynasty.
True.
Tiger
Big cats.
Nation.
Tiger Nation.
Big cat, or how my daughter calls them, mean cats.
Meme.
Mean.
Oh, mean. I was like, meme cats. Okay.
Tigers are.
Yeah, because my 2.5-year-old knows what a meme is.
that's why I was like, wow, that's pretty crazy.
She's like, wow, that's, just the child of a millennial. What can you do? Let's take a look at our rosters for this one. I mean, listen, Team Peps, they have to give it their all, especially after OWCS was able to take 2 maps off of BP, because now it's going to be an uphill battle for Team Peps to climb up in the standings and secure that 3rd, 4th spot versus dropping down into the 5th, 6th. But if Team Peps can repeat what we've seen from them last week, with Soon just dominating, they were so good. They were actually good. They were in control. It was
both teams have 2 more matches, and this being obviously one of them. And then Peps have a match tomorrow. Well, both Gen G and Peps have a match tomorrow. Peps is versus Sakura, and then Gen G is up against the Ultimates. So you'd expect Peps to run away with the Sakura game. Sakura haven't looked the strongest in the EMEA region, but the Ultimates might give Gen G a little bit of a run for their money. So there could be some standings implications here. Peps, ideally, they come up with the win, and then they beat Sakura, and then their ranking just goes skyrocketing up. So small implication in terms of who chooses who in playoffs coming forward now.
On the other side, though, we have Gen G that is sitting at the 2nd place spot right now. A win here feels like it would almost secure it for them. And maybe this is the time we get a chance to actually talk about Wrecking Ball's perks and see them in action. Mag has looked so good on the Wrecking Ball here, and just being able to shore up a lot of those big pile drivers with that damage coming through from Top Dragon and Sauna, as well as just that great backbone of a backline in Canale and Crispy. I think we're in for a good treat. Maybe Team Peps can bring it to them, but I think if I had to put a prediction on this match, I think Gen G still has it.
Still looking at the cat, but we also will be looking at the game in just a second. So guys, please walk us through the map set, and of course also our hero bands. Bye, kitty.
Thank you very much, Zoe, and goodbye, cat, for now. We'll have to get, we got a fish cam already. We need to get the cat cam, dog cam, pet cam in general. We can work something out for stage 2, I'm sure. All right, Echo ban for Gen G. Okay, something we don't see all too often is the Echo, let alone an Echo ban. And then Team Peps banning the Mauga. Lijiang Tower, it's going to be the first map.
I feel like we've seen Gen G go for some really interesting bans though in the past, and so maybe this is just a production ban coming out from them. Since Echo really hasn't been that meta, it allows Gen G to really focus on their strengths for this first map and denies Team Peps the ability to actually ban out that DPS. Instead, we see the Mauga ban. This is a hero that Mag has been known for as well, and so I think it does force Mag, especially on something like Control Center, ooh, you don't want to play the Wrecking Ball here. So, is it really a Doomfist lock?
Curious if I's going to run out on this Queen too. I've seen a little bit of Queen, a little bit of mumblings as well about how powerful Queen can be. She does have very good perks. I mean, the refreshing of the wounds is nice. The Carnage Lifesteal one is very good. So let us see how Ice does against this Doomfist from Mag. Top Dragon him on the far as well. So you can kind of see the idea of banning the Echo for Gen G.
Ooh, but Exodial here on the Venture. We've already seen Venture and just how much work it can do onto some of these squishier targets, especially in the hands of somebody like Checkmate. And I think Exodial is certainly one of those players that can do a lot of similar things. But we'll have to see if the Venture can actually just get in and out. Doomfist provides so much disruption. It might be difficult for those Venture shots to land.
Oh, FD God starts this series off though. with a kill onto Kanale. And the comp from Team Peps, it does ideally want to run at somebody and kill them. But on the other side, Gen G, their comp is very hard to actually do that against. It was lucky there that Team Peps managed to find that initial kill on Kanale. Forcing any kind of movement cooldown from Gen G is going to be pivotal to Peps' success. And actually, Rose, we are seeing Mad playing ball. Just swap to it now, off of the Doomfist.
Yeah, and Sana's gonna go over to the Tracer as well. Wrecking Ball is certainly a choice on a map like this. Not impossible, but I think if you want to make sure that you're the best ornament, you do have to actually work up to these perks.
Sweet revenge for Kanale. FD God dead. And now Ice is going to have a real tough time. Bit easier against the Doomfist. The Doomfist can't really win in that 1v1. You are, as the Doom, looking for picks on DPS and supports and whatnot. It might be just be the point too. Although Ice kills Top Dragon of all people, and actually a second. Kanale goes down. Carnage swing connecting.
Team Peps winning out that fight as Ice just shows up big on the Junker Queen. Maybe the Wrecking Ball's still going to be risky to have to run into a situation like this, but I do think that we haven't seen Mag on the Doomfist quite as recently. And yeah, I think it's always going to be difficult to lock down any of the targets on Team Peps either. At least a Wrecking Ball, this is a hero that Mag knows inside and out, and look at how much disruption this is providing as well as you boop up the Genji.
They were like half capping the point there, but Peps, their con does pretty well against just point cap, point touches.
That's how Ice got Top Dragon last time. It must have been a Gracie.
Top Dragon goes down again. Sound barrier from FD God. Gen G now on last limb. Top Dragon switching over to Venture. They've got mines, they've got rush, they've got B, but Sauna's dead. Kanale can't even use the rush. I mean, that's round over, no? Exodio does end up using this shock here. It's going to be able to get away from the Wrecking Ball as well. It's all kind of falling apart for Gen G. The mines haven't really done much at all. They're going to get destroyed here by the Venture. And, well, Ice is just waiting for people to get the touch. And there is the Rampage. A solo onto Top Dragon. Because why not at this point?
Yeah, you've earned that. This is just a victory blade as well to celebrate the end of that point. 100-0. I think part of that is Gen G, I think with wanting to play the Wrecking Ball, might always lose out on Control Center. Wrecking Ball just doesn't fare very well on that map. But now that we move over to Market, or even taking a look at Gardens if we go to round 3, Wrecking Ball fares way better.
A little better, yeah. Although I say that, is it going to be enough? Especially with Team Peps, again, how they want to play. If Kanale is really going to play this Ana, good luck. Like, you are going to die instantly. Ana, of course, they don't have any perks yet, so no Groggy on the sleep, which would be very good against this comp. Yeah, Kanale's just going to run Ana. You've got to be so careful. Playing on this high ground's probably where you're going to want to be if you're Kanale. And yeah, it's exactly where he's going to be. Being able to heal the mag from that far away is going to be quite nice. But as soon as Team Peps see that, they can just go to point, which will prompt Kanale repositioning to main. But then you have to be, yeah, like I said, very careful of how things can scale out of control pretty quickly with the speed boosts.
At least Mag can go after the flankers from Ken and Exodio. But it still doesn't stop the rest of your team from also being susceptible to that dive.
Yeah, then where's the sticking power as well for Gen G on this point? Sure, you've got a ball, but Ice is just going to stand there and just adrenaline rush over and over again on Mag to get his health back. They're looking for picks. That be Gen G, and they do find a couple. Suzu used 2, actually, on Zerion. There we go. Goodbye. Nice kill from Mag.
Yeah, now we still see the tussle over the point. No capture yet. But eventually, as Gen G continues to get these eliminations, great anti there from Kanale. That should be Gen G finally getting the capture. But someone's actually got to go back and do it.
Yeah,
okay,
there we go. 3 people like, yeah, we got to capture.
Yeah. All right, Ice switches over to the Diva too. So now we do have a bit more of a dive-v-dive.
Diva's going to be really nice. A lot better against the Ana than the Queen. No point shooting the ball that far away, but just trying to get Mag to do something. That's not just sit there. Far in trouble. But no, just a rotation to point for Team Peps. They can't get picked. That is going to be their weakness. Their crutch, once again, just getting randomly picked by Farah, who has the barrage already, mind you. And there is a nano on the wrecking ball. Ken's already killed 2, though. Mag's like, where did my backline go? You need to find something. Top Dragon moving around in the skies. D-Mex the Diva. He gets that perk that allows you to move in barrage. But at this point, he's still going to get taken by Peps. Their backline instantly diced to Ken. And the fight was pretty much over after that.
Yeah, I don't know, not too bad, 34%. You also still have a couple of ults for the next fight, but I'm looking at Team Peps, and they're coming up pretty big. 4. Zarian still has that Kitsune Rush too, if he can stay alive.
Oh, Crispy's dead again. Oh, Top Dragon, nice little dodge there. Suzu from out of nowhere. Kanel saves Top Dragon's life. Rush on the point. Gonna match with the mines. Still in control, though, are Peps. Like I said, these fights and being able to stick on this point is what's important. And Diva, again, another good character to do that with. FD God dies to a mine. Had sound barrier. Luckily, he didn't press Q, though. No Ajaxes just yet.
God. We've already seen one. No more.
No, please, keep them coming.
Was there? I don't know where we are on the Ajax counter.
A lot.
4 in EMEA?
A lot.
More than that.
I don't know how many, but...
well, FD God still has a sound barrier, so don't you worry.
It's like the Simpsons meme of like...
Get another one.
these many days without an Ajax. Currently is 0, because we had none today already. Well, FD's got a sound barrier. Boom, hits it. 100 HP, more than safe for that one. Sound barrier comes out from Crispy as well. No AJ's there. Here comes the punishment, though, is Top Dragon. He's just narrowly avoiding death. Kanel teleporting up onto the skybox there, almost healing Top Dragon. But, I mean, Gen G can quite easily get this into OT. Top Dragon just, again, the pressure that he's putting out is turning Ice's head every single possible moment. Little remake comes through, but by the time that remake was happening, Sauna had already found 2 kills.
And now they're looking at just the capture of this point. Top Dragon can go for the barrage by those doors. You also have the Kitsune Rush to stop Team Peps here in main as well. And Ice switches over to the Wrecking Ball just to get back to point faster, but someone still has to go in and get the touch.
Exodio's dead. They might not be able to get a touch with a boot coming in. Yep, there you go. Nice kill from Kanel. Tags Exodio. Finishes him off with a headshot. That won't be a touch for Peps. 1-1 for Gen G now. As we go into round 3.
Now you can see where the theory of the Wrecking Ball does matter a lot more on something like Market or especially Gardens. This is where we do see Wrecking Ball a lot, and especially coming through from Mag. Control Center, so much harder. You just have some really tight corridors. You have to get that Wrecking Ball through. But this time around, you can swing from the rafters as much as you want. So much space for you to roll and romp around. So Gen G being able to tie up the score there too on Market. I mean, this is where Wrecking Ball would really like to play.
It's almost the control RNG, right? Where you go to the stage that isn't... you go to the stage first that isn't friendly to the Wrecking Ball.
It's like, well, if you get the win there, it's like fine, but you're also okay, I think, losing.
Yeah, and then you're like, hey, we can play Wrecking Ball in the next 2 stages.
Yeah,
so wigger, guys. Li Zhang Tao, or like control moment. I mean, that's one of the only bits of RNG in competitive. That was very close. You see Top Dragon there taking the concussive blast, now being like a very, very small grab. Just pulls a few people inward. Concussive implosion. There you go. All right, Top Dragon killing Ken. These are going to be very messy fights. In Zerion, I think the idea with the Kirikos here, you're definitely taking the double swift step, because that extra swift step used within 4 seconds of the other one being used is very powerful in stopping these dives from happening.
Goodbye.
Good.
Yeah, FD God was not getting away. Not if Mag was able to actually hunt him down. The pile drivers are so good, and you can see where these Wrecking Ball perks make Wrecking Ball even more annoying. I mean, look at this. Like, you got the blinks away as Exodial does actually get out of dodge there from the Wrecking Ball, but look at how high Mag gets to go, and just these pile drivers are insane.
Yeah, a lot more control over that one. He's got the health pack perk as well, so more health from the health packs. Oh, Mag, yeah, getting back on the edge. FD got the focus of Sauna. I mean, Exodio has to be pretty careful as well. Rush on the point, though, for Team Pet. It's going to be deadly for Gen G to try and touch, and they might just let this one go, although there's someone still contesting, and of course it is Mag. Oh, how does he get away with that? Health pack pickup, and that's half his HP back already as Gen G are continuing to hold. It's like 1 pixel away from Team Pep's capping. Here are the kills. Okay, eventually someone's going to cap, right? Surely? No, Mag's still swinging around. There he goes. Christmas ornament finally shattered.
Oh my gosh.
I was an extra like 25%, but... Oh. Whoops, Daisy.
Crispy there, at least a like goalkeeper, so Sonic can get out with his life. And not great, as like Exodial did have that pulse bomb available. Now Crispy can go in with the sound barrier. Exodial does have to come back. Dragon now on the Venture though, off the far.
I love the Venture on this map. Kasuna Rush on the point. That's how Team Pep secured it before, so they have to now fight against one, which is going to be rather frustrating, especially against the Venture, as the CD's up extremely quickly. Blade ends up coming out from Ken, forces the sound barrier, and you saw Ken thought, okay, no instant sound barrier, maybe I can go and get a kill, but unable to do so. And there's the extra control over the pile driver from Mag, that perk coming in clutch to make sure he's saved from the pit of doom and despair, as Team Peps lose the point.
Team Peps did get 44%, but Gen G now in full control, having the mines just to make sure that it's going to be more treacherous to cross the bridge, or even if you go over to the right to white room, then you have to deal with the mines on point. Either way, not going to be easy to be able to get past that barrier of entry. Top Dragon also going to have the tectonic shock up soon, and so with Ice switching back over to the Junker Queen, there's no shield. You're just going to be able to get the tectonic shock through. No defense matrix either. No way, Mag falls off the map.
Mag was like a little metal ball in a pinball machine. Like he had no control over his character's movements there.
He just went right down the middle.
The knife, the boobs, and everything was just thrown at him. Tectonic Shock is going to get used here by Top Dragon. Doesn't end up getting launched in as the knife did manage to connect. Sound barrier comes through. Mag's back on the points. Sauna claims these 2 kills almost instantly off of Team Peps going aggressive. And overtime is here for Gen G. The chaos is just where they thrive with this Wrecking Ball comp. And now Team Peps on their last few limbs. Well, they haven't got any left, to be honest with it. Not after Top Dragon and Sauna have their way with them. I mean, there's almost no chance as Ken also ends up going down. Overtime as Top Dragon! The Suzu from Zerion made them untargetable, so he went through them with the drill dash. Well, unlucky. That's going in the highlights, Top Dragon. Sorry about that. Gen G have still got the sound barrier to their name, and yeah, that'll be it. Gen G come up with a win. Mag on the Wrecking Ball, equal win. Gen G with a 2-1 on Lishang Tower.
See, look, Control Center, don't even worry about it. Not a Wrecking Ball round. Just go to the next ones, and Gen G, firm control over the destiny on those maps. So, hey, Team Peps I still think looked good on Control Center. If they can continue to bring out something where either they're baiting out the Wrecking Ball, or maybe even going to maps where Wrecking Ball is just not as good, I think they do stand a shot.
There are so many good maps for ball, though. And if you don't have a good ball player on your team right now, it does feel like you're at a disadvantage. And I think Gen G just proving how ball can be just so dominant. When you have players that can play Tracer to an extremely high level, like Sauna, when you have Top Dragon on the Venture as well, ball could just become so deadly. We'll see where they want to go, that being Team Peps. Now, as well, Ice kind of flexing some different looks. Not sure if the Queen is going to be it. The classic kind of anti-ball strat is normally La Diva, so when there's slams, these pile drivers come in. What a good Suzu, by the way, from Kaneo. Stops that second slash from connecting. Looked so good on the Kiriko. Yeah, the Diva's normally the one that you pick up. You're like, okay, we can at least like matrix the ball a lot of the time, and we can get away from the enemy front line. We can get away from things like Tracer, and we can maybe put a thorn in the side of Mag, but Mag just looks too good, in all honesty. Is this Top Dragon using the dash? No, not quite. It's happened to, look, it's happened to me before. It happens to a lot of Venture players, okay? Here we go, the Suzu. Yeah, the Suzu connects, so you don't have any collision with anybody, so you just sail right through, and that's really unfortunate for Top Dragon. Just the timing there just couldn't be helped.
Yeah, pretty close stats though, all things considered. I do think that is a testament to the first round from Team Peps. Just being able to win out Control Center, you do make a lot of these stats look closer. But I still think that Team Peps, like, they are a good team. This is a team, I think, that can take maps off of Gen G if you do take the right hero bans and the right map choices.
I mean, look at where they stand in the standings currently. Coming into today, they were number 4. OWCS obviously taking those 2 extra maps off of Virtus Pro, and then Gen.G also sitting at 4-1. Like, Peps is still fighting against teams like Twisted Minds, like the Ultimates, to stay out of that 5th, 6th spot. Here's what Team Peps can pick, and I think, yeah, getting to a map where Wrecking Ball isn't as good is going to be great for them. But what map is that, Rose?
Havana.
Honestly, something like Havana would be perfect. Yeah, just a long straightaway and like, okay, Mag, you can play ball, like, sure, but it's not going to be as good as something like Ice on a Sigma, Ice on a slower pick. Like, I think that's a perfect call from you, Rose. Yeah.
It also takes away the ability for Route 66 or Dorado to get chosen later. However, okay, it was an escort map, but same thing, like, pick an escort map so you can't pick Dorado later if you're Gen.G. So I do like this. At Wrecking Ball, yes, it can still be played on this map, but maybe then Team Peps go into this and say, no Wrecking Ball for you. You can't play it.
It's definitely harder than playing something else, to be fair. Like, I think the Wrecking Ball has merits here, but definitely not the preferred map. We'll see what it's going to be. Peps banning Winston away from Mag. Okay, another big Mag pick, though, to be fair. Historically was a Winston player. Lucio banned for Gen.G, so a bit more of a slow map.
I think that's so smart, though, because have you played against Winston and his perks? Disgusting. I hate it.
Good.
I absolutely hate it. What about the bubble? Like, you put your bubble down, and then what? You know, you get
HP
health
per second.
Like, it's
a little
crazy.
wild.
So
with
I
a
think
very
it's such
hard
a smart
dive.
ban.
Yeah, I agree. I think with a very hard dive, which Gen.G can run, the Winston does go kind of crazy. Jump up high ground, you put down bubble, you have your Trace, your Genji, whoever, are fighting in and out of the bubble, and you're getting the HPS, like on everybody.
Yeah, so good
I
for
mean,
dive.
you're really, really safe to just poke a lot more, find openings, find picks. And then his, the short circuit too, does end up jumping, deals extra damage to deployable objects. We're playing a lot of Torb, you know. I've seen a lot of Chain Lightning as well, which is the jump one with the right click, which ends up hitting other people if you're standing close to them.
I still think it's heavy landing and revitalizing barrier, though. I think like those two seem to be the best if you're trying to run the dives.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
If you're good with Primal Rage, that heavy landing perk is just perfect for you. You're like stomping on people and they can't do anything. So.
But you're right, Torb, maybe.
Looks like Mag is playing the ball though, Rose, on defense. We're seeing Sauna on Torb, then Top Dragon to help Mag secure kills. Crispy on the Zen. Hey, discording a tank in the front line. You're gonna get dominated by Top Dragon and Mag.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, like, just a super high investment strategy from Gen.G, but I think Crispy is always very clean with the aim. I think that goes with the name and this territory of being named Crispy. But it is going to be really dangerous still to play the Zenyatta. You're very susceptible to Ice diving after you. Same thing if we see Ken be able to actually get a good flank. So it's going to be up to Mag to make sure that he's delivering that pressure so that Crispy can stay safe.
Oh, nice kill onto FD God. It's kind of nice too for the ball player, right? You just... Oh, I thought he was trying to slam the doors there. I'm pretty sure he was, but didn't end up getting it. It's nice for the ball too to have the orb attached. Same with Top Dragon, to be fair. Just having that additional 30 HPS in the front line feels so good. And honestly, as Venture, you feel pretty immortal because of the shields after you use abilities.
Absolutely. Like, I just think that Venture in general against a comp like this is great. Like, still being able to deal with the Sigma as well. Now that I say that Exodial did find a really good pick onto Top Dragon, I think Ice is going to be very critical to see if you can keep those accretions handy for when you actually do see a dive coming through from Top Dragon. Perfect way to actually stop that. Just get the stun. Or Mag too. Yeah, perfect.
Wow, that threaded the needle from Exodial. We caught literally like half a frame of that, but wow, Crispy, yeah, head taken clean off. Zen is even more bold than he already is now.
That's going to be very tough as well. I think just in general, Zen also just has a smaller health pool. So if you see any focus fire or even just like the headshot like that, it's so easy for Team Peps to be able to get the cleanup. And now that they switched over to the Sigma, they have started to make some meaningful progress. At least there's a window to be able to push them back from Canale, but there isn't really anybody else that's actually taking use of that.
Good transcendence. Oh, Canale Canale. That was a really smart bit of take there from Ice. He goes under Canale, so Canale lands on his head, so the impact damage, it can't be healed by the transcendence. What an unbelievable play. You don't see that all too often. The best Sigmas in the world will try and make that connect because the transcendence just cannot heal them right there. Amazing stuff from Ice. Actually just got owned, like dominated. Good stuff from Ice, and they're just going to continue this roll. And with the orbital rate, you can't do anything. Mag is going to at least be able to touch here, but the likelihood of you staying around is pretty slim. Just buying some extra time off of the clock.
Oh my gosh, just a hero play there from Ice and still continuing to do so. Mag does get that pick on Exodio, but I think it's just delaying the inevitable here. Top Dragon coming back with the Tectonic Shock. At least you got the Sigma shield to be able to deal with that, but we're actually still seeing ult investment here.
Molten Core from both sides. Okay, point got capped. Okay, unfortunately for Sauna, there wasn't quite close enough. Oh. Jeez, it was that fight wasn't. Look,
Hairline,
kill on the Zen was cool, but you know what's cooler? Molten Core all over the point.
It was Hairline. It, like, genuinely felt like that could have been winnable for Gen G. Like, if they had gotten there just a fraction of a second earlier, they were coming back with ults like that Tectonic Shock. As soon as you break through that Sigma barrier, it's hitting so many targets. It's also forcing a disengage from Team Peps, but not quite meant to be. And I see Team Peps capture that first point, and now they've got a Gravitic Flux again. No Transcendence this time from Crispy just yet, but if Ice can force it out again and then hit the Grav Flux, like, you're golden.
Crispy is desperately trying to get this 1%. Should be able to get it. See if Ice can do the same thing. Flux.
Oh, no way.
Oh, Exodial. Transcendence gets used. Okay, no head slam this time around. That shorter distance between your apex of your height, and then you can catch people off guard like we saw Ice do on first point. So nice. Can be bursted through that Transcendence. Pile driver down onto the front line, and there you go. There's the combos that you're going to be seeing from Mag. The slam comes in, and then Top Dragon using that drill dash to dash through people, enable the kills to come through for the DPS. 2 minutes to go for Team Peps. They're not looking so hot right now, but with this orbital ray, they might be good for a couple of kills at the very least, but it's actually Mag and Kinel that come up with the goods. Support's dead for Team Peps, and they can't stay in this fight. Not a moment longer.
No way. I mean, as soon as FD God went down, you just lack a lot of the substance to be able to deal with that Wrecking Ball. No more Shield Bash, no more Whip Shot. Zerion becomes an easy target there for the Wrecking Ball, especially knowing that Juno is also one of the squishier heroes in this match. And Mag gets to set up early with these mines. You've got double DPS ultimates here for Gen G. And Zerion, like, just switching over to the Juno again, like, Team Peps, they don't have anything for this fight. Minute and 20 left. They just got to start working up to those ults. Ken, FD God, going to be the closest.
Good slam, mine separating the team, and now you got to kill Ice. Gonna try at the very least. So low. Good use of the hands. A short slam there, and then here comes the Tectonic Shock in the small cave, and a 300% cooldown reduction. Oh yes, that's a lot of damage. The team has been completely split. Rally deployed a rock and an instant stun. Yeah, Top Dragon got stunned to death, pretty much. Now FD God on the low ground, trying to push this payload. A good little whip shot onto Sauna, but Sauna escapes narrowly there, popping that overload.
Ooh, I mean, the overload is going to be nice to at least get away, but you still need to try to set up for this final part of the fight. Gen G not having much to be able to throw out this defense either. All on Ice with this Grav Flux.
Oh, if they take down Ice here, that's going to be real bad. Sauna actually goes down to the Molten Core, all things, and that turret's kind of rolling. Speaking of being rolled, this Flux is coming up soon. Ice fluxing one in the corridor, no Transcendence, no head slam needed. And that will be point. Mag now just rolling around, stalling for some extra time. But that will be that for second. Almost an OT there for Team Peps. So only a minute and 34 to get the job done on third.
But they do have this overclock from Exodial. And so at least this is going to be nice on the straightaway here. You can also take a high ground on a platform. You've got those power slides to help you change it to a different angle, and orbital ray here from Zerion. I'm liking Team Pep's chances of being able to at least get past the first half of this third point.
No. Yep. Good little setup here. Much harder for Mag, like you mentioned, to get a lot of value. he just rolled through the Ray, ideally. He's just got to stop Top Dragon and Mag getting away with murder. Spidey turret doing a little bit of damage. You see that? Just chilling on the wall. Oh, Kaneo, half HP. Doesn't want to blow the lamp, but ends up doing so. As soon as that lamp's destroyed, that will donate a little bit of health over. An early Transcendence to, again, keep their positioning on this high ground. Top Dragon using that burrow, now getting to the point in a position where he can be healed. Drill dashing away from the team. FD got in hot pursuit. Decides better of it, but pops the rally on the point as he sees Mag trying to swing in for some damage.
Mag does have those Wrecking Ball mines too, and so that is something that you can layer at least towards the end of this point. Only 20 seconds left, so you foresee Peps to have to walk into those.
Burrow hit. Oh, doesn't get underground in time. Ken's end up getting a large kill there onto Top Dragon. And Ice with the Flux pops himself on the spawn doors as overtime is in 7 seconds. But Gen G, they've got 2 people to touch. Mines on the point available for Mag. Hits the slam, deploys the mines to cover the point a little bit more. But it's going to have a tough time just actually getting a lot of damage with these fireballs. Ends up getting the slam there, but Crispy, the next to touch for Gen G. Then Top Dragon end up falling to the immense pressure of this Molten Core.
Oh, Ice seems to have the perfect read on the situation so far with this Sigma still alive.
Yeah, this Molten Core just being quite frustrating, actually. This Molten Core kind of dominated from Ken. Mac couldn't get a good grapple on the point and actually stay there without taking just consistent damage. So Peps, off the back of that Molten Core, get the cap on 3rd.
If Peps don't have that Molten Core, I don't know if they cap there. They were both so low, and Gen G was just a second away from being able to get somebody else out there, maybe even get a quick melee onto both of them and actually stop that cart. So great stuff from Team Peps. I mean, Torb very much still meta, showing off not just with the Molten Core, but the silly sky turrets. The wall
they
turrets
dominate.
go crazy.
I'm surprised we've seen more of the Spidey turrets than we've seen the...
Nah, I love it. Nah, don't be surprised
it's
anymore. That's the meta. That's it. That's the one.
Also, it's called Anchor Bolts, but come on. It should have been called Spidey Turret.
Spidey Turret, 100%.
Everybody's calling it Spidey Turret.
They'll fix it, I bet.
They're like, no.
That's gonna be just like a hot fix.
The whole fix has changed the name.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I wouldn't mind that. Brigitte and Ice still running with this Sigma. I mean, expecting Mag to come out on the ball again. Not too much of a shocker. I potentially like Crispy on the Alari. It's a lot more poke, so the shield for the Sigma's going to be under a lot of pressure. You get the same kind of stuff with the Zen. However, the impact from the Alari, especially her ult, can't be understated against a backline that can't cleanse it. Especially with Mag too. You hit a Captive Sun on a backline, Mag slamming in, Top Drag's going in as well. People are going to die almost instantly to those Sunstruck targets. So worth kind of keeping in mind. You do lose the Transcendence, of course, but you're just putting more weight on Canel's Lamp's shoulders, and that's again where their head slam can kind of come in, because you are above the lamp when the head slam comes in, so you don't get that immortality field. So we'll see if Ice can kind of make good use of that, like we saw on the first point of their attack.
I think so. I think you also do have other options to be able to deal with the immortality field as well. Just a bunch of burst damage from Exodio and Ken focusing fire onto that immortality field. But I am curious if Zerion decides to switch over to something like the Kiriko off of the Juno. I know the Juno is great for the speed, especially when you make these rotations with the poke comp, but like you were saying about the Alari, you would at least have Kiriko for the cleanse there. If you want it. Yeah. But
Mag is in the back line, but yeah, this front line is just being kind of dominated right now. This is going to be the issue here is Mag does have to set up, and in fact, Mag's just going to switch to Hazard. Okay, he's kind of had enough with the Wrecking Ball because he takes so long to set up. She's going to go straight on the Hazard, create a little bit more space in the front line, be a bit more deadly as well to Ice. It serves a much better matchup.
I don't even think that like it's about the setup on the ball. I think it's just how much anti-ball Team Peps has. Like, what, you gonna roll around into the range of a turret, or like you're gonna get shield bash or whip shot or accretion or like coach gunned. So I think, yeah, you're right. Hazard is way better time, but Mag has to kind of work up all that progress.
Such an early lamp there from Canel trying to save himself just from the poke. It was a go time for Ice. Gen G having a real mean go at this. Using that window to try and delay and like try and create space, try and take out the shield, and then maybe force Ice to rotate. Ice did end up rotating towards the cliff, but yeah, they couldn't do anything.
Still have this control on Big Girls as well as just across the way on the canyon. And Crispy hoping that this Captive Sun is going to actually be that difference maker as you were talking about at the beginning of this round.
It's much harder for the Hazard to follow up on the Captive Sun, though. That's the thing. I mean, the ball is so good because you can roll in, roll out. Yeah. And Max is going to go down again to the wall. Sort of doesn't end up killing Zerion, so you're still in a decent spot if you're Gen G, as FD God's the only one there to heal, but you've got 1 minute and 15 left, like, and you can just play back with a Sig. It's not like Gen G's comp is super quick. There's no Lucio.
Yeah, well, that got banned out, so you can't.
Exactly.
But you don't even have a Juno either, and I think that is something else that they could have looked at to make those rotations faster. But let's see if the Captive Sun can do it.
Connected with one. It connected with Exodial, but Exodial just hides away for a little bit. That's going to fade away. Bob just got literally melted by the Molten Core, and they still have high ground control. I mean, this is Gen G are struggling right now, and I'm going to be honest with you, Peps, this feels like their map. Like, Route 66 has been such a good place for them to go.
They have a great poke comp. They're just a poke team. I think this was perfect if they weren't going to pick Havana either. Route 66, certainly where it's at for them right now, still have the Gravitic Flux as well as the Rally. And like Rally with Big Shield versus Top Dragon's Tectonic Shock, I like those odds for Team Peps to hold this defense. They only have 7 seconds left, and they gotta make the most out of these ults here.
Oh, Coach gun high in the sky. That's that Ash perk as well, just giving you a little bit more meterage. That is Tectonic Shock used, and there's the bash on Top Dragon. Goodbye. Dice the turret. Is this Peps' second time now? Maybe even holding first on Route 66? FD God bashes out of the way. And that downpour. FD God could heal Zerion. Okay, Zerion did get caught, but it's going to be fine. He's actually taking the fight 2 mag in the 1v1. Yeah, ill-advised, to say the very least, but it's all good. Kenza, you're back. He's got the damage. He's got the turret. He's chill. Ken with 3 kills at the end. And now it's only Canel and Top Dragon to touch, but no, Team Peps with another full hold of Route 66. They full held Ultimates last week, Rose, on this map, and they just do it once more against Gen G. Really, their home. Of all maps to full hold too, Route 66 is definitely one to make a statement on.
Absolutely. Team Peps now even up the score here as we look forward to the rest of our series, at least guaranteed 4 maps. And for Team Peps, I think this is also a very big deal. Knowing that they still have that 1 more match to play, every single map differential is going to matter when it comes down to those final standings. For Team Peps, certainly in the running to see if they can grab a 3rd or 4th place spot.
They must be feeling so happy. Again, that confidence builder, plus you kind of force Mag onto a different pick. I really like this comp as well from Gen G. The Venture and the Ball, just so tough to get it done. Here's the head slam. Boom, look at that damage. And Canale ends up dying on top of Ice's hair, just a little hat. His body forming a little hat. Quite a morbid thing to think about, but yeah, that's what happens 4K in front of your eyes.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I think just Ice being able to play the Sigma versus the Wrecking Ball and kind of having to force the Wrecking Ball out of Mag's hands was the perfect call. And you can see now why Route 66 was the best map for Team Peps in this moment. I think if they want to continue to find success in this series, it does go back to making sure that Mag can't play the Wrecking Ball. And I think that's also something that we saw in their very first match versus Virtus Pro. We were all kind of like, okay, Gen G, very strong team. Look at the roster that they have. But it does get a little dicey when Mag isn't on the Wrecking Ball. And they smooth things out over the course of those last couple of matches. But now Team Peps again showing where their Achilles heel is.
All right, Gen G's chance now pick a map. Taken somewhere that isn't Wrecking Ball favored. I mean, I like what you pointed out as well at the start of this, that Route 66 isn't necessarily a good ball map. And like things like the other Escort maps like Dorado are, like that's not what you want to take. So now taking that kind of out of the pool is going to be a big benefit for them. Gen G, we're going to Sarasa. Okay, that's where they decide to go. You can play the ball here, not too much of an issue. And I think Venture is also a phenomenal pick. but we know how Peps also kind of like to play. And now without the Lucio being able to be banned by Gen G, FD God's just going to pick up this, and they might just try and be a bit quicker. Maybe they rock out with the Queen again and just run at the backline over and over.
I really like the Queen on this map. It does make sure that you can go really fast. You could also go like Lucio Juno, and I think that would be the perfect backline here for Team Peps to make sure that they can get in, cycle those mobility cooldowns, and just wreak havoc. Don't allow time for this Wrecking Ball to set up. That's where Gen G looks its strongest, is when Mag is in control and can play proactively. And if you have to play the Wrecking Ball on the back foot, or you get taken out of the equation completely, then it is way easier, I think, for Team Peps to be able to get the dub there.
So if we look at the Wrecking Ball perks, maybe we can bring that up and kind of talk about that, because they're currently for ball. There are definitely a couple that stand out more than most, although we've seen Mag pick up Pack Rats in the first map, which was the health pack one. You can see their health packs heal an additional 100 health, which is quite absurd, and it alleviates the pressure of your supports, which is nice. Roll impact damage is also a little ridiculous. Like the roll impacts do 100% more damage to tank, so makes the front line a little bit squishier. Hang time is what most ball players are taking right now. From what I've seen, the pile driver winds up a little bit longer, but you gain a lot of air control. I think I mentioned at the top of the show, like if you, someone did it in my games, amp speed Lucio on the ball as he's doing the hang time, and it just like whizzes around the spawn room or like wherever you're doing it. It is a crazy amount of air control you get with that speed. It looks really silly and like really hard to kind of track as well. We'll see if Mag continues to do that. Looks like Gen G are going to ban out Brig actually, and obviously Lucio's just going to be on the table here for Peps, so like they're going to be okay with that. Although Brig's still another kind of tool that could be used to stop the Wrecking Ball, and it's going to be a Tracer ban for Team Peps. So more venture on the table here for Gen G.
I forgot my pigeon facts. I should have them
What perks
handy.
do the pigeons have?
Oh, the perks for the pigeons?
Put it down in the comments below.
Yeah. Yeah, well, something about to do with like an iron stomach. I think pigeons
Iron
can
stomach.
eat anything, you know?
Yeah.
Like what if they eat, you can have like mini defense matrix, I think.
Pigeon is a
pigeon?
mini defense matrix.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, at this point, sure, why not?
Why not?
Anything could happen in the Overwatch universe.
Yeah, it's like make it like the perk for Bastion, like a minor perk. You get a pigeon and that can have mini defense.
You get another pigeon.
Versus,
It's just it's just like circle around the targets.
Yeah.
Ice is picking up Queen heroes. So Mag, no Wrecking Ball. It's on Diva. And then sort of on the Sim. Okay, a bit bigger of a... It's a different look than I expected, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, I do think that Gen G playing smartly here, not wanting to commit to the Wrecking Ball and just kind of losing out on a lot of the progress you could get with something like the Diva. And I like the Diva here because it has a defense matrix versus the Sojourn as well as the Genji. So also with that dive ability, I think you get to go in with Top Dragon a little bit better.
Wow, Team Peps are very much respecting these TPs right now. Just giving them Gen G a lot of space. Kaneo goes extremely low. Actually still gets the pulsar torpedoes to connect with Zerion. That was a very slow start for Peps, and that's where the Queen is at her weakest as well. These kind of slow fights where you're poking and prodding, waiting for a Sojourn to get a pick, and it's actually going to cause Ice to swap completely. They were definitely expecting Gen G to roll out with the Wrecking Ball.
Absolutely. And now that that's not the case, I think Ice switching over to the Hazard makes a lot more sense. You also have a chance to isolate somebody with that wall. And so you're looking at like Top Dragon, Mag, both great targets for that isolation if they overextend.
Mag taking a little bit of damage. Still though, you can eat a lot of these spikes as well from Ice. Now Ice is actually just going very low. Pulls himself off of the rest of the team. These violent leaps connecting with Crispy, but Crispy gets out. Same can't be said for Ice, who's so low, just permanently around 5% HP. As Gen G are just going to cap this one. Right underneath the noses of Team Peps. They're going to launch in the orbital laser, and it's only FD got to touch. It's got a sound barrier, not worth using at this point. And what we kind of saw on week 2 was how Hazard can be so weak to the Symmetra. So Gen G coming out the doors with the Sim, making a whole lot more sense as they take the first point 100-0.
And now look at what they have to go into this next flashpoint with as well. They've got the Diva Bomb. They also have this sound barrier. And the Photon Barrier to answer the overclock is really the big difference here for me, with Gen G having a bit more proactiveness in this fight. Exodio has to come into this one a little bit on the back foot, and I think being able to weave those shots past the Photon Barrier is going to be very difficult.
I'm still waiting for these sound barriers to Ajax somehow. Tectonic shock. Woo! Look how fast Top Dragon is. So quick. So quick. And when you're burrowing too, because you are tectonic shocking, you basically, you get so, like, you get increased cooldown anyway, but you get like infinite drill dashes. It's really ridiculous. Kitsune Rush being used here by Azerion, but they need kills. That is going to be the big problem here. Self-destruct launched in over the top, separating Gen G. Ice is currently on the wrong side of the map for the rest of his team, but still able to survive thanks to that spike guard. Sound barrier for Crispy, but despite that, they still lose Sauna to the spike wall. Oh, what a boop from FD God. That extra 15% paying off big time for the Lucio.
Oh my goodness. Oh, FD God on a rampage right now. I think Ice too, just having the downpour if you really need it. But they're good without it. You get to save that downpour for the next fight. Maybe Ken gets this Molten Core as well. And what an expensive fight for Gen G. Sana is actually going to switch over to the Torbjorn. And now, you know, has to work up those levels again. But I like the Torbjorn to be able to shut down even just like the Ventures, or sorry, the Hazard sometimes.
Okay, now getting back into the fight with Sauna switching to the Torb. Downpour. They can go pretty early here, actually. I'm gonna see if they want to do it, because every kind of clambering up these stairs. Of course, the Sauna and Kinea will playing on a small off angle up on the high ground. Downpour still available, but here comes the Ray. Ideally, you just back up, reset, go again. You've still got another fight. Gen G cap.
Just patiently waiting. You don't want to get caught by something like that orbital ray, but look at this Kitsune Rush placement too.
Yeah, the Molten Core is being thrown out from Ken to create some space. They're going to be able to cap this point, you'd imagine, especially with Top Dragon dead. Yeah, look, Gen G scattering. Losing Exodio is kind of bad, though, for Team Pep, so looks like they were trying to overextend a little bit to get a kill. Gen G are going to be able to regroup so quickly, and they've got ults.
Yeah, but the downpour, I think this is where Ice can just make sure you're buying enough time. But look at how much damage he's taking for the turret.
Yeah, the turret is demolishing Ice right now. Has to pop the wall. All right, well, here comes the downpour. Sauna, unfortunately, left out to dry. Same with Top Dragon, too. There's the picks. Team Peps gonna come back in. And that should be the point. Self-destruct thrown in by Mag, but Ice just takes that on the chin.
Wow, 1-1 here as we head over to our third flashpoint of the map. Exodio still with the overclock, but there is still a little bit more firepower in Gen G. Molten Core, really nice just to lay over the point, and then you also have Top Dragon that has this tectonic shock. On top of the fact that you've got the sound barrier from Crispy, I think it's going to be very difficult to take out these targets, but Exodio, like, not even with overclock, finds Kaneo of all people.
Yeah, good proactive play from Team Peps, spotting the cross, using speed boost to get in there, and they kill Top Dragon too with the violent leap. And Sauna dead. Okay, reset from Gen G. Throw yourself off the map or try and get out. Ideally, get out. Nice major.
Oh, ooh, okay. They do get out. But, I mean, they're still kind of within the firing distance of Exodio. This overclock could get ripped. Well, they have to cash in a flashpoint first. But you still have the positioning here to use the overclock while Gen G is trying to make it pivot in.
Yo, you gotta get out. Oh, sound barrier used from Gen G too. They're right on the point. You see Top Dragon just zooming around underground. Infinite right clicks there, infinite drill dashes. But he's got his ult popped and burrowed. Crispy can trade. Exodio with a good sight line here onto the point, but he's been kind of denied the space right now. As FD God kills Kaneo. These fights are so messy. But it's all in Team Peps' favor because they still control the point. A violent leap forward, Spike Guard running out of charge, and eventually dealt with.
The quick 180s just to make sure you don't get a headshot and you can actually stay in the fight a little longer. And in fact, Team Peps actually come back with the kills. So they get to keep control at this point despite losing Ice. And Ice comes back with a downpour. Now they're going to disengage, wait for Ice to come back. But the flashpoint doesn't even get captured yet as Team Peps come in with ults.
Yeah, Ice manages to get that touch. Doesn't triggers the contest. And then Ken is going to deny more space with this ult. Like, this ult. Spidey Tara up on the wall. 99%. There it is. Top Dragon tried to touch, but was melted on the entrance. And that will be a 2-1 for Team Peps. They're on map point now, because they could take the lead in the series and find themselves on match point.
Gen G were getting chased out too. Team Peps make it to the next splash point first, out of defensive position, still with the downpour and the sound barrier. And Mag making a switch over to the Ramatra. It is so late in this map. Not only do you reset your perk level progress, and Top Dragon actually goes over the far as well. You're hoping that these are going to be the picks that you need in order to actually get 2 flashpoints under your belt. It's all coming up Team Peps right now when they've got the ult economy to back it up too.
It's kind of annoying for Mag as well, resetting those perks. Staying power is going to be a little bit lessened without that Ravenous Vortex upgrade. And there's the point for Team Peps after that rush used.
Oh, the Pharah, at least you've got the burst damage into the turret, but even if you take the wrong flank, I feel like that turret just eats you for breakfast.
Oh, there's the downpour. It connects. Soundbarrier comes in as well for Team Peps to make sure they guarantee to win this fight. Ice goes down to a Ravenous Vortex though, so Gen G aren't out of this one. You expect 2 ults like that, you expect a clean win, but Gen G still managed to fight back. They've got an Orbital Ray to Gen G as well as the Sound Barrier coming up, but they're not going to need them. They're going to set themselves up with a big fight win, and honestly, Rose, at this point, like this might be their point. Team Peps switch over to the D.Va, but if Gen G can pace these ultimates out, they should be good to tie this one up.
Look, and there's the Echo switch coming through from Ken as well. So this Ramatra pick, perfect to at least push Team Peps to make some of those hero swaps. Now maybe a bit more of an even playing field as well with some of those perk resets. But Exodio, big pick onto Top Dragon. I think maybe Gen G, you should back up from this, but they invested Sound Barrier anyway.
Crispy! Where did Crispy's beat go? Only hit 1, maybe 2? DPS down for Gen G. All hands on battle stations right now. Mag has built the Annihilation, an Orbital Ray to try and stem the bleeding as the reinforcements do arrive. Top Dragon's back on the case. He's got the barrage, and he's actually looking for somebody. Oh, the implosive blast!
Wow.
Didn't end up, it connected, but Exodio had the slide to get away. That barrage connected with maybe a single rocket, but a railgun is going to take care of Top Dragon, and that's the hold over with. 99% for Gen G.
They still come back in with the Annihilation as well as that Encore, but holy Exodio. Like, oh, I've not seen that in quite some time. Like, Pharah Barrage, and then you just decide to dome her in the head. Top Dragon comes back on the Venture just to make sure that you don't fall victim to that again.
Well, look, they've got ults here. They've got Annihilation. They've got Molten Core.
Okay.
They're going to be able to lock these down. Nice corner placement there from Sorna too, where people normally want to hold in on the point when it's OT. Takes a lot of damage though from that the orb there from the Sojourn. Back using this Annihilation on the point, but yeah, just little to no effect as the Sound Barrier from Team Peps as well as the Railgun. I mean, look, it's over with pretty much. It's 2-1. Those 2 picks onto Gen G's DPS in that previous fight, that was the game-winning play there for Team Peps. They take the map and they find match point against Gen G.
That is crazy. I mean, Team Peps have figured out the formula. They know that Gen G wants to be able to play this Wrecking Ball. Mag looks phenomenal on that hero, but they have started to pick arenas and making some hero bans that are making that really difficult. Also, just in general, the hero choices that they've made have made it so that Mag didn't even want to try the Wrecking Ball on Suravasa, despite the fact that that was Gen G's pick. They've got to go back to the drawing board for this one, because even though they could take a loss here, they don't really want to. They need to show that they can be strong enough to make it through this playoff bracket.
I want to know what happened to Crispy's Sound Barrier. I saw it come out. I'm not sure if it hit Canal. I don't think it did.
Stuck behind a wall.
I think it was, I think it was a solo beat because they had every single ult to make that a 2-2. They had both DPS ults. They had both support ults, and Top Dragon gets picked. Then Sorna gets picked. The beat came in, hit Crispy, and that was it. You fell over from there. You lost the tempo, you lost the momentum, you lost the map.
Yeah, it felt so bad to lose the Sound Barrier there as well. I think there was still a little bit of time. If you disengage and you get a reset, then you get to go in with the Sound Barrier as 5. Maybe we get to see it soon.
Here we go. Top Dragon dies. Sauna gets double tapped. Crispy uses beat, hits 1. Solo beat.
Yeah, he was behind a corner.
Solo
or
beat
something.
Crispy there.
Yeah, too bad.
Gen G go down. Peps match points. They have the answers to what Gen G are bringing. Didn't even see the ball from Gen G. Peps expected it. They came out on Queen. But Gen G were like, no, we're going to run something else. We're going to run something different. Sauna on the sim to try and counter maybe a hazard pick, which did end up getting them quite a few fights. That did Team Peps. Hey, Gen G, 4-1 in the standings as well. We're going to go to a quick break, give the team a couple of minutes here to decide where they want to go. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Team Peps match point against Gen G, currently sitting at second place in the standings. I mean, look, Team Peps, they found an amazing couple of picks on both DPS. Crispy landed a solo beat on that last point, and Team Peps just ran away with the map. Suravasa was the map pick of Gen G, and now we go to another map pick of Gen G, Esperanza. They banned Torb, and Peps, they banned the ball.
Yeah, if there was going to be a map that they would ban the ball, I think this is the perfect one. Esperanza, of course, is a map that we've seen a lot of Wrecking Ball play, as well as just Dive in general. So, perfect ban choice here from Team Peps. And it's going to force Mag, I think, on a very uncomfortable hero. Either the Diva, which we saw a little too late on Suravasa. If you want to run the Doomfist again and try to play the Dive style, I guess you could also do that. But maybe you also I don't know, play Winston? I would like them to play Winston here, actually.
Yeah, they did have Winston banned against them on Surabasa, so not Surabasa, Route 66. So yeah, honestly, yeah, a little bit of mag Winston, just bring it back to the old school. Don't mind that at all. I mean, Wrecking Ball ban's another smart one from Peps, right? You're like, okay, we're on match point. Now you can't play what you've been playing for the last like couple of weeks. Sure, like we feel great about this. And saving those, it feels like sometimes saving those very important priority bans can be quite hard because you want to get a leg up, you want to get momentum at the very start of the series. So using it on a map 4 is, or like saving it, sorry, until a map number 4 feels so good if you're Team Peps.
It really does. Now, I think Team Peps should feel very confident going into this match. They get a chance to play to the beat of their own drum and force Gen G to have to play uncomfortable. Ice has looked very good on the Hazard, looks like might be going to commit to that right away, and then just go with what's been working for you. Zarian's looked great on the Kiriko. You have the cleanse and just the Suzu for those really important moments, and keep going with the follow-up that Exodio can get on the Sojourn and Ken on the Genji. Looks great from them. On Gen G side, Echo and Doomfist here, Jack.
Doomfist again with mag. Okay. Pulled out the Doom a little earlier, but I don't know if I like Doom.
I don't know if I like it
in this meta, but we'll see. Did get a couple of interesting. Oh my word! Okay, Mag got dominated. I'll quickly talk about the Doom perks, but I almost guarantee you he's switching. He did get a couple of interesting perks actually with seismic empowerment. Doomfist is a bit of a solo queue hero superstar, right? Seismic empowerment, this is a major, hitting 3 or more enemies with the slam gives you an empowered punch. So very good at kind of cycling in and out and getting free punches if people are grouped.
He is sticking to the Doomfist, so I think the perk talk there is still going to be relevant, at least for the time being. And I just still don't know how much impact Mag is going to have on this Doomfist. You can get stuck without those mobility cooldowns, and that's something that Hazard will take great advantage of.
Oh, Top Dragon straying a little bit too close to Ken. And yeah, when is the point when we can have Mag like fly in and set up a kill with somebody? Because Sauna's going to be poking. Top Dragon's going to be poking and then trying to get a beam kill. A couple of trays here and there and everywhere, and it's now where the Doomfist really does excel, is in these very scrappy fights where people are split, but you can't stand up to the Hazard in the 1v1. Hazard will win, especially with that spike guard.
And he's just so beefy. Plus, you have such major output. FD God is always going to be pretty close behind Ice, and so if you just look at the amp it up and just in general how much AoE healing that Lucio is going to give over, I think Ice is very survivable.
Top Dragon's dead again. And Zarian uses the rush.
It's an Echo!
One small like micro thing about the Hazard versus Doomfist matchup too. Every tank obviously has some sort of resource, some sort of ability to negate damage. And for Doomfist, that is a cooldown. For Hazard, it is a resource meter. So he can spike guard, not spike guard, spike guard, not spike guard. You know, he can really like use that to temper aggression versus someone like a Doomfist whose cooldown will go on as soon as he uses the block. And Mag is dead to a downpour. So being able to use that and go in and out of the Hazard is so much easier compared to the Doomfist. Honestly, we're just seeing Team Peps just rolling over Gen G. Like this, right now, this is not close. Kanale used the rush. Crispy's got the beat in 5, but Team Peps get checkpoint and some extra meters there.
I don't want to speak too early, but I think Team Peps could just full complete the map and actually win versus Gen G. It is looking that good right now. Maybe Top Dragon's duplicate does actually change something, but I don't know. If this keeps going the way it has been, Jack, I think you're right. Team Peps just gonna continue to dominate.
Little dupe here from Top Dragon. Sees the Genji, straight up to the skies, copies the Genji. Good little deflect there as the railgun, the 150 charge railgun from Exodio after taking that perk is going to get unleashed. Just trying to track the Tracer first. That is decaying now, sadly. Top Dragon finds a kill, make that another. Okay, 6.5 minutes. No meters on the board for Gen G as Team Peps try and scramble, try and get out of this fight to get forward spawns and regroup as 5. But Sauna gets a nice tag on Exodio, who will not get forward spawn.
That does give Gen G a bit of breathing room here. I still don't see the Meteor Strike being super relevant outside of maybe just being a good way for Mag to try to reset himself if he dives in a little too deep. Sauna having the Pulse Bomb could actually break open this fight for Gen G, but FD God has another Sound Barrier. Zerion still has Suzu, so I feel like the Pulse Bomb still doesn't necessarily have the same impact as what Gen G would maybe like it to have as an ultimate in this matchup. Team Pips are back. They've got the Dragon Blade as well as double support ults.
Meteor Strike on high ground. Soundbarrier comes in from FD God. Oh, that was a good punch into the wall. FD God is so low. The blade's going to get taken to the skies as Ken just clips Top Dragon's wings. 5 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Bot has been stolen by Team Peps as well. Yo, what's up, Crispy? He's sailing through the air to his demise. Just right into the ult bank of Exodial.
Yeah, oh my god. Yeah, that is unfortunate. Team Peps still have the Kitsune Rush to go through this straight away as well. So it's not even that easy for Gen G to actually get up close and personal for this next fight. Kanale pretty close to getting the Kitsune Rush of his own, but it's a waiting game at this point, and you still have Isis Downpour to follow up after you see this rush.
Double rush comes in. Nice Suzu there, saving the hazard in the front line. And can they actually stand up to this pressure? There's going to be a kill onto Sauna already. Downpour connects, and look at that. Easy shots for Zerion, but unfortunately for him, did meet a swift death at the hands of Mag. But you're happy with that. If you're Team Peps, trading ultimates here is going to be good. You've got quite a substantial lead with the checkpoint. So all you're doing now is just resetting to mid, taking the same fight, burning ults, and just reset over and over and over. Gen G, it's going to be tough for them to win back-to-back fights without a significant ult advantage, Rose.
Team Peps still had forward spawns as well, so look at how early they're going to be able to take this fight. Exodial with the overclock, soon too, like, you're absolutely right about that. Sound Barrier, Meteor Strike have to go hard, and Gen G have to start stacking up teamfight wins. And fast. You only have 4 minutes left in the map.
Yep, only 4 minutes. Seems like a lot, normally, but on push, especially resetting in the mid like this, it is not a lot of time at all. Oh, don't test him, Crispy. Okay, you're good. Well, Exodial under a whole heap of pressure now. Ends up sliding away. Body shot ends up missing. Headshot onto Sauna is good for at least the recall out of the Tracer. But Kaneo's already dead for Gen G. Mag has got the ult, probably doesn't want to use it. Oh, ends up popping it anyway. I mean, a kill onto FD God. Okay, you take that. And now he's searching for his next victim. A good Suzu from Zerion will make sure no damage connected from Mag's ult, but still gets the kill onto Ice. And there we go. Okay, momentum for Gen G. Double slide as well unlocked for Exodial.
Oh, it's perfect to be able to have, just to know that you can escape away from an opposing Doomfist, even an opposing Tracer, and it just allows for these rotations to come through so much faster. Gen G, this is a great start and a great step in the right direction. They actually do get the checkpoint here as well. Team Pep's not able to get back in time to be able to stop that with a recontest. But I like that they're set up around this corner, knowing that they have Sound Barrier. Ken also has a Pulse Bomb that they can throw into this fight. Could just make sure that you don't get your heads taken off by this Top Dragon overclock.
Sound Barrier from FD God. Top Dragon just so far away from this fight, just making the aim duel just so much harder. Good stick from Sauna. Exodial dead. Sauna still looking for people to hunt down. Looks like FD God's next on the menu. Yeah, and Top Dragon, okay, ends up collapsing onto the backline. So is FD God dead? Bot is still in favor of Gen G right now in terms of positioning, but they're still 30 meters behind. 2.5 minutes, and Team Peps, they're going to regroup pretty quickly. And they've got a downpour, they've got a rush, they've got a pulse, they've got everything to do, everything to succeed in this fight.
Ooh, they went for the disengage as well, which was a great time for Ken to try to put that pulse bomb down, but doesn't hit anything.
Good kill onto FD God. There's the downpour, though. Oh, it connects with Lucio. As Crispy ends up falling. Double Lucio dead. Fights are going to look a little bit slower now. As Team Peps just trying to make these fights as scrappy as humanly possible. But Top Dragon's on the board now with a couple of kills and bot control.
Now that all the alts are gone, you're still looking at these Sojourns to try to open things up with a pick. And that's why a lot of this time is getting eaten off the clock so fast, because it's a stalemate until you see one of those Sojourns actually finish up that task. It's a full 5v5 as we saw Exodio get that power slide away, wants just a little bit more damage, and then the fight actually does become a little bit more one-sided. Exodio having to overclock, Crispy very close to being able to get that sound barrier, but it's still a waiting game for these ults to come through, and a minute 20, Ken is dead. No way.
All right, good punch from Mag. There you go. Turned, almost got a Exodio down too. Punch away. Meters climbing for Gen G. A lot of ults. Here is where they can really shift the game. Exodio gets punched in the wall, but just does not care. Ends up using one slide, needs another. Slowed up by that wall. Almost got collapsed in on. I mean, Ice, if that was a fraction of a second too early there, Exodio does not escape with his life. Another railgun coming through. An OC from Top Dragon takes down Ken as this rush is going to get played on from Team Peps. But Top Dragon's still doing a whole heap of damage. It's 3 meters in this as Peps end up winning this fight.
That was a huge fight for them to win as well, and before we saw Gen G steal the lead away from them. So Team Peps still in the driver's seat, still looking at just 30 seconds left to see if this is going to be the map where they get a chance to upset Gen G. One sound barrier from FD God stands between them and potentially winning out this map, as you have to deal with Top Dragon now coming back on the Genji and 2 ults from Gen G. FD God, if there's a time for you to lay a sound barrier, it's now. Exodio already makes it really unfair of a fight.
No, instead you just like beat down, you just run to the backline. They force the recall off Sauna as well. Sauna's got a pulse bomb in hand, but is he even able to get the connection? Top Dragon, well, he's in the middle of the fight, but now has to deal with the sound barrier. All this overhealth is just way too much. OT is here, FD God kills Top Dragon and Team Peps. They've only got a couple more people to kill. FD God with a second and a downpour on the point. It's on the checkpoint. The pulse bomb misses. Gen G have only got Sauna left, and Team Peps are going to close out the series. A 3-1 victory over EU's second-seeded team coming into today.
Team Peps? Wow, what a stellar performance coming out from them. We already knew that they were one of the top of the crop teams in EMEA, but this secures it. A huge upset win over Gen G. After Gen G were sitting pretty in that second seed. Zoe, is this something that you expected, seeing Team Peps come into this one and take it 3-1?
No, man. I mean, here's the thing. I've always been a Team Peps fan, obviously, because they're the neighbors, you know. But I did not expect them to take down Gen G like that. They were just able to push Gen G out of their comfort zone. Like, we know they want to run the ball, but I felt like in the past, even when they were pushed off of those compositions, they still looked very good and somewhat untouchable. I don't know if it's the addition of perks, or like, I don't know what's in the water today, but fantastic, phenomenal performance even from Team Peps there.
They had very smart bans throughout the series. Yeah. Banning the ball on Esperanza, saving that so late into the series is kind of brave. You know, you want to get that upward momentum, like we mentioned. I think
also
this
the
is
map
a big
picks, like they've really made
Peps.
such good
100%.
use of everything at their disposal, Micro.
Yeah, absolutely. I think like Jack hit it on the head as well. When you just take a look at how they were able to preserve that ban until the end, and also just taking us to smart map choices, Team Peps came in with some really big brain plays, and I'm stoked. Jack, we were actually wondering, even like last weekend before we headed into the perks era, is this going to be where Team Peps takes an edge? Is this where we see maybe some of those teams we weren't expecting take those unexpected wins?
Yeah, look, they are tied with Gen G right now in terms of series score too. I mean, Peps are up there. Gen G have a very good map differential though, worth keeping in mind. They were +9 coming into today. So their map score is kind of carrying them right now in terms of placing. Their next series too is against Ultimates. Like, that is not going to be a pushover, although Ultimates don't look like the team people expected them to. They definitely had a slow start, but if there's one thing Ultimates can take away from this game, is going to be the map choices, and it's going to be the bans, where we go, where we see Mag play this, that, or the other. So that's going to be a very interesting game. And that middle of the pack, it is still so competitive, man. It is, yeah, it's been a really, really just amazing treat.
It really is.
EMEA so far.
I'm excited about this one because the turnaround once again is obviously so short, right? So there's only so much homework and so many changes you can really do heading into your next match. Team Peps, they gotta feel so confident though, because this victory, which a lot of people would not have expected, now puts him quite a bit ahead, obviously, with the map scores as well, or map differential. And the next game is against Sakura, so they shouldn't feel too worried about that one either. Ice Gnome, our player of the match, has shown us so much versatility on that tank role. He's really been one of the players that caught everyone's attention heading into this season.
Yeah, looks stellar. The Sigma play on Route 66 was really good, showing us some cool tech, which you don't really get to see too often with the head slam. I think, yeah, being able to match up against a long-standing veteran in Mag as well is no easy feat, and countering him a lot of the time too. Just think he had a lot more better proactive plays on that last map. Yeah, Ice, easily deserved the player match here.
Absolutely. And Ice is actually joining us for a quick chat now as well. So let's bring him in, our player of the match. Ja,
Hi.
Glückwünsche. Nochmal ein Dub.
Danke. Heute auf Deutsch?
Ja, komplett
Oder
auf
lieber
Deutsch,
nicht?
natürlich.
Okay, gut.
Also, ich habe kein Problem damit. Der Rest des Tests
Ich auch
vielleicht ein
nicht.
bisschen.
Ja, da gibt es, glaube ich, andere Probleme dann.
So we're having a good time. Everyone else is just third wheeling.
Yeah,
at this point,
it's
which
like-
I
I just
like.
like-
Smile and nod, absolutely.
Smile and nod and wave a little bit. Ice Gnome, let's talk about the series, the map picks, the bans as well for the heroes. Everything looked very targeted and very specific to play against Peps and take them out of their comfort zone. What was the prep like heading into this match for you guys?
We thought they were gonna play a lot of different I mean, we kind of knew that they want to play the divey comps, right? But we were thinking they would play like Mauga comps as well, but which they obviously didn't at all, and we were prepping for that a bit, but also obviously for and we know they're dive team, right? So we were prepping a bit for that as well, and yep, that's it.
Who do you think is the strongest tank right now to pick up? There's a lot of fluctuation, it feels like, between different things. Yeah, what do you think is the best tank to play?
I mean, there's every tank has some matchups that are really good and some that are really bad. But on paper, like Ram is a really strong tank, D.Va is a really strong tank, Ball is a really strong tank, Hazard as well. There's so much variety, and you can really just swap between them, and between the different styles, and one style counters the other, kind of.
What's your favorite tank out of that list then? What would you prefer?
My favorite is Hazard. I love playing Hazard.
You look so good when you're playing the Hazard as well.
Thank you. Oh yeah, when I saw the on Soravasa and I saw their comp, I was like, wait, I can just go Hazard into this, and then I was really happy about that, and it worked out pretty well, so that's good. I mean,
Yeah, you guys had some really great strategy. I was actually going to ask you about that, because we've seen now with perks coming in, if you have to make a swap, you get that perks reset level to 1. And so how do you feel like that plays into your swaps? Are you nervous about making a swap? Do you care at all with that perk level reset?
I mean, to be honest, not that much, because if you already have a maxed out hero, I guess, with level 3 perks, and then you swap to 1 to another hero, then you get the perk so much faster. So I mean, if after one good fight you can have both perks, or after 2 fights you'll have the perks. So I'm not really worried about that. I'm not gonna stick to a shit hero just because I can keep the perks. I think just swap when you feel like you need to, and fuck the perks, I guess. Even though they're really good updates.
Put that on a t-shirt, bro.
They're really good.
Yeah, put that. That's a quotable for sure. I mean, it's like your Pharah in your games who doesn't swap off because Barrage is ready, right? So we've all been there with those kind of teammates. So I'm glad to see that there is no hesitation just because of perk levels. Ice Gnome, phenomenal performance today. We hope to see more of that in the next match. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me. Bye-bye.
Of course, always a pleasure to hear from Ice Gnome. Yeah, F the perks, F the hero.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, that is a big thing to really think about, is you do get them so quickly. It hurts initially. It's it does feel kind of bad, but then you end up winning 1 fight, 2 fights, like you said, and you get them so fast. The balance there, I think, is done very well. I think they've done a very good job of actually getting a comeback mechanic. It's good.
All about the timing of when you actually make that swap, though, I think.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And I mean, it's just something that we weren't we didn't know, right, heading into this, like how long it's going to take. Like that was a concern. Like, are you more hesitant to hero swap, which is the entire point of Overwatch, you know? It is about hero swapping and like counter-stratting and adapting. Now, Team Pep's putting themselves in a really great spot here, of course. As I mentioned already, their next match is going to be against Sakura, which is our bottom team. So they should be feeling very good about the way they are ending our stage 1 round robin play.
Ooh.
Yeah, you're feeling good if you're Peps. Of course, them being above Gen G, just on the head-to-head value, Gen G still have that +7 map differential, which will enable them to keep up in the upper echelons. 5th and 6th are still up in the air. Ultimates, how are they going to perform, man? Like, that is the big question. Gen G versus Ultimates. Ultimates have another match against Twisted Minds. Like, that is a tough spot to be in. But honestly, today, Peps and Alcatia, they looked good. Despite Alcatia losing, still took Virtus Pro to a map number 5. The playoffs are going to be nuts, man.
Yeah, I think the standings also look a lot closer than what I had imagined heading like after that Alcatia match. Because I'm not gonna lie, I kind of thought that Gen G would beat Team Peps. Like I just thought head to head, maybe that was the way that was gonna go. And now I actually wonder if Alcatia is going to stay in one of those top 4 spots.
How do you feel about the Gen G going up against the Ultimates for tomorrow then? Do you think there is a good chance then for perhaps another upset?
I think maybe. I really think maybe. Like, after a couple of weeks, we also got a chance to talk to Funny Astro earlier today. Maybe the Ultimates have had enough time together as a team where they're on it now. Like, being in the 6th place spot, I know it doesn't feel good at the moment, but if they can get a win tomorrow and then they can also get a win in their final match, all of a sudden, things look way different when it comes to the standings, and they might actually be able to get themselves out of that 6th place spot.
Indeed. I love it. It was a definite maybe from you.
Yeah, like maybe.
I think
love
so. Definite maybe.
It's 100% maybe.
I don't want to speak
one
way or another, but I think that there is a shot. Like, what do I say? Maybe 70% chance that they could actually get an upset.
This is what being engaged or married to a Swiss man does to you. You just become
I know.
the maybe middle ground of everything.
The most diplomatic answer that I could think of.
One of us. Love that. Well, this was is going to say goodbye for today. Joss, we have to say goodbye to you as well, as we are done and dusted with EMEA. We'll have you both back tomorrow, though, so lots to look forward to again. As we're switching into our NA region, though, we have a little palate cleanser. That's right, we got another battle of bots for you all. This time it's going to be one big Genji against 10 little Hanzos. So Big Brother turned 10 little brothers. Incredible. The ultimate Shimada showdown that no one asked for, and we're going to deliver. So make sure to cast your votes on who you think is going to take the dub here.
Oh,
and
Genji's got this in the bag.
On the other side. That's what I'm thinking too.
Reset stash. It makes sense.
turns out Genji Blade can just take out tiny Hanzos 10 at a time. Who would have thought? Don't think we would have had to put that to the test, actually. In hindsight, that all seems very obvious. But welcome back, everyone. We did it. Some fantastic matches we had earlier on in EMEA. So let's see if NA can follow suit. Here is our schedule. We have 2 matches coming our way, starting with one of the very top teams of the leaderboard, of course. That is Timeless. That will be going up against Avidity. So there is definitely potential for a closer match there. The second one, perhaps not the closest series, but a good warm-up for Nightmare heading into the later stages of this very last week, as they do have an important match coming up against Team Liquid on Sunday. Welcome back, everyone. I now have the utmost pleasure of bringing in our casters for this one. It's everyone's favorite hybrid / shapeshifter Matt and his colorful, flamboyant distraction Mitch. You guys will be joining us.
Am I a shapeshifter now?
Because Matt has been sending me reels about people thinking that there are shapeshifters.
I sent her a reel about somebody who actually thought they fought a werewolf, which clearly she definitely had not.
But she couldn't quite remember it, but she could.
Yeah.
Okay, so she's like basically, so she transforms into a wolf at night and then loses.
No, she fought someone who is for sure.
Oh, bro, she fought a werewolf?
Yeah, that's
but in human form, so she actually just fought another.
I just fought a person. Matt, honestly, like I would use you being a lycanthrope as an excuse to throw down with you.
I think Matt will make a good lycan.
Like when the police turn up and wonder why I've got him in headlock, I'll be like, he's a werewolf, bro. I'm sure of it.
I'm one of those books. Those,
we live in America. It might work.
I'm an anamorph, right? We're in those.
Oh my, those are bangers. I read them all.
Wow.
Might still have one that I never returned to the library. You never know. But here are the standings for NA. So we're seeing where we're currently standing in our last week of round robin. And man, I'm telling you, it is tight up here. 4-1 across the board from first to fourth. Of course, map differential is going to come into play here as well. And I think even if Avidity is dropping their matches, they can't be overtaken by Rad Esports. Not that it actually matters, because 5th and 6th will both be the ones to be picked by the first seeding. So there's that.
Rad will lock their playoff spot in 6th with a win today. So
there you go.
Fair enough. However, I think they're still going to be minimum 6th place at the moment because they have their head-to-head over Shikigami, which is going to keep them clear of that. So they're kind of chilling.
Amplify coming up tomorrow.
Yes.
Yes, I think that would still keep them safe. Not 100% sure, but they're kind of be chilling. Obviously, Nightmare can get second here. Obviously, they can rock it up, and obviously, Timeless and Nightmare do need to win these games to keep the map pick advantage over their opponents. Obviously, this weekend there are some crazy NA games, so you really want to stay as high up in ranking as you can to get that map pick.
Yeah, I mean, we see here how like being the 5th and 6th seed like impacts things, right? Starting in the losers. I'm really looking at Timeless coming into this week, right? Number 1 right now, best in terms of map differential amongst those teams that sit at 4-1. They have an opportunity, really, off the back of that first game against Team Liquid at 3-0, to get the number 1 seed, which would be really impactful, right? So I want to see if they can close it out.
Starting in losers is pretty rough. Like sometimes we've had play-in rounds at the start where like you would have to play against like the lower of the top teams in a prior round, and so like, the number 1 and 2 get a bye. That's brutal though, starting the lower bracket, so you don't get 2 chances like everybody else. That's an interesting twist on the double elim sort of 6-team format. I'm curious to see how it plays out.
Yeah, so any opportunity they can get ahead of the rest of that 4-1 bubble, that's one to take. Today, Timeless has to face off against Avidity. Let's talk about the 2 teams here. Timeless, we've seen different looks from them, right? We've seen them on Orisa, Diva, Ball, pretty much anything they can grab just last week. What do we expect here today? Do we expect any change-ups, perhaps, based on perks?
I don't think so. I think Perks has obviously been a great addition, but it's also made the heroes that we had that were pretty strong, like even stronger, right? Yeah. To where I think you're going to see like more of the same stuff. Right. Sojourn's extremely good with the perk system. Same with Tracer, right? Some options there. Genji seems to not have like the best of perks, but still just really effective hero in general.
Again, yeah. being able to be more sticky as Genji is a big difference maker. Like getting some health back during Dragon Blade, and also like the deflect perk is also quite effective. So, it's so interesting. It just feels like it's preserved the meta mostly, but maybe presented some other options in niche cases.
Honestly, the most impactful perks seem to be like the support ones, right? Like
busted
Karika. Yeah, I mean they all have like pretty crazy perk packages across the board. So I just think those probably where you see like some of the biggest changes there in the tanks.
Yeah, let's talk about Avidity as well as we're heading into this first match of the NA portion of the day. Also, Mitch, love your support for Avidity with your shirt here. You're just matching the...
I'm trying to manifest it. I definitely thought about that today when I reached into the very
100%.
big closet. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, but Avidity, I mean, they weren't able to punch up to other teams in the region, namely...
They can punch down, though.
But they can punch down, and they do so really, really well. Timeless, unfortunately, that's an upward punch. Let's see how that one lands as you guys are taking us through our map set and the hero bands.
Yeah, thank you.
They're good on the hammer fists when the other team's on the ground, right? The uppercuts is where they're struggling right now.
Exactly. It's an issue reaching the top cabinet, Matt. Not something I'm sure you're quite familiar with here. But the ball band for Samoa, I think, makes a lot of sense. Even if you are going to roll into Volcano, I just think Wrecking Ball is very powerful right now. The amount of air control that he can get when he's pile driving with that hang time perk, plus the pack rat giving him 100 extra health from packs, means that he's even more self-sufficient than ever before. So very powerful, especially in Riker's hands, kind of just doing everything he did better. And I would say the Lucio band is a curious one. We've been in the past seeing it on the Flashpoint maps, but that extra boop distance is really messed up.
Yeah, I mean,
teams do not want to deal with that.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy in terms of, like, you see the percentages, right, when perks come out, and you're like, I know 20-30% here or there for different heroes. Like, that doesn't seem like a lot. And then once you get into game and start using it, it is significant across the board. So as we get into this one, obviously no Lucio, no Ball in the mix. Timeless, they'll be running a Ramatra-based setup. I imagine we'll see Rocket go to Tracer. Yeah, so very different comps between these teams. Really, the only thing that's consistent is the Ana.
The Illari pick is super interesting here for Nenwai. Obviously, really, like everybody, quite powerful with the addition of those perks, and being able to have more of that right click healing now than in the past was pretty effective, as that's where you want to sort of go. Turret here for NVM already removed, and Rocket is obviously going to be on the hunt here. So Rocket and Chopper, no huge changes. Timeless, with a composition that's pretty reminiscent of what we've seen in the past. I do hope to see Squid try and take Juno and break some ankles with the the critical perk that you can get, but we'll temper our expectations for the time being now, as Timers here really just want to try and encircle around Twalls' position and give the Steven nowhere to fall back to.
Yeah, they just pushed Wub Rocket specifically into a really tough spot. You see, just kind of playing in that side building. It's going to break line of sight of the rest of the team for Timeless, and Chopper takes on Ninwai, right? And that's going to be the Illari turret over here that's trying to keep Twalls up, and he's backing out towards it, but this is just a nasty spot to be forced into.
Yeah, still though, I mean, credit to Avidity, they've not allowed for a full cap as of yet. NVM obviously a pretty key component of that, making it difficult for Timers to actually have bodies on the point here, and losing one of those earlier on. That's an turret taken down. NVM's actually going to get the nano boost here, though, so keep eyes on that as Riker falls, but Avidity keep losing their backline. First was then White and Scuffed. NVM really trying to throw down now here on the point. It's going to force a recall from Rocket, but Chopper has a nano, and it's been going to work on the front line on that high ground. It's 12's already out of the game here, and NVM eventually will be run down.
Extremely long and dragged out first fight, right? As it's just 6% there for Avidity. They're going to get a stagger here as well. So
Dios mío, bro, that's brutal.
Yeah. As Ninwai gonna not make it off the side, so you'll end up getting a large chunk of percentage on the point here for Timeless. But Nano's used right away from both sides. What I really like from Timeless is we see it a little bit from Riker is he'll be on the low ground. He'll actually use the Ramatra shield up on the high ground and protect Squid and allow him to just free fire down on that low ground. Hit a really big bio, a 2-player bio that set up that last fight.
Okay, Scuffed obviously takes the perk, which allows your bio nade to bounce. Pretty satisfying to pick up here. Likely he's going to have more defensive application, as basically Avidity getting their faces punched in across the map at the moment, as Wub and NVM constantly at critical levels of health. And a big buy there catching on towards NVM, who is overloaded, but nice. Ruined, dominated, wrecked, brutal savage, all the rest.
Yeah, I mean, a super sick sleep there from Squid, right? You get a few shots, that bio that bounces, it like connects with them and then bounces back towards them, but not able to get any kind of benefits off the second bounce. But Avidity, after their first point control, just going to get pushed back here by Timeless. And you'll probably play up close here if you're Timeless, right? You have that Annihilation to play. What in the world is this? I mean...
There's Cheerios Gaming, baby. Let's go.
There's no way.
Yeah, it's all about that heart health, Matt. Make sure you get them healthy rolled oats in your cereal in the morning. Love to see it. Scarf has built that nano here. Tolls trying to contest the point now. Pulse bomb there from Rocket being deployed. Bione catching on towards Twirls as it's easier to make those work even from low ground. And Wub's trying to wrap the point itself. NVM's been given a nano boost here, but without a blade to work with, they've still been able to find Lucamino and have eyes on Squid. Should be a comfortable cleanup here as there's too much pressure for the other to deal with.
Yeah, you actually had Timeless Nano Riker here, and you still have Rocket in the mix. I wonder if there's a way for them to kind of get back in this fight on. Actually, it's going to be Wub taking out Riker as he's trying to get back to the rest of the squad. I thought maybe you can like make it back here towards this choke, start to get that Ramatra healing. There was a window of opportunity, but a lot used there by Avidity be able to flip it. So, okay, now it looks like the crosshair back to normal potentially.
Oh, did I change it on the fly?
I don't know.
That is something special. Again, you'll notice obviously that, with the switch of NY off the Iliari, there's no perk yet built. Also, NVM does not have that first Genji perk either. It's the supports that have stuck on these picks so far that have gotten there. And of course, Rocket with extra pulse bomb range is going to be a little bit scary. Wub's down. Chopper eventually finds connection there with the railgun headshot. This is bad news for Avidity. Struggling, I think, to keep their longer range elements in the game, and NVM just hasn't had the penetration or impact that they have needed. Rocket is ready to throw down here. Pulse in the back line, careful. Big range on that, but a recall away.
Yeah, you haven't even had to use the Annihilation here. You're going to get up to final fight territory. It'll be Twals who will get a touch, but he's extremely low. Most likely going to lose his mech.
Squid here, still in a safe spot. You're right, mech is lost, and now that Bione catching on. Squid just nailing these shots across the map here. And here comes the blade. No nano here for Squid to give one to himself or anybody else for that matter, so Avidity will stay in the game after a pretty big blade.
Yeah, no, it was a Kitsune Rush there used as well, right? So, Timeless, there's not really a great window to use that Annihilation. It seems like maybe you could use it after like 12 gets demech, but he's actually still not in mech, right? So, we'll see if you can get a fight here before that Diva can get a mech back. That would be quite huge, and that'll be Timeless actually with a Kitsune Rush plus Annihilation. That could be pretty devastating. I don't know how Avidity's gonna like hold control of the point and deal with this.
Interesting, like Luke Mino's perk selection here. Not what I would have expected to see. Obviously, the protection Suzu giving movement speed, but also the healing from Kunai hits being picked up here for Luke Mino. Like to see that. Okay, here's that Strike Nano for Squid and Riker respectively. That obviously is going to support an Annihilation onto the point. But hit with the Bionade is Riker. Luke Mino's been lost in the back line now. Riker knows he needs to find some value. Suzu going to be thrown in Scuff's direction, and Wub is able to stave off the tank. Hello, Avidity in the game in a big way. Yeah. Timeless here, starting to run a little bit low on the old gas tank. Wub low, just going to take some shelter. And that's an Avidity first round take.
Yeah, Riker not really able to find much of anything there with the nano boost and the Annihilation. They did a nice job of putting pressure on a Squid. Once he ends up getting that like self nano, right, from that perk, they kind of back off him for a little bit. Ana just becomes extremely difficult to dive in those types of situations. And Riker's not able to run down anybody in the backline of Avidity. So Avidity gets a first point win with a really nice comeback.
Yeah, I mean, pretty impressive considering that it felt like Timeless for most of the round were in control. Things really started to peter off for them though, as Wub was able to link a couple team fights together, especially just getting given a nano. Pretty straightforward stuff. Then why having switched over towards the Kiriko outside of the pretty, ambitious Iliari pick, was able to have big impact too.
Yes, so you're going to get a Torb Venture setup here for Avidity, being able to kind of follow up this Ramatra. And both teams changing the backline here as well, right? So you're going to be running the Juno with the Brig, a little bit more of a close quarter map, as that's a lot of damage down onto NVM at the start.
That is a lot of heal pressure for a team that features a Brig here, Matt. And I think Avidity just buckle under just the alpha damage, the front-loaded burst that Timeless are able to apply to them.
Yeah, Malga is very difficult to deal with. I mean, he has some really interesting kind of like perk options in general, right? And especially against the Ramatra, being able to kind of just get past that shield and being able to kind of put down some of that damage. It allows and gives space for Chopper to obviously land some big railgun shot that kind of kicked off that previous fight.
Okay, and then White still can't really peek their head out now. I think the Brig is definitely going to get punished by this range element of Timeless's comp, which is mostly just Chopper. That's enough to fear in and of itself. 12's outside of Nemesis form now, which means that Riker can head in that direction once more. Dangerous game to play up against the Tor, but that range, but Chopper's AD strafing gets him out of the Rivet Gun's range. And there we go, Timeless starting to turn up the heat a little bit.
Yeah, but Avidity, they were, you know what, they got like 6% in the previous point, and then they end up kind of falling behind the entire time, right? But, you know, come out and take it in the end. This is Timeless getting off to a good start, but I would not count Avidity out just yet, right? As Wub's going to switch over to the Sojourn, I think going to give a little bit more of a response here, right? Where Riker's able to get in there with the Ramatra, and they didn't really have anything to burst him down. The Maga able to burst him down, yeah. So we'll see now with the railgun shots if they're able to do that.
Here we go again. Nemesis form used. His 12 is trying to ignore Riker entirely. Wub does get around, so the switch over towards the Sojourn has already yielded some result. The Orbital Ray might have had a part to play in that as well. Oh. This is extremely ambitious behavior from Squid. Orbital Ray coming out for Timeless. They're down to 3 players. What can you expect to make happen here? That is throwing good money after bad.
Well, so it does look obviously pretty bad in hindsight, right?
But you're stretching the point.
Yeah, you're stretching the point, and you ended up having them burn their rally, right? So they ended up using Orbital Ray and rally. You're gonna get, you know, probably an extra 15% on the point there, right? So you trade your Orbital Ray for both support ults on the other side, and you're gonna come back with your beat. Not entirely the worst situation.
How does that look
right?
though if you don't get a rally out of Avidity?
Oh, I think it looks way worse if you don't get the rally out, right? Then you're coming back into a fight with even support ults, right? Even kind of across the board, pretty much.
Feels a bit more reasonable now, especially like you mentioned. There's a rally here for Luke Mino to deploy. NVM has been in the thick of things in this game for sure. Tries to go for the tech shock here. It's a bit dangerous. Squid picks him off on the torpedo, though. It's a 1-for-1. 12 now pops out Annihilation, but the cage fight will limit his effectiveness somewhat. You see Luke Mino really trying to play from the fringes of that ability. And yeah, all the damage that the Ramatra can pull out, it's not going to be enough. Rocket now just going to unload. And Timeless back in the driver's seat.
Even though they're stuck inside the cage fight with the Annihilation of 12s, he's just taking so much damage and there's not enough support there that he's basically just in power block form the entire time as the Ramatra. And it's going to be Chopper using the overclock here, pushing up to the spawn. It's just taking a large chunk out of the Ramatra already.
Now Chopper, of course, dishing it out. A lot of ammunition, of course, to work with an extra perk. NVM trying to go in here. Vortex throwing at long range, and Chopper does get caught out. It's 12's able to connect. Wub now wants to try and wrap around here and make short work of Timeless. And these are good hits coming off these charged rails, of course. Getting up to 150 charge means that even without headshots, you can blow people out of the game.
I'm even a bit shocked that Avidity made it back. I mean, they push up Timeless to the spawn door. Chopper's putting down some significant damage. It was NVM on the Venture. They were able to get there and touch the point, keep it going, right? Get a burrow, just come up, and then now the rest of Avidity, because you never ended up getting that kill until the Ramatra, can come back in and flood on in. And then Mitch, look at this. Avidity's going to have both support ults to work with here. So a lot like on our first point, right, where Timeless was in control for most of it, and then Avidity came back. They're set up here to potentially do the same.
I mean, this is a potential trap game for your Timeless team. They've got to watch themselves. Good Orbital Ray, though. A very good one. Not much Avidity could have done about that, and they layer their support ultimates. They just don't go where they're needed, frankly. Timeless now in control. We are in overtime, of course. It looks like we're going to have more Samoa to play here. That's what I'm hoping for. Not a whole lot, of course. We'll be taken down after a brief stall. The cage fight will seal the deal. And all right, we're headed to downtown.
Yeah, we'll see if there's any kind of comp changes that go into downtown, but Avidity's still putting up a really good fight. They kind of have to layer both support ults there, right? It's like Orbital Rays being exchanged. It's a big Maga stomp that kicks things off, so in response, they try and go with a rally to keep the rest of the team up. Just does not pan out in the end, so for Timeless, potentially hovering up like a Doomfist here, and on the other side, I mean, maybe a Reinhardt. I mean, this would be a very interesting comp. I don't think we've seen much of Rein at all. Yeah, I was going to say, in North America, I'd also say if you're just kind of like looking at the perk system in general, right? Ramatra, it's been a pick here for Avidity the entire time. So you're at, you know, level 3 already. And then also I think Ramatra has like better perks than Rein just generally, right? So you'll see them stay on the Ramatra. They'll actually have the Genji in the mixer, but Riker's going to play Doom.
Okay. Again, this does give you a way to exploit the high ground, something that Ramatra does not have access to. Something that Sigma more recently has gained, but you do need that major perk to make use of it. All right, here's Rocket. No connection off that rocket punch, though. It's a little bit concerning. Of course, Wipe is still going to be on the Sojourn, so does actually get the slide perk taken as opposed to the adhesive siphoning, obviously, which is pretty troll, but this is a bit of a wider map, so having that mobility feels better against a pretty mobile comp on the other side.
Well, this is also potentially a situation, right, where if Timeless could play ball, you would play it here, right? Because Ball's potentially a hero that could access that high ground, and then Doom, you just kind of like throw into the mix.
Well, why don't you play it?
Well, the ball is banned here.
Oh, it's banned. Excuse me.
Yeah, that's why you're not. That would be
about that earlier.
Probably be somewhat illegal to potentially do. And then now they're just going to give up the high ground completely, right? So not really kind of vie for that position. Going to go back and play this Mauga. I thought they looked pretty good on the Mauga, just kind of playing that rush directly past that Ramatra shield and like brawling out. So we'll see them kind of go back to it here. The Venture does play like a huge impact in that last round though, so not going to have that same type of like dive aggressive potential with the Tracer in the mix, right? Venture seems to be a big beneficiary of the perk system.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 hearts perk there for Malco, which means obviously you counters 2 people on the objective, and you also get like some passive health regeneration for being there.
It's like 20
per
health.
second. Yeah, so it's
still a lot though.
Well, it also stacks, obviously, like with, you know, cardiac overdrive. So it does give you some more durability in general. Nice Bionate connection there, but here comes NVM, and he is looking hungry. Squid and Chopper down to the blade, and Avidity off to a absolutely brilliant start here. Again, they bring in so many of the perks from the previous game after not switching, and Timeless have not been able to get into this round.
No, this round's been an absolute drubbing here. You're going to actually lose Lucamino here before you can even kind of get him going. So this is brutal. I mean, you're going to get another like 10% here or so for Avidity. I mean, Rocket has to be extremely careful, right? You lose another player here, you're really screwed if you're Timeless.
Pulse connection is going to be a rally in response. Not really a whole lot that could be done. Rocket now tries to back away. There's an orbit array coming out from Scuff, so both support ultimates as Avidity realize they're on the precipice of taking the round. Squid's under some serious pressure. Nenwise about to finish Riker off as they tried to turn around, and Timeless have just been washed away on this map entirely. A real trap game for this Timeless roster now. They probably have to realize that after they are going to, I mean, at least be a huge risk of dropping this map. With Squid out of the picture and Lucamino, yeah, raying from the spawn side of the map, I think they're in trouble. Bob can double back here for this health pack, and of course Luke will at least be able to touch. They didn't get the better of Scuffed there, but they now lose Luke. Riker has to rely on his own healing now inside, of course, that cage fight as well. Even with the passive heals, it's just not even close to remotely enough. And that should be it. Chopper will fall at the finish line, and Avidity take the first map in this series.
And like you mentioned, this is most certainly a trap game in this scenario that, like, Timeless, they have an advantage, right, in terms of map differential over the other teams that are all 4-1. You lose maps here, you lose a series, right? I mean, that's just a brutal scenario to potentially be in if you're Timeless, right? Because Avidity's 3-2 as well, right? So they could potentially move to 4-2, right? With a win here. Timeless actually dropped to 4-2, and then all of a sudden you're looking at map differential and like what everybody has coming up, and I mean that kind of makes the next 2 days really interesting. And look, this is a Timeless team that we've talked about that we want to see kind of get over the hump, that they've like struggled in kind of moments of a lot of pressure. This would be a moment of giving into that again.
You don't want to be one of those top 4 teams falling into 5th, 6th. And starting in the lower bracket of this tournament. It is such a distinct disadvantage, and you know, you can get knocked out of the tournament way earlier. Like another quality team ends up going down to those lowers, and all of a sudden you're playing this matchup again. If you're Timeless, potentially, right? In lowers, like you just don't want to think about that. That is brutal stuff. Look, I think the Ramatra comp looked really good. NVM, when they got online, I think was good, but you know, Wab switches to Sojourn here on this map, and instantly, like, it's a big impact. We're already seeing, you know, these key shots being connected, and Wab being able to, you know, get his team over the line. This railgun moment, of course, was pretty special as well. You can farm that Malga so hard during Ultimate with that perk.
Yeah, and even looking at the standings, right, the advantage for Timeless obviously is that they're sitting with the +10 map differential, right? It's a huge advantage over the other teams as we take a look at the scoreboard here, where I know outside of like there were like a few, maybe like 3 fights that really kind of Timeless won. It was actually kind of pretty stacked in favor of Avidity. The downside for Timeless, right, is you have a really tough match here, obviously, against Avidity being down 0-1. You also play SSG. It's not like your second match of the week is like easy as well. Now Avidity also plays Team Liquid, right? Who probably will take care of business there, you'd assume. But still, falling into that like 5, 6, or even near that range is brutal.
But the Wrecking Ball has now been released into the wild, which is a trick that we saw Timeless rely on pretty extensively, I think, over the course of the series. And Lucio is available to be played now as well. Obviously, one of the supports that benefited greatly, I think, from the changes to perks. We've seen just how good Amp It Up now looks with that increased range. And, you know, you don't quite realize how much of an increase 15% is on the boop until it gets applied to you. And I mean, like, wow.
Yeah, we talked about that in the pregame, and then also you're like looking at some of the numbers, right? 150%. We talked about like Maga, like the 20 health on the point. These adjustments, when you look at it, it's like, oh, that's like, you know, not crazy. But then once you start playing with it, I mean, you can definitely see the impact. No, the Soundwave knockback is just really good all the time. I mean, Groovin is like, I think that's like kind of like quick play situational for funsies, but like the knockback is extremely good.
Yes, I mean, you can. You could make a case for Accelerando as the major perk that you take on Lucio because it drastically increases your ult charge speed, right? So in theory, obviously you do need to hit these shots and they need to be not just shielded off there. But if you've tried playing it, the muscle memory, it feels really like bizarre. When you need to like, you know, and even honestly like the Groovin one when you're riding on the wall, like normally you remember when you should be reloading on Lucio, like how many like salvos and shots you can fire. That's obviously changing because you're regenerating. You can essentially fire, you know, much more. So anyway, fun fact, that's going to be back in the game now. We've seen Ana be very strong, and Sombra is actually getting a look here. That says to me, we are playing Wrecking Ball, and we're going to make sure we use it to pummel you.
Yeah, that's a clear sign that we're going to see Wrecking Ball here on Suravasa. The Sombra is probably, you know, if not the most effective hero against Wrecking Ball in terms of just being able to kind of like hack, just be a nuisance. And then Avidity will get rid of Ana here. So Ana's played with the ball at a distance, and maybe this kind of impacts some of the healing that potentially could go towards that Wrecking Ball. But I think the Sombra is a great ban, though, for Timeless. If you're going to play the ball, it makes a ton of sense.
Yep, 100%. Couple moments away from jumping into Suravasa here, and if you just joined us, you'd be surprised, I think, seeing this scoreline, because as good as Avidity have been against the bottom 3 teams of this league, we talked about this coming into the game, and the analogy of punching up was floated, and we have seen that already. Avidity also taking that literally with a lot of these Ramatra comps that have really given them great success over the last couple of maps.
I mean, I would also say for Avidity, like, this is a team that sometimes you would say in like playoff scenarios, right? In the past, we've had some teams that you would just kind of like run over, right? Like, okay, it's the first round matchup, but like, you know, is it really going to be that close? Are you that worried, right? Avidity is a team though that has like talented players that can take, you know, games off of like the top teams and like give them a run for their money, right? So it's not a team by any stretch that is just gonna kind of like roll over against some of these top teams, especially once we get to playoff time.
All right, let's have a look at some of these comps here. Timeless, as expected, already sort of hovering that ball. Avidity definitely seem to be at their best with this Ramatra setup. But the Demon look for 12s in their past has also been quite reasonable. So this team's definitely got what it takes. Can we just talk about the May perk, by the way, Matt? I think that's extremely messed up.
Yeah, I mean, the cryo freeze that just kind of slows and does like 70 damage per second, right, for nearby enemies. That's pretty nuts. Also, something interesting though, potentially, we'll have to see how it plays out. But the major perk for May, you know, the other one, right, you know, not the ice block one, is that the secondary fire actually slows enemies by 15% for, I think it's like 1.5. And that stacks up to 2 times. You can get like a 30% movement slow for, you know, 1.5 seconds. Could be pretty effective against ball, right? You know, the right clicks onto the ball, and then also, you know, you're just kind of like minor perk, right, is the primary fire extended range too. So potentially it's something along those lines.
Honestly, Matt, like even against non-ball heroes, you can slow people so they're much easier to hit with like subsequent, you know, of those secondary shots. So I think that's very powerful. The May is sneaky, terrifying with some of these perks. Either way, though, the Wrecking Ball doing its job, and Chopper is the one that's benefiting here as Scuff gets knocked up straight into a rail shot, and Twirls won't last under this level of attention much longer either. Love this from Wub. Love that energy. Squid gets taken down, but Avidity will have to cede control eventually.
They do get 45% though, so a significant percentage here gotten by Avidity off the rip. It looks like you're going to move away from, okay, so you're going to move away from the Mei and the Ramatra. You're actually going to go to a Diva here, Diva with Genji. So we'll see how these kind of swaps end up panning out. Yeah, I mean, the ball just gets him just constantly just being a nuisance, right? I mean, that's kind of, it's so difficult to slow him down as well. That's the one thing that we've seen over the last like few weeks when we've seen these Wrecking Ball comps. It's just really difficult, even with Sombra in the game, to stop the ball. Nothing seems to be a great option. It'll be sound barriers from both sides.
Yep, NY does it upstairs, so we'll be able to get that one off without being in too much danger. And okay, so the Orbital Rage gets sort of kited away from, and Rocket now chooses to go in, but that is a dirty double pile driver elimination for Riker. And of course, a minefield to follow it up. Easy as that for Timeless.
Yeah, and you drop that minefield over the point, right, when they have that orbital ray going, and you're able to just kind of contest it with that ball and be pretty safe. So this first point, although it gets off to a pretty good start for Avidity, looking like it's going to go over to Timeless, and we'll see now Avidity making some changes, Mitch, and obviously, you know, the change of the tank and then the Genji, but you end up using both your support ults there, and you don't end up taking it. Now a Kitsune Rush potentially opens things up here for Timeless. You're in a good spot to chain these together.
Rocket took Acrobatics as his minor perk, so Swift Strike actually now resets double jump, so you can pop that again, which is pretty interesting, but it does make you a little bit, harder to catch when you sort of dive on in, when you actually do finally commit. A little harder to hit in general. Here's Riker, pile drive time. And good pressure, but again, follow-up is what we're looking for now, and well, here it is in spades. Chopper comes in with that railgun. NY able to avoid it for the most part, but okay, Chopper just unloads. That's a beautiful airborne shot. And once again, Avidity just get cleaned up. It is really hard, in fairness, for even some of the best teams to answer this Wrecking Ball style.
Yeah, I mean, they just kind of get bullied into the back of the point there. They'll lose NVM here towards the end. And with Rocky, you kind of mentioned, you know, taking that minor perk, the Acrobatics. It's like the other options, like the Dragon Blade swings, against the light steal.
Yeah, life steal.
I venture to say, I mean, the teams this level of play are just so good at focus firing, and a lot of times you swing and a miss on a Genji Blade, right? You probably get more consistent value out of the other option, right? Getting the Swift Strike resets the double jumps, but this time they actually catch Riker out, so this could be quite huge.
Yeah. Okay. Not really much that Timeless can do about that. No. Even with NVM going down, it was obviously Timeless, you can see where they are. Weren't really in a position to fight for it. They got themselves 55% though.
Ball's going to be right back, though. The ball's going to be back faster than the Genji. I mean, you see Riker's already here.
Coles hasn't had the chance to take their perk yet instantly. Just waiting on that now until it's a more opportune moment. Wipe here. This is scary. Inside a Kitsune Rush, Chopper was still, so definitely benefiting from that haste increase, and it's a veritable minefield over the point here. Tough to break through that. Nice deflect though from NVM, but Luke Mena comes in with a boop. That will end him. And NY though dives on Rocket, cleans him up. But Timeless have the numbers here to flip this back, and the minefield is still there.
Yes, this is looking very reminiscent of our first Flashpoint, right? Where Avidity got off to a good start, and now we're rotating to another tank here. We're going to try Hazard in combination with a Torbjorn setup here for Avidity. We've actually seen a lot of teams go away from Hazard, right? I feel like week one, we saw a ton of Hazard in play, but ever since we've seen Ball come into the mix, the Hazard's kind of gone out by the wayside as well. Got to be very careful here. Suzu just keeps him alive for a little bit.
There's been speculated that a lot of the reason for that has also been the Torb, right?
Yes.
That has sort of made teams feel less comfortable playing that Hazard. And in fairness, Torb's only stronger now, like every other hero. Chopper trying to get away here. Actually takes the increase in ammo perk as opposed to the railgun charge during ultimate perk. So you can obviously spam down a little bit more, build up more of those rails if needed. I don't know who's going to challenge NVM on the point right now, as Rocket is very, very low. Chopper healthy enough here to have a crack at it, but this is Timeless still with 99%, so Avidity trying to avert another point loss. And that's looking less and less likely as time goes on. The boot good Chopper. Oh, slide? No, doesn't quite get him there. Doesn't really have the lateral movement that he needs. Another point gets flipped for Avidity, but Riker is healthy enough to keep fighting for this, and Nenwai is going absolutely hog wild in the backline, finding 2 kills. But the reinforcements are here. Luke Mino and Squid up on the point. There's a minefield in play. I'm sorry, this guy is cracked. Nenwai's popping off, bro.
Dude, that was massive, as Riker actually decides to use the minefield there and then push like straight past Twalls to go try and take out Nenwai, but Nenwai there with Scuff, they're able to pick up the Wrecking Ball and then the supports on the point for Timeless. Kimberling push in, make a play, but here we go. We're right back into the mix because it's going to be Kitsune Rush here for both sides.
Yeah, Squid holding onto that, doesn't actually have a build up quite yet. Nenwai in the thick of things now. Here comes the rush from Timeless, goes on him, but Rocket's already too low. Riker needs healing stat. Squid under a lot of pressure here, and that jump forward from Twalls, the burst damage combined with Scuff's kunai connection gets him there. This will be Avidity looking to even things up. What a great fight back after being down 0 to 55. We've got an even flashpoint on our hands.
A massive comeback there for Avidity. It did not really look great in the sense that, Riker was able to do some really nice work with the minefields. It looked like potentially they were going to be able to flip it back, but the supports go absolutely massive there for Avidity. So we'll see now another change here as Scup to go over to the Junos playing the Kariko. We'll see now the Juno in combination with the Lucio as we come into this next fight. You're going to have that Molten Core available here. Look for that level 3 turret as well. And then also in combination with Hazard's ult. Let's see if they can catch him, but they do catch Rocket while he's using Blade.
Sat in the corner though, couldn't do anything but deflect. Bro, the level 3 turret is so scary for the Genji, man. It is diabolical. He was stuck in the corner with a deflect up. That's not where you want to be. So Timeless's Blade there really just doesn't get much value. And Rocket may be considering whether that's really where he wants to be with this pick. That is brutal stuff. Also, you notice here, Anarchic Zeal picked up as a major perk for 12, so extra lifesteal inside Spike Guard, which really adds up with the damage reduction you already have.
I mean, the damage reduction of the life guard is like pretty good. The spike guard, yeah, and then obviously now with lifesteal, right? Especially when like targets come in and you're just kind of getting a lot of the damage down. It's pretty sick.
Scuff's very
low. Juke there.
Didn't quite get away.
Yeah.
Okay, Rocket still contesting here. Tools does not want to give up the point. Riker here a little bit low, hoping for some health packs, but Nenwai is a nuisance and just seem to be everywhere. Chases on, Rocket is in danger, and Nenwai looks to try and capitalize. Can Rocket be healed up in time? I like the idea from Nenwai, but they fly a little bit too close to the sun. At least they don't get too punished for it. Still able to stall the point out for a little bit.
This is still good stall.
Longer.
Yeah. I mean, still pretty effective stall, right? You know that there's no sound barrier on the other side. You can come back with a blade potentially here that can result in a point flip, right? It would give Avidity, you kind of get close to basically just putting this flashpoint away here with a flip for Avidity would give you a really good shot of potentially closing out the map. I mean, 2-0 would be a massive lead if they can secure it. Here's going to be the blade coming in from up top. Nice Suzu keeping Chopper up for just a little bit longer. Oh, sig railgun shot.
The boop though for Luke Miner to set it up. He just knocks NVM off course there, and it's an easy lineup for Chopper. Timeless get back into this point now in a big way. This is at least going to allow them to equalize a pretty successful fight in which they didn't have to make use of any of those support ultimates either. So this next fight going to be very volatile. Both sides, of course, with a lot to work with. The Orbital Ray for Avidity, though, might be a game changer. It's a Blade for NVM, as we saw, that just doesn't pan out.
Yeah, it's an overclock from Chopper. They did a great job. Luke Amino, you specifically called it out. Being able to protect them with a boop. It's going to be an Orbital Ray here into the Kitsune Rush.
Okay. Scuffed here as well. Going for the perk that allows him to sort of crits on enemies. Blade here for Rocket now. Saw the downpour come through. Luke Mino getting caught out as a result. And now the Wrecking Ball here on the point to try and stall things out. It's an Avidity-favored fight for the time being, and Riker is still healthy. That's a lot to hang your hat on. Kitsune Rush and Sound Barrier, though, both already used by Timeless, and they're going to need to now lean on something else. But Avidity are low, man, and they can't get the healing they need. Twirls tries to make a bit of space, and Nenwai somehow always seems to be on the left side of the kill feed, but it's not enough here for our team in orange. Timeless here with the numbers now. Squid with a self-Suzu to stave off the Lucio, and it'll be Timeless getting 2-1 a lead here on Tsubasa.
Comes down to the wire, though, yet again, as you'll leave Scuffed up here for a little bit. And then finally take him down as Timeless, their map pick, their first ban. Still Avidity giving them a really tough game as we move on to potentially our final flashpoint here. The Chopper with an overclock. I mean, dude, this is another fast overclock build up here for Chopper, right? I mean,
telling you.
What? He just had one in the fight that NVM had a blade, and now he's got it already.
Yep. Sojourn's perks are subtle, but the minor one that increases your clip size to 60 lets you charge more of these. And by God, he is hitting them. Both supports dead. Chopper, man, I don't call him the butcher for nothing. And if they don't, they should start. Dirty stuff.
Yeah, he's also using this is a really interesting. I've seen like Sojourns kind of debate this, and people debate it online, whether it's like the dual thrusters, which is like the double charge, or the siphon. He's actually going with the siphon, so that's like the disruptor shot can actually like stick to enemies. Yeah. And dude, when you connect it, one, it's a lot of damage. I mean, you see it here, hit on the wub, but you also gain a ton of railgun charge, right? In combination with like the extra, clip of the bullets. I mean, you can farm up these railguns so fast.
That air control is something else there from Riker. Minefield dropped down, though most of it, just avoided by Avidity. Who's helping Riker here is the question, right? Wub goes pretty low. Sound Barrier comes out from Nenwai, though. It's Kitsune Rush here for Squid. Healing for Rocket needed desperately. Well, I'm going to be forced on a bit more of an obtuse sightline here, but Squid just gets ruined by 12s. That spike guard coming in clutch. Another orbital ray here for Avidity. They have the support ultimates that they need, but Timus, of course, will enter the next fight with a barrier and a 72% lead.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty... I mean, you see Chopper just kind of flying on the point. Pretty difficult. So, is this what we're going to see this from Squid? Potentially. Little cheeky Weaver action. Okay, no. We're actually... Probably just a grip.
It's hard.
Dude,
yeah.
Weaver... I was gonna say has some interesting perks, but I don't know.
What, the detonating thorns of Super Bloom.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a young Halo 2 inside of me who loves to see that, but
he drops exactly. It's like the stinger. He also drops a healing seed when he dies with a minor perk. That's pretty good considering Weaver
value. Finds
himself on the wrong side of the kill feed.
Often always dead.
I might be dead, but here's a 250 health pack. You know what I mean? Go nuts. Oy, oy, oy. The devs know what we want. Some value at least.
Blade there from NBM, so gets them a fight win. So see now how they deal with this though. A sound barrier here for Lucamino.
It's Chopper's overclock. I'm terrified of. I mean, even sidelines like this. That last fight was crazy good. Tools, obviously, you stay outside of the spike guard. Actually, he's getting bounced around a little bit by that jagged wall. So obviously, he's giving value to this hazard. Surely, Rocky can eventually cut through the guy. God, the healing regen matters in situations like that. Wipe here, very low. Trying to snipe in, but it's always Nenwai going absolutely ham. Such an aggressive Lucio player. I love the bloodthirsty approach to the game. However, Timus here should have enough plays to clean this fight up. It's just a matter of sticking to the right targets. At MVM, they've had trouble bringing him down. Now, though, cleanup crew comes through.
And unfortunately for Avidity, they have a few players who just kind of linger forever near the point, and they're not able to come back and get a touch. It's Timeless taking our second map. I also think if you caught it there towards the end, with Wub on the Sojourn, he actually goes with the double slide. So that's what I was talking about. It kind of seems to be, both options pretty viable there.
Yeah, I think that like the perks for Sojourn are like slightly less powerful. It's also you get a bit more of that lateral movement, I think, which is pretty favorable sometimes. The height doesn't always allow you to. Now you can really escape those divers to.
He's also playing against the ball, right? So definitely wants to be able to kind of like circumvent the ball, being able to kind of move constantly, right? Because a lot of times you think about in the past, right? You dive the Sojourn as soon as the slide comes out. It's like a Tracer or a Genji meeting the Sojourn on the spot, right? Being able to take her out. Now you kind of have that secondary dash that comes on through.
I definitely feel like Chopper has just an immense impact in some of these important fights, right? Here, I think they get knocked off the map eventually, but damage is already done. I think there's like the railgun like double kill on both supports that happens. I think in like the next fight or even like the first fight here on the point is pretty insane. And then with the lion's share, it feels like a final blows in so many of these situations.
This play was
sick. Invigorated with what Lucio now can do.
I mean, that was like Riker who ended up dropping a minefield on the point there, and it looked like potentially that Time was going to be able to take that point, but I'm happy we showed that from Nenwai's POV, able to help Scuffed. I mean, that was a sick play, ends up giving Avidity that flashpoint.
I mean, I'm glad our EVS operator caught that. I mean, this is the railgun here from Chopper that really feels like it seals that fight up. And honestly, when Timers win, they do it pretty darn efficiently, as evidenced by the fact that we had a somewhat lively, fairly close game on Suravasa, but the KD and just the death total is just so drastically different between these teams.
Lots of fights. They all went one way, pretty much. Timeless puts up like almost a 5 KD there. Avidity, though, like we talked about, still kind of hangs in a lot of these maps. I'm curious where they decide to go. Potentially a map that could be, look, they can't ban the ball, right? But is there a map that's a little bit less advantageous for a ball potentially in the pool they could go to? So Hybrid is outright. Hybrid and Flashpoint kind of share. So you're looking at like Push and Escort here potentially.
I feel like we always do this, like, oh, which map is the ball bad on? And we realize, it's not many of them. I mean,
Dorado? I mean, we've seen Infected ran on Dorado. We've seen that. Esperanza, potentially.
Okay, I mean, there are a couple of these I think where it's reasonable. A lot of like Ball's best maps are already out of the pool, but I think there's no reason to suggest that, you can't make it work in some areas. Dorado, I mean, we've also seen like Hazard look pretty reasonable there. I don't know if we've necessarily seen a resurgence of Winston, even though like he's got some pretty cool perks as well. Like the barrier projector healing people inside of it is fun. But
Johnny was trying to sell me on Chain Lightning. I was like, I can't do it.
Oh, really? The bouncing? I mean, it does hit 2 additional targets. I think like when I first read it, I was like, oh, the charge secondary fire only hits 2 targets, but 3 targets for that amount of damage, like it ends up
if they are clumped, you can actually, you know, actually do pretty sick damage with it. I think when you look at like the minor perks, I think like heavy landing, you just get so much value out of, especially, you know, when you can kind of get into primal and just kind of those like big slams coming down. And then the major perk, like revitalizing barrier, no, the 30 heal per second is pretty good. It's just you obviously need teammates that are going to get value of it. I think in this level, you do get teammates that'll get value of it. If you're playing comp and nobody's talking to you and you're just kind of leaving in constantly, probably not going to get a ton of value. So maybe just go chain lightning, have some fun, put down some damage.
Okay, sure. I mean, that Winston looks great when you're like fully committed, full dive, where you have like Lucio getting life back from a blade and you know, and Winston getting back from the bubble. But no, it's not necessarily where you need to be. 12s is getting targeted this time around, as we do see the ban of the Ramatra. Now, Torb, not really somewhere that I know Timeless is probably too worried about trying to go. They've looked, you know, good enough mixing the Genji in alongside the Sojourn. Rocket and Chopper obviously working in concert. So, it might be to sort of, obviously you can't ban Sojourn again. So you can't ban Sombra again, pardon. So that's an option for you. I don't know if the Torb ban has massive impact necessarily here.
Not particularly.
It's just good against the hazard comp, so you just maybe don't want to run and risk getting countered by it if you're 12s.
So we'll see potentially if like Sombra makes her way into the mix, where it is Timeless who ends up banning that Ramatra. We've seen 12s use that for a lot of the series. I know a lot of the first map, right? Now we'll get a Hazard v Hazard setup here. Potentially there's also like a world in which you can play some Mog here, right? We've seen Mog actually played a decent amount of Esperanza, but mirror matchups at the start.
Yep. Okay. So we are going to have those very standard looking Hazard compositions with Lucio Juno. So maybe the biggest points of difference might be some of those perk selections. We'll keep you apprised of those as we go, as we're all learning to identify those icons. But again, I think Wiper's been very good when he's been able to switch over towards the Sojourn. We saw that on, Samoa. A big part, I think, of what allows Avidity ultimately to take that map away. Nenwai's on the Lucio. The NVM's Genji can set up really well. No nanos though for that Genji, which is might be a difference maker here, but Nenwai already gets a little too close to Riker. That's 80 damage to the face if you're in slash range.
You just get bursted down by the Hazard. It kind of comes out of nowhere in a sense, right? Hazard's like leap is Winston's obviously gains like a ton of like vertical height, where Hazard just seems like he just gets like, you know, launched off a launch pad directly at you. It's
just like with the major perk when he
just in general. I mean, you know, the major perk obviously changes things in terms of like the range, right? But even just in general, like if you're a Lucio, like sometimes you can't gauge how fast this Hazard is gonna like collapse on you.
Yes. Yeah, it is really hard to see it coming. And that's anyone, like, is a risk of that. It also can cleave. It can cleave you. When you see what it looks like from a third-person perspective, it's actually quite long range, that slash. So have your wits about you. Blood goes down, Chopper, Ruins in here, and Timers are working this comp basically to perfection, Matt. And then when you fight like this, right in front of the checkpoint, we all know what that means.
Yeah, this is going to be first checkpoint here for Timeless, and you're going to have a pretty sizable advantage, right? You're going to have that sound barrier already. I mean, you see Nenwai just barely above 50%, so Lucamino's really gapping him here. We'll see if you can get good value out of this for Timeless, and then same with Riker in comparison to 12. So these fights going heavily in favor of Timeless, and it's just going to allow them to keep snowball.
You can see how punishing it can be to die first as Lucio. Something that should never happen. Being 50% behind in ult charge is so brutal. You're out of phase. It's like you don't always want to, you don't want to be out of phase with the enemy Lucio necessarily, because you want to be able to match beat in some of these fights. And have a later beat, right, and then sort of win out on that particular exchange. So
here's a tough fight as well, right? Because Timeless is going to back up because they want to play this like high ground and just kind of force Avidity to play from the low ground here, just kind of work their way through the choke. And it's hard because this is not really the fight that Avidity wants, but they can't just kind of sit here in a stalemate forever. It's going to be Chopper using the overclock.
I mean, they are still being forced to be reactive, Matt, more than actually start to set the tempo here, which is just terrible for them. Their comp wants to be going forward, it wants to be catching people out, and yeah, that downpour was just what the doctor ordered. Avidity now have a trove of ultimates, but let's see how many Timers can tease out of them, because they haven't used either of their support ults. This is looking really ugly for
the downpour actually connects with Nidwai through the wall there, and it's just like great combination there where Rocket's actually able to get around the corner, finish him off as well, right? So
make it perk, bro. It's killing me.
No. He's a perk denier. I've seen a few of these in my games.
Wipes in trouble there. Yeah, tries to disrupt the shot themselves. I respect it. But again, here's that double support ultimate in this fight for Avidity. Are they even going to win it? It's unclear. Orbit Array Sound Barrier. Lay it up here for Timeless, and why not? Wipey's out of the game. And the fight breaks down all across the map. Avidity just spanked out 3 ultimates and are not going to get value from them. They're going to lose 12s here almost certainly. And the fight as a result.
So the positive, I guess, for Avidity is they send the bot all the way back towards the middle of the map, because if not, it would be marching its way towards their spawn door. The bad part is we're almost halfway through this game. A push, only 2 meters on the board for Avidity, and then also now you're going to be fighting into this high ground yet again potentially. So just that, the start of this game has actually pushed Avidity so far back. It's like, and we talk about it a lot, but sometimes it's hard to gauge. Like the start of these push rounds, like if you get off to a poor start, it could just ruin the entire map.
Yeah, I mean, it really snowballs out of control. There's Squid. I was wondering when we'd see some of this dominance on Juno. It's NVM going for a blade and ultimately being shut down, and this is brutal stuff. It just doesn't look like Avidity have ever been able to stabilize on this map. Though I guess the silver lining, you probably pointed it out, Matt, in the previous fight, is that they did steal the bot away, but they're doing this every fight. They go into an engagement, they spend ultimates, they lose a player, they give up on the fight and just try and sneak the bot back across the map. This is not going to work in the long term. They're not advancing their win condition at all.
No, and you can get a downpour here in combination with Chopper's overclock and Chopper shooting at some stationary targets. That's going to be pretty easy.
Oh, he can't get away! No slide! Okay, Tors at least is there with a bit of damage, but Scuffed does eventually fall. Wub will actually evade detection, detainment for the time being. Time's down to 4 here. They do have to respect what Tors can do. So they might have to call an audible on this fight. Yeah. Pull on out.
Yeah, they're going to back out probably to the high ground, right? Riker's going to be definitely back by the time that fight kicks off here around this corner, right? He's going to have the close spawn, so he's going to be able to get right on top of that bridge. So you see Rocket there with a dash. They're going to go again here, Mitch. It's going to be Chopper with the overclock. They get Rocket. That's actually huge because he was going to have that blade very shortly.
What is the purpose of this orbital ray? It doesn't seem like Chopper trying to play from within it if he can. That's just tough. Here's a downpour now. Tors spending big on this fight. Riker at least able to find the one though. Scuffy is down. This should be Avidity being able to push back a little further. What do you think, by the way, about this minor perk for the Hazard? Tors taking Violent Leap that gives you the 30% more damage to enemies above 250 health. Is he just trying to get more damage on Riker?
Yeah, I mean, it's good against tanks, right? Or anybody that can kind of expand their HP pool. I mean, what is the other option is like the jagged wall hits charge the spike guard, which doesn't really seem super niche. It seems to get way more value and control easier without thinking about it. Just being able to use kind of the Violent Leap one.
Well, there's a lot going on in this fight, isn't it? Sound Barrier Orbit Array here from Avidity. Blade spent by Rocket, blunted ultimately off the tough hide of his opponents. However, 12's not able to stand in this fight. Deflect there for never mind. They are so low. Just have to dash away and are removed. And Time's happy to lock this game in chronostasis for the time being.
Yeah. It's really just been Timeless controlling the entire pace of the play, controlling this area with that high ground choke, and then Avidity just kind of rallying the bot, with a flanker back towards the middle of the map just to prevent Timeless from kind of running it in. We're also seeing in this map, Mitch, yet again in terms of the Sojourn setup, where Wub actually kind of goes for the extra energy, like in the overclock, and then Chopper goes with the extra bullets plus the stickiness of the disruptor shot yet again. So a little bit of a difference here between these Sojourns.
Okay, Riker with a downpour here. Still has to go throw up that spike, but yes, plenty of DPS they can follow up, and the fact that the enemy is rooted to the ground in fear like a deer in headlights. Avidity get washed away again, and now they will be adding new meterage onto the total. Timeless as they are on this final stretch with 2 minutes 30 left in the game. Desperate times for Avidity. Only Wub's ultimate potentially to lean on, and NY has gotten himself in a bit of a pickle.
Yeah, he's on a bit of a flank, and Chopper's got an overclock, and the flank not coming in fast enough as the rest of his team. They're going to end up falling because that's going to be Squid using the orbital ray, pushing deeper into the Avidity spawn, as this is going to be a Timeless full map completion here on Esperanza. I mean, a sick showing here from Timeless.
Yeah, beautifully done. There you have a Timeless here. We'll be taking us to a map 4 now with a 2-1 lead, and frankly, this map was not particularly close. I think there was 19, 20 meters ultimately gained there, from Avidity, and I mentioned a couple times, but they never really felt like they were able to stabilize. And Matt, there was a fight where they had 4 or 5 ultimates. Timeless had both their support ultimates though, and they were still able to win that fight. I think that the ultimate economy in that map for Avidity especially was extremely poor.
Every fight that Avidity got basically outside of this start was them pushing into the high ground like choke. Like, I mean, that's like one of the worst spots you possibly can. I mean, thinking about the way people play Esperanza, thinking about the way people play like a map like Coliseo, right? Where they kind of constantly like, get away from the bot to force people into high ground fights where, you have the high ground there on the low ground. Those seem like the only fights they were able to get there, Avidity, outside of the fights just, kind of just flooding out of their own spawn, right? So, really nice job from Timeless, obviously kind of controlling the space of the map, putting Avidity in really horrible spots just about every moment.
And importantly, Avidity get what they want with his map selection. They choose a map on which you can't really play Wrecking Ball. So they ban it once, they pick a hostile map to it, and they get like the Hazard Mirror. And they can't win it. Not a good sign at all, I think, sort of going forward. The map pool gets slimmer. Avidity, of course, do have another pick, but there's no guarantee. Or, I mean, again, if we go to a map 5, it won't be Avidity's map pick. I'll tell you that for free. So those are concerning. So even after a good start in this series, that control map, since then, it's been a struggle. This KD is abysmal. Absolutely. It was cumulatively one teammate fight there from Avidity. I think we saw it, right? The one team fight they actually managed to win, where they just spent a lot of the ultimates, laid the support ultimates, went with the blade, went with the downpour, the whole kit and caboodle. That was the only time they were really able to do something that, again, could telegraph any sort of strength from them.
Yeah, I mean, you try and match the hazard play there, and clearly doesn't work. We go on to Escort now, and where do you root Dorado, potentially Havana? Havana, I would be like a little bit scared of, right? Because you can play like ball with like those Zen comps, right? We've seen teams do that on Havana, and that actually seems to be pretty good in terms of how people are just kind of playing that map at the moment. So we'll see what they decide to run.
Yeah, we're going to go to a quick break, folks. When we return, our 4th map in this series. It's one, of course, in which the crew from Timeless are hoping to end this without stumbling in what could be a trap game, so don't go too far. This is your first NA game of the day. Timeless versus Avidity.
Tracer.
The Tracer recall.
Tracer's major perk.
Tracer.
All eyes on me.
The perk that jumped out at me at first was Tracer's major perk that restores her blinks when she recalls. I think she's already really hard to kill, but with the major perk, I think she's gonna be even better.
For someone who does get recall forced a lot, I think the coolest part of being able to blink and then triple blink in, recall, then have even more uptime after your blinks is something that's gonna be like so insane to play.
The flashback one where you restore all your blinks basically means that any good Tracer player should never die.
That's crazy. You know, that's just ridiculous. I've spent so many years trying to get back, find a way to get the most value out of my 3 blinks, and now you're telling me I can press the E button and suddenly get them all back. The possibilities are just endless, man.
Tracer is still going to be super strong, especially Tracer having 6 blinks now. Imagine having to duel a good Tracer with their 6 blinks. It's not going to be fun.
God, that's a good point, isn't it? 6 blinks is a heck of a lot. Tell you what, we've seen that play out at some points, right? As Tracer was definitely hotly contested on that Suravasa map here. Havana, maybe an unsurprising pick. I love that they've combined this though with a Zen ban ability here, trying to shut that angle down.
Yeah, I was talking a little bit about it before the break, right? Where the Zen is really good with these ball comps here, potentially on Havana. It's a Widowmaker ban here for Timeless, so that'll take some of that long-range hit scan potential off the board. Also interesting with the Tracer as well. We saw Rocket go for the Pulse Bomb radius a little bit earlier. The other one is a bit sneaky. It's like the health packs restore blinks, right? You kind of combo that with the recall, and you just always have blinks available. It's a kind of wild what Tracer can do. Tracer always very strong. Perks make her stronger. It's
yeah, pretty good. So let's see what we're gonna look at here from Time. So they go with the okay. So I'm enjoying this segment look, right? It's so funny how they've returned so many of these release elements of heroes back to the game. Many people may have forgotten that you used to get longer stuns for longer accretion travel distance, right? I've seen players going for that, and also cooldown reduction on your accretion if you do this. Use Kinetic Grasp is kind of awesome. I'm really enjoying what you get from Sigma at the moment.
Yeah, and we'll see Ramatra on the other side. I think playing on live a ton the last few days, Ramatra seems like all the perks seem to be pretty good in some capacity. So. And we'll actually see an extended period of May here as well, right? We saw just off the first point on Flashpoint, and then a swap from Avidity, but looks like here, at least at the start, we'll get a little bit of a stretch here out of May.
Yeah, I love that, Ramatra's perks allow him to be more poke or more brawl oriented. There's a very clear fork in decision making between those. Well, we're just saying nothing of the relative power of each of those directions. Rockets! Oh, buddy, that's not good. Bro, just got a Spinal Tap. Didn't even get to sign for that. That's brutal stuff. And Avidity, nicely done. A big burst of speed here. Gets him over the line for this first stage of the map.
I mean, Rocket, I'm surprised he even lasted that long. He just ate a railgun to the back of the head, and then finally Wubba just kind of finished him off with some shots. That's a really fast point a take here for Avidity. And now Riker will go over to the Hazard, right? So you're constantly getting poked by that Ramatra and, the pressure that the May can put with a wall behind the Sigma, and then you kind of just run the Sigma down. So they'll actually go for a little bit more mobility here with the Hazard.
All right. Yeah, control here of the middle of the room, at least for Riker, but there's got to be a way forward. There's got to be a way to start pressuring this backline of Avidity. Riker did get some nano. Handed over now. What can this Hazard do? Blizzard is a bit scary, but of course that leap is going to get them out of the fray. Unfortunately, though, it means there's no chance to make use of that. NY again, featuring on the kill feed. Time is completely shut down by the May ultimate. Can they use the Kitsune Rush to some effect? Bionade shrugged off by NVM, which just goes into Ice Block, presumably. And the Avidity train is still rolling. Vortex going to be thrown down now, and Tulsa's going to play amongst it. This Wub looks for a big overclock ultimate use. And Avidity win their second fight in a row.
I mean, it was a sick play by Riker just to get out of the Blizzard. He's going to fall here towards the end, right? He put a Hazard wall down and then just kind of leaped off of it as the Blizzard was coming through. But, dude, this is Avidity just taking it to Timeless here. An opportunity to get this second checkpoint already. I mean, this is so much time available here for Avidity if they're able to get it here. Twells gets here with a bio. Would not be surprised if he goes here with the Annihilation. He sees where the supports are located around the corner.
Yeah, thinking about it.
Look at the rest of the team's just picking up Pixo as players just flooding out.
Necessary.
No, not anymore.
Timeless are in they're struggling on this map. I mean, they made this Hazard comp look very, very good on Esperanza, but it's such a different context, such a different map. This is pure snowball, and it doesn't show any signs of slowing down because then why Hazard beat? There's an annihilation, so you have two of the most important ultimates you need to conquer this awkward long stretch of map, and also you've got a tank who ostensibly is better in the poke anyway.
Yeah, and we'll see Twals actually go for the Void Surge, right? So it's that like little burst of damage that comes out of Ramatro's primary fire, right? So yeah, you see it there, kind of like firing off like almost like a little shotgun spread out of the Ramatra primary. So adds a little bit of burst damage to the Ram. The other option is that longer shield.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, more output makes you better at poking, right? He was always a little bit neither here nor there. Ramatra was like, you know, decent in the brawl, decent in the poke. Now can sort of spec harder into those aspects of his game either way, which I really enjoy. Chopper there. Yeah, tried to go for an overclock moment. Didn't really work out. Rocket has to be the one to slow this down somehow. Then why at least falls. But Avidity already struck a mortal blow. They have taken out, of course, the Sojourn. A Bionade here is going to keep Twals quiet for the time being, but Wub's position has to be cleared, and I think that was a big deflect of a railgun shot there by Rocket that sets up that kill. You're caught inside this downpour here, but I don't think Twals minds too much. That Annihilation is still being held onto, and there's an orbital ray now to play around. NVM going to push up here. And Avidity have really spec very heavily into things that suit them at the long-range game, but Chopper's able to bring NVM down, coming back off respawn, and finally, Matt, Avidity is slowed down.
Yeah, NVM actually selects the where the May wall actually has it has a little bit longer to it, right? So being able to kind of have that May wall up a little bit longer, right? Run targets down, still holding on to this Annihilation. I feel like it's been for ages now that Twals has this Ramatra ultimate. We'll see if they're able to kind of maybe make a way up towards that high ground, like just kind of push players down. As Timeless needs a really good hold here, Mitch. I mean, 3 minutes is a ton of time still.
You might play Annihilation into Sound Barrier because Timeless might use it to pile in on you, and you effectively cut the duration of that overshield down by having like ticking damage in an AoE. Nano give over to Rocket. Squid obviously doesn't need it that badly, but hey, you're not going to say no. Here's an Annihilation that used defensively by Twals. Just says, oh, Rocket tries to get aggressive. Oh, yep, eventually he's going to have to fall. Skafti is down though, and Twals gets a Disruptor shot stuck to them, which is always annoying. What's the plan here for Riker? Able to get back to the castle, but only just. Now Wub has a rail of their own. It's a Sound Barrier in reserve for Timeless, and the May's caught out of position. NVM run down entirely. Chopper has the mobility to get out if they need to here, and Avidity actually committing a rail to this situation. Oh my goodness, Wub's been able to find Chopper. Another great deflect by Rocket midway through that Sojourn ultimate. Obviously, the deflect is more powerful as the rails get more powerful, and a blade for Rocket should seal the deal.
Yeah, the blade is good there for Rocket towards the end, right? So that'll be Twals actually hit with a sleep here. They're going to wake up the tank. They're going to take him out, and that's going to just extend this even longer. The hold here for Timeless looking really good. As all they do lose Riker, though. Riker pushes a little bit further up as NVM makes the switch over to the Torb here. So using that Torb to take advantage potentially of the Hazard on the other side. I'm curious if we see a switch, but honestly, the Hazards work so good and you have the downpour. I don't think you make a swap right now. I think you hold on to this for at least another fight.
I hope you're splitting your paycheck with Hugo, mate, because I tell you what,
this dog he's been on one, man. I don't know what's going on in his little head.
12's in trouble there. That Disruptor shot comes through and sticks. Riker with a double downpour catch. That ended up being the end of NVM and Twals. As a Mega right behind him is Scuffed. Obviously has the crit damage on headshots. It's not enough for Avidity with the fight here, though, and this is definitely a critical part of the map coming up.
So we'll see. No, Riker's going to decide to stay, right? I was wondering, like, because we talk about how Hazard may not be great into the Torb. He'll stay on Hazard. It's obviously been really effective. I mean, what? This was like 4 minutes plus, right? Now we're down below a minute. A nice bio there actually hits 2, so that's the bounce there.
Oh, so sick. Oh, dude, the bouncing nade, I mean, it gets you so much more coverage, especially at long range. That's filth. And that one is a... Whoa, buddy.
And even the double, like, nano, right? The nano on yourself, like, just to be able to kind of stay up on that high ground, like, nobody's coming for you at that point, right? I mean you were...
Remember how Ana used to nano the brig when they got dived?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now they both get it. Makes him undivable. It's pretty disgusting. It's very, very good. If we ever get back to that Sombra dive, Sombra Winston stuff. Anyway, Avidity here trying to get the map done still, of course. Rocket got given a nano, but doesn't see the need to go for the blade here. I think, just getting Paul's debanked. I think Avidity is stuffed.
Yeah, I mean, they've fallen apart here. I mean, a lightning fast point A take, a really good point B take, and then here towards the end, it is just all Timeless able to hold on as it's going to be an it's going to be a blade here for Rocket, just kind of chasing targets down, and then just trying to find a spot that he'll be able to live from as Rocket takes him out. That'll be where the payload stops. So good first 2 points of offense there for Avidity. Absolutely nothing there at the end.
Yeah, just not a whole lot going on. I do think, though, so much of this map, the mileage on this map was gained from that snowball that Avidity were able to inflict upon Timeless. It just gave them, I would say, an ult economy lead for 2/3 of the map until we got to this phase. And again, like, it's a more wide open expanse. This is the part of the map where, like, the Sojourn's impact can be felt, much more. Ana gets a lot more equity as well. She's able to heal from a safer spot in theory and be more of a nuisance, especially, of course, if she has, the bouncing bardic grenade perk, which is, really hard to deal with. And again, like, you can traverse this open area relatively well, of course, as Hazard. So it works out. And unfortunately, like, for the Ramatra, it's just a little bit awkward. Like, you do poke, in fairness, but it's pretty easy for the Sojourn to farm you at that kind of range. And your shield doesn't last for very long. You've not specced into, obviously, improving your shield uptime, which you rarely would anyway. So, yeah, it's tough.
We will see Avidity here on D. I think they'll probably try and play this potentially close, right? If you're going to play that May-based setup, just kind of play as close as you can to the spawn door. That's probably where you're going to get the most value out of the May.
Have you seen much of, like, the deterrence in switching that Perks has caused, you feel like? Obviously, like...
I was a bit worried, actually, like, kind of at the start, right? But I think, though, if you kind of get, like, some of those deeper levels and then you kind of swap, you can actually get back pretty fast, where I don't think that's as impactful. I'll also say as well, on the Ramatra, I actually like the longer barrier. I think you can, like... the longer barrier, like, into the Nemesis form, like, with the healing of the Vortex and then, like, back to a barrier, I think, like, it makes it really difficult to, like, dislodge.
Yeah, I don't think anyone ever shoots that barrier because they're used to just waiting it out, right? Yeah. Now you might be more incentivized to actually sort of not waste your time, but spend your time shooting at it, which is a little annoying, requires a bit of a paradigm shift in terms of playing against the Ramatra.
I think the major one is pretty clear on Ramatra. Like, you want the heal. Like, it's really difficult to hit the E and then, like, kind of, like, connect on in midair and then hit it again, right? Where I think the healing of the Vortex obviously works out great. Look at this, dude. It's actually a video they wrap up to the high ground and then they just kind of, like, flood out behind NY's speed boost. So looking to potentially take another fight here. This would give them, like, 3 fights on the point here, as they do lose a few players, right? They're going to kind of stagger out here.
I mean, I've got to credit to Luke Mino, right, for keeping the wheels on the bus for as long as they did. Considering Squid was picked off in that initial trade, one for Squid, and that's one that you think generally favors actually Avidity in that situation, but Timeless managed to keep their feet. And Tools was obviously the last to fall in that engagement. So Blade coming up here, I think NVM has struggled. Has not been able to hang around too long in these fights. Still wants to stick to May, of course, and there's every reason to go for that, but
they've just been kind of like obviously a spawn hold, right? And then the next one they used speed and just ran out. It wasn't really like a thought out fight, so to speak.
Good connection there from Wub, though. Twals has made that space, but Chopper has a rail, and you can just find the Ramatra. Nenwai is being swatted at the moment, like Fly. Wow, that is so dismissive. It's like, His Majesty will be with you later. Just whip 180 and hit him with the bangarang. Right.
It's like, I'm gonna get healed through this, so you shoot me. That's cute. I'm gonna just look at other targets for now.
Yeah. What you got there? Let me look at your perks. Okay. Yeah. No. I'm just gonna be about my day. Thanks, mate. Brutal. Here's a Annihilation for Twals. So Timeless Avidity here, roughly even. I mean, the Blizzard I think is impactful. Timeless have to be aware of it, but it's not available. I think whenever NBM would have liked it, is to shut down those blades or, a full commitment off the back of them. So big first here for Timeless. Can they use it to get a kill out of this fight? Avidity are holding onto theirs, and they managed to pick off Squid. So this could be a very gainful exchange for Avidity now. Yeah, they're really succeeding in this encounter.
No, this is great for Avidity. I mean, they desperately needed a fight win, and they get one where both support ults come out from Timeless. Avidity does a really nice job, anyway, being able to hold on to Sound Barrier, right? So it doesn't feel pressured to end up using that Sound Barrier. And 12's actually using the Barrier perk, right? So this is what I was talking about. You can give the Barrier a little bit longer, cycle it with the Nemesis form, and then also have the Vortex to repair. it seems like a lot of the tanks got like some form of self-sustain, right? So feels like you have to take the matches. Also, by the way, you now lost your sound barrier. So all the positive things they did in the last fight, they may be a little bit screwed here.
That is a heartbreaker. I mean, I'm gonna put it out there. Nenwai has been huge in some of these fights, like just like really big, a very aggressive kind of Lucio. But sometimes we stray onto the FD god end of the spectrum.
You know, when you started talking about it, I was like, oh, it's like an AFD god.
Right.
But
I mean, you cannot be dying first at all as Lucio, I feel. You definitely cannot be dying first with beat. You know, still have a chance to come back in. We are speeding in. So I think you still use your speed, and you're very favored here.
Yeah. I mean, you could even try and...
You lost your good position.
Oh, this is going to be like a double buy from the side. Let's see.
No connection.
It's a blizzard here that gets thrown in. You're just trying to keep everybody up through this blizzard.
James Rocket does get frozen. He has Annihilation to work with here. Then why? Definitely favored there. Nicely done. Squid gets rolled. Rocket also down. Rocket doesn't make use of the Annihilation. So time has been very conservative here. But they only get the blizzard out of Avidity. I think like they're positioned aggressively up on that high ground and they are hoping to get more out of the defender. So real great composure for Avidity for just rationing the blizzard into that fight and being able to win it relatively clean.
Well, Avidity also out of this ends up holding onto this beat for the blade that's going to come through, right? So you feel like that's all wins here for Avidity as they've drained a decent amount of time off of the clock. You think about Avidity's offense, right? They had no troubles on the first point, or even here in the second point. It was really towards the end that it all fell apart.
All right, Chopper does in fact take the adhesive disrupt shot perk. And the eventually gets taken down by it, excuse me. Nice bio there on the Twirls, who's also slept. This requires the beat from Nenwai. So a player down, Avidity have to make use of their support ultimates about now to buy this time for Wub and Co. So far, not so bad, but Lugmino dives on in and deals with Bub, and this Annihilation Maelstrom is pretty scary. It's like a Venn diagram of murder in 3D, folks. It's one that Timeless win out as those very hostile snow globes come crashing together.
And that's Avidity using absolutely everything there, Mitch. They end up using the Orbital Ray plus their Sound Barrier. Actually, they're going to come out here and fight this. So NVM is back on the Genji. They also have Twirls go over to Doom, so they want to contest this.
Okay, but they just don't have enough. The Sim as well. You might buy some time at best, but winning this fight definitely seems like it's a little bit out of the question. Getting access to Scuffed on the high ground is going to be a little tricky, though. They are slept, so beautifully connected on by Squid. Someone who's just been a real standout to me on this Timeless squad. And here we are, last phase of the map at the fingertips of Timeless, and they don't even have to push across the bridge here.
No, but you do get it to 2 minutes, right? So you think about Timeless's defense, where Avidity had like almost like 4 minutes here, and they're able to hold them. 2 minutes, not a ton of time. The bad part for Avidity is they have absolutely nothing to work with. Lucamino's built up this Sound Barrier they can get quite aggressive behind, and then Rocket with another blade here. So, I mean, just a lot for Timeless to be able to use here to close this one out.
Okay, and VM dealt with. Blade now, of course. No one is left to challenge the Genji. Oh, be careful, Scuffed. Eventually gets the Achilles cut. Rocket able to chase them down now, and there's nothing else that Avidity been able to find in this fight. This is pretty scary. That currently casting Pip is fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I would love to be, you know, at Hugo Bart. He can come over here for 4 minutes, gets fonted on the stream, then just goes back to bed. I mean,
finally,
living the life.
Intellectual to, you know, so I can match my level of acuity, man. I'm ready for this. NVM down again. Rocket's just dominating the Genji on Genji action. That is brutal. Just running rampant through that backline, and Scuff can't even see his team. This is Timeless, folks, ending the series with quite the statement. As Avidity put some pressure on them early in the series, but eventually lose their grip.
A pretty competitive series, though, from start to finish, I would say, outside of Esperanza. Rocket, though, just kind of tremendous in the damage-dealing role. I mean, Rocket and Chopper really always play quite well for Timeless. I felt like, though, the Genji from Rocket today, though, was sick. I mean, definitely was a standout.
Yeah, looked incredible. A lot of the time, you know, in some difficult situations, because on this occasion, we have a lot of Squid from Timeless. They're able to make use of the Ana, and obviously a lot of nanos there for Rocket, but there have been situations where they're playing Lucio Juno still, and Rocket has to kind of do things the old-fashioned way, the hard way. Great series, I think, from him.
The old-fashioned way. Yeah, we got to see Trad Rocket on full display right there. It was beautiful. I like that we saw Avidity fight back, though, because I think the score doesn't quite tell the whole story, as we always say, but it really didn't.
It's up there with the talent is there, honestly. It's right up there. I won't be...
It's literally like...
Every minute matters. All things that are nonsense.
The final evolution of the close series is the talent is there. It's the final. It's the final form.
Final boss.
Yeah.
That's where we are. But it's true.
I mean, we've honestly made our money gaslighting our viewers for like 8 years, so why stop now, folks, really?
Exactly. I think we committed at this point, for sure.
They had, I mean, look, the only one, I mean, Esperanza was like clearly just a blowout. And then I think here on Saravasa, like it was close. They just never really were able to kind of deal with the ball. They'll definitely kick themselves though, because like
but that's the thing, like
Havana,
no one seems to know how to deal with the ball, right? So like they're not alone in this.
Yeah.
So like whether you're the best or the worst team, I think everyone is still struggling to figure out what you can actually do against the ball.
On Havana,
they
just walked the cart through the first two phases and then couldn't do anything here towards the end. I mean, look at the time. Like there was like over 4 minutes here, and they don't even get it around the corner pretty much.
It's interesting because this is like also a series where like Avidity are picking all of these maps that are hostile to ball anyway. So like a lot of the time, that's not even a factor. Like Havana, is definitely not a map where like we see that. We also don't see it on Esperanza. So they are like actively picking the worst, air quotes, the worst maps for Timeless. And Timeless is still able to play like the Hazard comp. They're like, we saw that like at first. Switch over towards a Ramatra setup here. I feel like we're seeing more Ramatra. I feel like it was just Kaffa that was trying to like force that in so many games here in NA. So that's something that's like interesting to see him sort of, just be a bit more favored. But, Saravasa was close, right? It was 3-1. I definitely think this Avidity team, they are the dark horse of like our bottom 4 teams. And we were believing that there was a chance they sneak a win with how strong, honestly, they looked in Map 1.
Yeah, and they can. I mean, stats-wise, they're not that far behind. They might even... Wait, do they have another game?
They play Team Liquid.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, well, not the easiest one ahead of them, but if they win against Liquid and Liquid loses both this week, they could sneak past them.
Yeah,
and Liquid's second game is against Nightmare, so they could actually get out of the 5th, 6th spot.
That's true. And honestly, if the heat death of the universe happens like millions of years quicker than we thought, we all just incinerate tomorrow, they wouldn't even...
Also true.
That asteroid's got 3% and counting. I saw that.
It was 3.1 actually. Thank you.
All right. Maybe I'm wrong. But I will say, Avidity is a team that I think even if you don't get into that top 4, a team tilted off of a first round loss then playing Avidity, I think that is like a little bit of a scary matchup in the losers, like as opposed to like potentially playing against Rad, like coming off of a day where you're tilted, right? You lose close series, then your next game is Avidity, and they have the opportunity to probably watch, because losers obviously have to watch a series, right? Yeah, they get an opportunity to watch, so it'd be a scary matchup.
There's some upside.
Yeah, and this is the first showing we have of all of these teams with perks in the mix as well. So like teams are still trying to figure out what that means really for them and the compositions they're playing. Now Chopper getting themselves the player of the match honors. Obviously, it's just been fragging out on that Sojourn. That's like it looks unstoppable. It's disgusting.
He didn't need more bullets, but he's got them.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, they have been constantly, like Chopper has been looking for the kind of perks that give you less of the explosiveness, but more of the consistency. And I think that like is something that Sojourn was already incredibly good at doing as it was. Like she has so much safety, of course, with the slide that isn't quite enough in that clip, but and then just like having more, uptime in terms of just you charging your rails, faster ults as a result of that. Like these little things add up over the course of like 3-4 maps that we end up seeing. And honestly, like there are some fights where like Chopper just has this freaky shame where they just end up killing Lucio and Juno back to back with 2 Ragon shots. It's like, okay, you don't need 150 charge if you're shooting him in the face. It's a crutch.
I mean, you're also just getting more consistent value out of having the more ammo, right? As opposed to just getting the energy during overclock.
It's all about uptime.
Yeah, and then I think looking at like if you're not getting heavily dove, like using the disruptor shot to just farm even more rails and more damage, probably just get better uptime out of both of those.
I mean, perks and no perks, that damage duo has been standing out for quite a while now, so it's great to see them just fragging out on the server. We have the second part of that duo joining us for a quick chat now, as well as Rocket will be joining us. Voice only. Rocket, are you with us? Can you hear us?
Yeah, what's up, guys?
Yo,
hi.
What's up?
Congrats on the dub. Let's talk about this series. Avidity, they did start fighting back earlier in the series before you guys started running away with it. What was your preparation like? How did you feel coming into this? With perks being added into the mix, did you feel like there is potential for Avidity to upset you?
Of course. I mean, you got to respect everyone, especially going into a new patch, like something as game-changing as perks. You really, there's no time and there's no room to look past even, you know, any type of team. And I got to put it out to Avidity, man. They had a great performance. They had a great game plan, clearly, taking that first map. But at the end of the day, you know, we just trusted our gut, played for our fundamentals, and took the series.
You over the course of the series, like we saw you on a bit of the Sojourn, and obviously classically, you know, we see you as on the Genji and Tracer. We heard some thoughts of yours in one of our ad breaks on just how you feel about our Tracer is right now. Genji's perk set definitely seems to be more geared towards like survivability with some flexibility, like the other minor perk that gives you like a double jump reset after the dash seems kind of nice. How has Genji felt for you? Because obviously you make a big impact, especially on Havana, on that hero.
You know, I think with Tracer and Genji, a lot of their perks, which I find really great personally, they don't really influence how you play the character like in a vanilla form. Like in the early game, you're still going to play Genji, you know, you want to get those kills, you want to survive most of all. And I think both Genji and Tracer enable that playstyle. And I think that's why you find them, you know, so overly picked right now. It's just because the perks enable what you want to do. They don't, you know, stray away too much from what the status quo is of the hero.
You're being rewarded for doing what you wanted to do anyway, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Probably what you guys also want to do is beat SSG on Sunday. How important is it for you guys to lock down that #1 seed? What would it mean for you guys as a team to do that?
Oh, you know, man, ever since we beat Liquid in the first week, we've had our eyes set on SSG. You know, they're clearly the top team in the region. You know, we put a lot of prep into them. And we're just gonna do our best. You know, it's for all the marbles, right? That first seed, you know, there's a lot of benefits to being first seed. So, you know, we're just gonna come out, play our game, and do our best, and hopefully it's enough.
Who do you think is gonna grab the second seed after you, if you had to guess?
Oh, I think it's gonna come down to a lot of tiebreakers, but assuming how the Liquid versus Nightmare game goes, it might end up being Liquid or SSG.
Right on. Well, we'll find out very soon, as this is the last week of play. Rocket, thank you so much once again for joining us, and best of luck in your upcoming match.
Thanks, guys. Thank you so much.
Of course. Great to hear from Rocket, as they are taking the dub, and that propels them further into the top of our standings, where they already were sitting anyway, but now they got a little bit of a lead, as we are looking at a quite tight bubble up in that upper echelon of the standings.
I mean, they've got a pretty saucy map differential though. I mean, that is kind of nice. 5-1 and plus 12. I mean, I don't think they can actually be caught there, right? Looking at the rest of the teams, like, at best you go +3 in maps if you're any other team. So that would get SSG to what, 5? Well, if SSG beat them, I guess.
Yeah, SSG's got 2 games.
Yeah, but they have to beat them 3-0 in order to.
Yes,
right?
Yes, sir.
SSG does have a game though against Shikigami, so. Potentially that is a 3-0 opportunity, and then obviously you can kind of get that that last game, like Rocket just mentioned, that is the actual final game of the stage, right? Which is going to be
That was a missed
really
opportunity
impactful.
to say 3 opportunity, like 3-0 opportunity.
All right, let's not underestimate Matt too much now, okay? Like he's done well today.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's just,
No, I know.
stretch
So he was joking though. I was a shapeshifter, and evidently, according to production, I turned into a dog halfway through.
I mean, you're a skinwalker.
Well, that was barking and your mic was lighting up.
I mean, Matt used to drive a meat truck around New York City, bro.
He
Guy's
was
a
now?
skinwalker.
I'm just
he used to drive a meat truck.
It was fun. I had a good time.
Meat truck. He drove a meat truck around New York City.
Yeah.
He did.
Okay, and on that note, we're heading
also
into a
takes
quick
milk
break, and then
baths.
we're coming back.
I don't think I do that.
Yep, he definitely does. His
Yeah,
mum runs it
okay.
for him.
I have some questions. I hope I get some answers during a quick break, and afterwards we're coming back with our last match of the day, so don't go anywhere.
We're here today supporting the Venice Family Clinic in Santa Monica, neighboring the currently burning Palisades fire. They are doing a community distribution event today, and we brought 6 pallets of supplies down to help support their efforts. A bunch of over-the-counter medications, kind of 15 to 20 cases, PPE, some solar chargers, nutritional supplements.
The last several days have been really difficult, especially here on the west side of LA. We with Venice Family Clinic stand in solidarity with all of the community at large, coming forth to maximize every single resource and opportunity that we could present for folks in need. Thank you to Direct Relief, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to extend these essential resources. It does take a village, so I'm hoping that we can just continue to fight and serve this fear and convert it into something positive.
The wonderful people at Direct Relief, of course, doing incredible work. So make sure to visit directrelief.org for more information on all the things they do and how you at home can get involved as well. So thank you already in advance. We're back here with the last match of the day. Mitch and Matt will be calling the action. So let's chat about those two teams. We're going to see Nightmare going at it against Rad Avidity. Nightmare obviously have to be considered the heavy favorite heading into this. And just like Timeless, they do want to get that dub, not just because of their own seeding, but also just so they can have the advantage of actually getting that map pick in their very important game on Sunday. So they want to walk away victorious. No time to play around.
Rad has had Rad, they started off good. They beat Shikigami, right? We were kind of excited.
Yeah, but that was Shikigami. We need to let it go, man.
Since then, it has been no bueno for Rad. I mean, they have won one map since then. So I'll look into maybe, get one on the board here against Nightmare. At least help them in the map differential. I mean, it's going to be, well, actually, almost like, no, the map differential does kind of matter, right? Because Rad is 1-4 and Shikigami's 1-5, right? So potentially a dangerous scenario there, right? Shikigami does only have one game this week, though, so they play SSG.
And also, like, Shikigami only have 3 maps, right? And whereas Rad have played one less game than Shikigami, but they have 4 to Shikigami's 3 map wins. So that's something worth bearing in mind. I think that, it would be impossible for Shikigami to add probably any more maps to their tally if they're going up against SSG outside of, like...
Yeah, plus, and Rad's next match is against Amplify, so that's more doable.
Amplify is good for their one, though.
Good for their one. Yeah.
They are
Always.
indeed. Well, guys, take it away. Let's walk through the map set and a hero advance for this last series of the day.
Okay, so obviously a lot to consider with this kind of team. We've seen Nightmare been really happy to play a lot of the Torb comps. They have really played like Torb Genji pretty extensively. So Zera, unsurprisingly, getting targeted basically immediately here.
Yeah.
However, the hazard sort of being taken away from Nightmare, I think that they've been happy enough to play, I feel.
Yeah, I think it's just like the versatility of Nightmare, right? If you feel like the other teams are focusing on, maybe trying to bring some hazard into the mix here in North America, that you just kind of get rid of it and you feel really good about playing your Ramatra based setups.
I think, then it's Kaffa. I mean, bro wants to be on Ramatra, and we've seen a shift in that direction, obviously, since the inception of those perks. And I was going to wonder, where the Sombra was in that previous series, because obviously it's a great answer to shutting down, D.Va and Ball, for example. And Painkiller has been the kind of player that showed a lot of Ramatra, but also has tried to go away. Early on was Junker Queen, but also a really solid D.Va from this team. So let's see what the plan is going to be there. Lethal Sombra, though, has been more than just a nuisance, I think, over so many of these games. And again, if we get these relevant perks, some of them are really interesting.
Sombra, he's been extremely good on that hero. You also have the Torb still in the mix here, so you can play that. But I think the ban's definitely saying Nightmare wants to play this Ramatra. Ramatra seems to be a bit of a winner here in terms of the tanks, in terms of perks. So we're starting to see teams bring in the Ramatra a lot more, as the versatility definitely pays off.
Yeah, I mean, Painkiller has to avoid Kaffa entirely during Nemesis form, and then when the perks get involved, it gets sort of even worse, right? You can't do anything about those punches, and the durability that Kaffa likely will have inside the vortexes a pretty big problem. Chronic's hit scan, though, has definitely been a bright spot, I think, for this Rad Esports team, and the Sojourner is obviously very well suited to being on this map, even though Nightmare don't seem to want to tangle with it.
Yeah, the Ramatra can be really difficult to dislodge because, nice shot there from Chronic on the Lethal, but Lethal makes out with his life. because you end up getting that like healing vortex, right? So it's gonna like slow characters inside of it. You're playing behind a shield if you're the Ramatra. You're getting heals inside of it. Nemesis form makes it really difficult, especially for a D.Va. Diva's typically good at dueling everybody, but really hard to move that Ramatra.
Lethal's been throwing these viruses across the map, by the way. I've been watching him. He doesn't seem to care. And King is trying to challenge, the right side of the map, but Zera has been here the whole time. Obviously not a great situation for Tracer to push into. So King might fancy, using the Venture because they, of course, can avoid that poke damage and then close the gap and have some more impact. But I still don't think it's a great situation.
Yeah, and Sombra's perks are interesting. Like, you wouldn't like categorize them as like the strongest in terms of the damage dealing pool, but like the ability to potentially get that passive health regen right away when you're critted, or get a reset onto the hack, right? So the one that Lethal's actually using there, that's the teleporting with the translocating. Like when you're really low on health, automatically gives you that healing passive. So yeah, using that one off the rip.
Pretty effective there. That was an EMP deployed though in a fight that wasn't ultimately won there by Nightmare, so questionable perhaps just the setup around that, but Rad have done well with that Kitsune rush to stay in the game, and now we are going to see Sound Barrier here available for Lep.
Yeah, but Nightmare comes back, right? 81% on the point. And you're going to have double support ult, right? You didn't end up popping your orbital right? Teams like use the orbital right into the Kitsune rush. You didn't end up using it there, right? So you can play quite aggressive here behind this Ramatra, and the orbital ray is, look at this. I mean, the space just gained here by Nightmare, just pushing them all the way off the point.
Yeah, as he's just forced away entirely. I think Huff is happy to make some space with this ability. There are definitely kills that are going to be generated off the back of it, even not from the Ramatra himself, excuse me. Chronic with an overclock here. What is there to see? Sound Barrier comes in, though, at just the right time, as Rad are unlikely to lose any more plays. It's a slightly later beat here for Admiral, one that only leaves Kuffa and Lethal able to benefit from it. And that's not really enough, I think, hard-hitting power in this fight. Nightmare have already lost the point. They've been without it for a little bit now. And Kuffa's fallen awkwardly, so they are very staggered.
Yeah, I'm a bit shocked that Nightmare ends up losing that fight. Like, we were on board with Kuffa for a very long time, and he was occupying, what, like 3 players at that moment, right? So you figure you have a pretty sizable advantage for Nightmare on the point. You had both support ults, but Chronic, like you highlighted him earlier on the Sojourn, has been very good for Rad Esports throughout this first stage. Picks up a few kills there with the overclock, which turns the tide.
Okay, dangerous there for Lep. They're going to get that high ground up eventually, as Rad had always planned to do, and Zera now is going to be able to emerge from the low ground. Molten Core at the ready, but a Kitsune rush here is going to make Nightmare think twice about it. They can't get Kuffa out alive. This is dangerous territory now. Nightmare are at a risk of giving this map up, this round at least.
And interesting that you see Zero, he actually goes with the Craftman, so that's like the you can get like the turret to heal it a bit faster, but you're also giving up like they're like activating overload refills ammo, right? Which seems like way more impactful, as you're gonna see some changes here. Full on dive for Nightmare towards the end of the round.
Okay, well, you can technically repair Winston's armor now as well, which is a fun little feature.
Yeah, if you stayed on it.
Yep, get on there, Winston. Here's a tech shock that's going to create a lot of space on the point, though. It's just something that Nightmare can't stand around and be subject to. Lethal dies with EMP. And Nightmare have allowed this one to get a little too out of hand now. King, though, brought down Kuffa. There was going to be an issue with the shield dissipating and caught outside of it. Chronic catches him with that railgun shot. And that should be enough here for Rad. They've got to resuit if Painkiller requires it. And this EMP coming back from Lethal just will be a little bit too late to have the required impact. He can't even touch.
Man, Nightmare got off to a good start, and it looked like they were going to be able to like walk away with the round. But Rad just, took it to him. Every fight that it seemed like Nightmare had a distinct advantage in, potentially, Rad was able to come up with some huge kills, turn it in their favor. So pretty good start here for Rad Esports.
And honestly, a lot of it comes from like Chronic getting a lot done, and King making a switch off over to the Venture. They're able to avoid like this pretty persistent poke. But Lethal is a question of like, okay, both those fights in which we saw EMPs, we did not really see enough value. I think he's probably correct in making a switch off that hero.
Yeah, the Sombra is like really good against like Ball and some of the more dive heroes, where like the D.Va can constantly like spot check, and then also not as much of a worry like in terms of getting hacks. So this will be King now on the Torb to open things up. Ramatra's still in the mix here for Nightmare.
There won't be any flankers to answer with this Torb pick. Painkiller now going up against a bona fide longer range hit scan in the Ashes. Going to have to be a little bit more mindful of that defense matrix utilization. Unsurprisingly, Kaffa should be able to bully onto this left-hand side of the map, take this space and clear that turret. At least Admiral gets in there and does away with it. King will be without that for another 5 or so seconds.
Well, I think with more of this long-range pressure from Nightmare, it's going to make it a lot harder on Painkiller to be able to live on the point. But as I say that, it's both supports falling at the hands of the damage dealers on Rad East.
How is this happening? They had a lot of space that's created for them by Kaffa.
Yeah.
Somehow, this Ultraviolet Admiral just getting picked out.
I mean, that's crazy. You cannot lose both supports at the start there for Nightmare. It seems like it's just kind of like even like in the neutral, right? You just end up losing both. One to Chronic, one to King. So you're going to get control of this point first. And now this D.Va can take like a better angle here, Mitch, because a lot of what was giving Painkiller some trouble was just the distance between himself and those long-range damage dealers. But with that close quarters area that you could have played from there, they back up now. Could have closed that gap a little bit.
Okay. Here comes Kaffa. Vortex and trying to get forward here. Again, another turret destroyed. Admiral doing well at clearing those out, but who is healing Kaffa? Okay. Kitsune rush here for Z's. And that means Rad get out to a really healthy lead. Nightmare look horrendous in this second round, by comparison at least.
And what do you think? So something we talked a little bit about is like the D.Va like major perk. You actually see Painkiller going with the heavy rockets instead of the shield system, right? So a lot of people kind of use the shield system, like the defense matrix restores damage, but
it doesn't do anything to Ramatra in Nemesis form, like your defense matrix.
I guess.
So there's probably a sense that like you may as well try and like create more pressure. And look how low Kaffa keeps getting. I just don't think he's expecting to get hammered so much by these heavy rockets from the D.Va perk selection. I mean, it's scary. Look at Painkiller going in and Chronic to follow them up. The Sojourn also has been a big difference maker in this game, whereas Lethal's just building towards that first ultimate now, and that happens in a fight that's already lost.
It is quite interesting, though. I feel like a lot of players would opt to, and I mean, we obviously don't know the percentages of just kind of the players in the public, but opt towards that shield system. Like, it just seems like you get a lot more value out of it, but maybe some of that burst damage with those heavy rockets that Painkiller is able to use, putting an impact on Kaffa. Is this going to be a sound barrier used here as Nightmare has to make a run for the point?
Okay, Annihilation, sound barrier, commit them all. Sound barrier just not enough, really. And over the edge we go. What a horrendous Oh my god, Rad Esports take the map away, and it's 100-0 shutout on Sanctum.
The first round was pretty close. I know it was like 81% for Nightmare, but then Rad kind of ran the table. Round two, I mean, there was nothing there.
I mean, the Ashe struggles, I think, on this kind of map. Chronix looked awesome on the Sojourn in general. Painkiller obviously is, at a point where there's no need to switch off the D.Va. That looked really impactful. Maybe that perk selection is good, but Kaffa doesn't seem to be really able to take the fight where they want to without going far too low in this game. And that last fight was a comedy of errors. People are getting knocked off the map. They're dying with beat. Support ultimates getting thrown in. I mean, it was pretty absurd what we saw there, and that's to take nothing away from Rad, who honestly had a great round. Z's on the Kiriko, as we see here, is fantastic.
And we did joke a little bit about like how Rad has looked pretty poor since the first week, but they've also played Team Liquid, Avidity, Timeless, and SSG back to back, right? So you kind of have some of the maybe easier teams or teams that can be a little more competitive spread out through the season might look a little bit different, but they come out here with map number 1, and they look great against Nightmare, man. I mean, this was a really strong showing.
I mean, why is my Rad Cope only coming to fruition when they're 1-4?
And you see the Torb turret up there in the sky. I mean, it makes it so difficult. It is pretty troll, but then also like it can be so difficult to like locate, and then you're going to be looking straight up in the sky. I mean, it creates a lot of weird issues.
Man, I mean, look at this. This is absurd. Look at the healing gap between these teams.
Yeah.
Holy, man. That is absolutely insane. What a strong performance with only 9 deaths over the course of both of those rounds here. Rad looked very, very, very good.
I mean, essentially, it was their fight loss on the first round, right? That was pretty much it. Kills kind of traded. Is 90% had picked Nightmare. Viewer predictions. Maybe we run that one back after this map. See how many defectors we get from the Nightmare camp.
I mean, based on everything we've seen so far, that is fine. We were also talking about the team Nightmare who did beat Timeless, like in that 5 mapper, getting a map off SSG. So, I mean, that top 4 very much in flux here, but no one was necessarily. And Rad have been this might be our fault a bit because we bigged them up a lot on day one, and then they fell short, I think, of those expectations.
Well, it was a lot of
this entire stage.
People had high expectations, just like when you're talking about North America, right? It was pretty clear what you were going to see at the top in terms of the teams, and then you were looking at like another team that could be interesting. A lot of people, thought that Rad would be that squad. It's turned out in the long run to be Avidity for sure.
Yeah.
Where Rad, after kind of that rough stretch, I mean, it's pretty difficult to make the argument that they could knock off one of those top 4, top 3. But I mean, we say that and they just take a map off of Nightmare.
It was Rad getting 3-1'd by Avidity that kind of like broke my spirit a little bit. Whereas Avidity have won every game they're supposed to and have lost every game you would expect them to, right?
Okay, for a second there, I was like, oh, so we saw Rad win once, and then their first loss, that broke your spirit, but no.
I mean, it was
their second loss broke the spirit. Yeah.
But again, like most of the games, of course, are winning against those top teams. They're finishing off with games against Nightmare. They got Amplify still, so to be fair to them, but that was a great start for them. I was really impressed to see that. This is a classic Nightmare move to ban the Lucio on Suravasa. Tracer will be banned away, so I didn't necessarily know if that's going to be a huge concern here. I mean, we might see. Also, Lethal didn't play any Sojourn on that previous map, which I thought was pretty interesting. Like, they Sombra, then Ash, like a little bit off the wall in terms of picks. Maybe Lethal just does not have a preference in that regard, but you might want to go back to it. She is very powerful.
Oh, I think so. I think Sojourn's very strong right now. I mean, was strong before perks. The perks just kind of thrown into the mix, I think, make her even better. And you kind of like compare it a lot. I mean, the rapid fire with Ash is quite nice if like people get close, right? But you're also giving up 15% less damage for the attack speed. And then the major perk, right? When you kind of look at it, like, Dynamite has the increased detonation radius and gives like extra ammo, or the 25 extra damage and gets ammo. Like, they're not as impactful as some of the stuff that Sojourn can do, right? The double slide, getting just flat extra ammo as opposed to like trying to earn it through some type of other mechanism. Where Nightmare actually they'll play a dive setup here. The Sombra Genji yet again here with a Ana Brig. It'll be a Diva, so Painkiller's still liking this Diva. I think the Sojourn should almost be like an insta-lock. I think she's that good right now.
I mean, Cover is such an iconic class when it comes to some of these tank selections. They believe that Winston's where it's at. We already discussed the perks that Winston has access to, and they're nice. They seem like good quality of life boosts for teams that really want to dive, and so they're here to give us a proof of concept, I think, of that setup. The buyers have been good for UV, as they always tend to be, I've got to say, but yeah, Sarah can't quite get out there, and they're just not in LOS of Ultraviolet whatsoever. Like, where they're playing is just, it's in Narnia virtually.
NZ's going to farm up a lot of this healing onto Painkillers, and now they're going to move on to the point, but they do lose the lap.
Well, is UV just going to carry this game? That is like another nasty, disgusting bio in there. They caught him like 2 or 3 people, and they're going to win the fight after that Brig got picked off.
I mean, dude, we've seen UV play really good.
Dude, his first game ever in like the league at the time, he hit a 5-player bio and had like this, like with the Atlanta Reign, 5-player bio that was followed up on with like a team wiping Dragonblade. So like we knew what we were getting with Ultraviolet.
Right, but I think though, in this stage specifically, though, we've seen like really nice play from Ultraviolet. Is the Ana specifically, right, connecting with these like sick bio grenades. Now with that miner gets to potentially.
Okay, here's EMP for Lethal. Same minor perk selections we saw the previous game, the one that activates a passive regen after translocating. Hit the Diva with it is the plan, and Painkiller does lose that mech eventually. This makes it all the more easy for Kuffer to go deep, and, well, with the Primal Rage here, it's going to be very, very hard to deny Winston.
I mean, Nano with the Primal as well, right? So, ends up kind of running through everybody there, taking a little bit of damage just to get healed up. For the next fight, but that is Nightmare just kind of dominating our first flashpoint.
Okay. Yeah, interesting to see like those abilities layered there for the Winston. And we rarely have gotten to see it, but it will of course be the heavy landing, so Primal Rage now is pretty scary. If you're good at doing the short jump tech and juggling people, you have like pretty insane amounts of extra burst damage available to you. So now Winston is actually a damage threat in Ultimate, as opposed to just a displacement nuisance, and sometimes under the right conditions a kill threat.
Oh, this is bad. I mean, Lep connected with that whip shot, but they're still able to finish him off. And now Zeus ends up using the orbital ray. This is going to allow Nightmare to come in with this blade as Zero finds one, looking to cut up another one, as this is going to be Nightmare taking this second flashpoint.
Yeah, it couldn't be much more cut and dry than that. Great start here for Nightmare on this flashpoint number 2. With the rally still being held in reserve. It's going to be up to Rad here to bust on in. And again, like Lethal Sombra here has looked a bit more effective. Definitely more opportunities to be disruptive against Rad's setup here. Let's see what they have. Molten Core is ready. King's Turret obviously already been removed, but that's fine. That'll be replaced in due course. I mean, both DPS ults up here for Rad. There's no reason not to just absolutely stop this fight.
You would think, man. I mean, the rally in play here for Nightmare is it's going to be, oh, you lose, King.
Hey, you rallied, please! Oh, King, come on!
did he run away?
Oh, you have Brig, you have the D.Va as well. I guess they just don't respect the dive coming at their rear. Cover does go down eventually, so Zera, again, with the nano, can't do as much as he probably would like to normally here. Are you going to deflect the self-destruct? I don't think so, buddy. See you later. Painkiller does go down, though, with UV. Oh, looking like a raid boss there on the point. He's still alive. We're going to have to send the Torb after him.
I'm gonna have to give this up, though. Actually, no, wait. You have cover right here. Yeah, no, you're gonna be able to fight this.
The fire! It's so gross! King just gets blown up, bro. The disrespect is something else from this Nightmare squad. Kaffer also getting close to a primal for the next fight and an EMP there for Lethal, which, you know, results in his death, which is deserved because Honest is, you know, Sombra is a dishonest hero. But they're gonna win this flashpoint. God, what is this?
Oh, I mean, that is just, that is one that you need to win if you're a Rat, right? We talked about just kind of stacked in terms of ultimates. It's the rally, though, from Admiral that just gets more value than the one from Lep. You end up losing King, and you're still holding on to that Molten Core. You were never actually able to get a use of it. So maybe at the beginning of this fight, you're able to get a use of it here for the Torb of Rat Esports, but you're already staring down the barrel of losing this map.
Primal here for Kuffer. This is very dangerous, and there's Nano on Painkiller, or rather a Bio, excuse me. Kuffer opts not to hang around. I think he probably fears the Molten Core a little bit. Primal is go for the door, big landing, hit him hard. Kuffer there, okay, a little bit of a disconnect there on some of the mechanics, but still able to create a lot of space. Still on flashpoint here for Nightmare.
And you see the meter next to the leap as well for Kuffa there. So that's what kind of happens there with that first perk. This is sick bio. I mean, you're also playing this D.Va in the hopes you eat some of these bio grenades, right, with the defense matrix, but it has not happened as we have seen UV be as effective as ever.
Just a perked up white boy goaded with the sauce. This ultraviolet, the bouncing bio is crazy. I mean, the fact that Winston's so good at following up on bios and you have like so much extra opportunity to hit the anti-heal onto people, it's a really deadly combo.
I don't know if you caught it as well. Lethal's actually running the hack and heal. Gave a heal over to Kuffa there as he jumped in. So a little bit more utility from the Sombra. That's going to be a nano there on the Zero. Also going to give the nano over to the Ana as another fight. Man, Miz is lightning fast this flashpoint. I mean,
just pack it up. Just pack it up. This bouncy Bionade is so gross, man. Painkiller's hacked, by the way, so there's nothing that they can do. This map's over. It's actually so over.
No, I mean, you're not even going to get your major on some of the players on Rad. I mean,
okay, dude. Okay. Breathe, folks. Just breathe. It's all good. We've got more Overwatch coming your way. That was...
They didn't need that map. They didn't need it anyway.
No, I mean, yes. Okay, yeah, that's right. As far as they're concerned, it's just the best of 3 now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No need to worry about it. Okay, so we haven't seen as much of the Winston dive comps here, but you can really see that inherent synergy. Winston at his scariest when the enemy team is bioed. Especially like when you're playing against the Brig comp with the Winston dive, which is pretty common, you want to try and splash that bio onto the Brig somehow because she's such an easy kill for the Winston to dive and he doesn't care about whip shot or anything like that. Obviously, she can't really heal through any of that pressure, so, you know, just gets blown up instantly. Now, obviously, the bouncing biotic grenade gives you more coverage with that ability, which really adds to the lethality of that Winston. And now, obviously, with a primal, you can, in theory, do a heck of a lot more. That's, you know, not to mention the fact that Zero gets to play the Genji and Ultraviolet is on his best hero. Look at this. I mean, they're just getting hammered by that bio, man.
There's also like a crazy amount of like sneaky kind of sustain with this comp in the sense that you could play like the Winston healing bubble and then also have the Sombra heal in combination with like the double bio plus like, you know, the double nano. I mean, there's a lot of survivability with that comp, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, it's deadly. And you can see here, despite being bioed for about 80% of the game, Rad still did a respectable amount of healing, so credit to them. Unfortunately, the issue definitely over in the damage column of this graph is where Nightmare were a long way ahead, playing this dive comp, and again, just like getting their value before the D.Va can really spread her influence over the fight. Obviously, D.Va can deal with the Winston well enough, and that she has good burst damage up close and can sort of redirect him, but I felt like Painkiller was a spectator in so much of this game.
And we usually see D.Va play pretty well against Winston in terms of like the head-to-head, like you mentioned, where D.Va can brawl with the Winston, right? Can be like a nuisance, whether it be like knock him out of the bubble or whatnot. Obviously, the defense matrix doesn't play into it at all, but the defense matrix is pretty good against Honest to be able to constantly like eat those bios, but none of that from Rad. Honestly, they are in map number 2.
The Sombra play, feel like it gets a pretty decent passing grade here. I think it was... I thought that Sombra being able to hack someone to heal them was like a fun little... It's 50 health a second, by the way, that heal. It's good. Yeah. It's like better than a heal pack from Brig.
Yeah, I mean, it's 100 over 2 seconds, right? So it's pretty significant in terms of the heal. It's fast. It's like, you're not going to replace, you're not going to play like a DPS Moira and play Sombra in its place, right? But, you can definitely... add a heal to a fight that can definitely like burst, like whether it be a Genji and heal like a Genji or something along those lines. So it's quite interesting.
Yep. And hack is like relatively low cooldown, if I'm not mistaken. Like it's pretty useful. So adding again, Sombra always has had a slant in the support direction because of her disruption, right? That she adds a lot of utility. It isn't really sort of centered around having high damage. She can hack the health packs, of course. It's almost a bit more of a lean in that direction as being like almost an off healer in some situations, which is a kind of fun little way to flesh out her kit. And honestly, it's looked really good there because you obviously get the double value of being able to just sort of disable the D.Va here, and you've got a lot of different directions you can sort of take this in, right? The silence duration being doubled is very powerful.
Yeah, the range is what kind of kills it though, right? Being able the range of the hack kind of decreased by the 30%. I mean, you have to get so close where, especially at this level, you just kind of get spotted out pretty easily. The virus cooldown reduced by 3 seconds when an enemy gets impacted and has an elimination. That's like interesting, but doesn't feel extremely strong, right? Where I guess like just more personal survivability, right? With the TP, being able to kind of give yourself just a healing boost.
Yeah. So that's obviously a ton of fun. Again, sort of some forks that you can follow with your Sombra builds. Okay, Esperanza coming up next, and the Torb is getting looked at here by Nightmare. It definitely looked, at times fairly effective in the hands of Rad, and Nightmare, don't feel like they always need to be playing it, which is good. We see the Genji Sombra combo from them a little bit more frequently. So, Esperanza, the map pick.
Getting rid of Torb also potentially opens up like some Hazard, right? We saw Hazard in our previous series on Esperanza pretty much the entire time. So with no Torb in the mix, potentially opens up some Hazard play here for Kuffa and Nightmare.
Okay. Yeah, I don't mind this. Obviously, you have so many options if you're UV. Definitely doesn't have to be Ana. I do think that it is terrifying, and on a map like this, Rad are just mindful that if Nightmare get in the lead and camp that high ground on their side of the map, the Ana's just going to be such a nuisance. But UV can just easily flex over towards the Juno here. So, I don't think it's going to affect them too much at the end of the day. It might, though, make those dive comps a bit harder to make work, but Kuffa gets to play the Ramatra again.
Everybody talking about the Ana perks, and, rightfully so, extremely strong. The Pulsar torpedoes that lock on faster plus the crits is a mental combo on Juno, especially with like just kind of the movement and everything she already provides. I think obviously it's a pick here for Nightmare at the start. I think it's going to be a hero that definitely kind of creeps on moving forward. So Kuffa plays the Ramatra. It'll be a Hazard here for Painkiller. So moving off of the D.Va that we saw in the first two maps.
Okay. The stop the shot will lock Kuffa inside the bell tower for the time being. They will emerge. And won't end up like one of Henry Yates' wives, at least. Z's, just gets run down there. Like, you can see Kuffa putting that pressure on, and Painkiller was reluctant to come forward and make that space. 14 health. You're done. Nightmare get off to a great start.
Yeah, now Nightmare brings in the Sojourn. We were talking a little bit about it, like Lethal played Ashe in map number 1, and then played a ton of the Sombra there for the win in map number 2. But when we were going to see the Sojourn, now we get to see a Sojourn head-to-head between Lethal and Chronic, as you're going to be getting close here towards the checkpoint here for Nightmare. Would be huge right off the rip.
Yeah. Obviously no ultimates to consider as we're early enough in the round, but high ground control here for Nightmare. Fundamentally, obviously they can play that pretty well. Jeez, that Vortex is great for locking off that right side of the room. That forces Z's right out of the action. Maybe even got a Amped up there out of Lep. It's unclear at this point, but Admiral falls. Chronic finally connects here. But now they drop down to the low ground. Susie used really early, but it gave them enough time for King to get in and deal with Lethal. Nicely done by Rad. Kill conditions being met, or rather win conditions being met. And Ultraviolet eventually has to give up the Ghost in order to get the kill on King.
Yeah, Kappa was doing a nice job kind of separating some of those players. We were watching from his POV, but it looked like they actually lost Admiral from a shot from Chronic up on the high ground, and then they were able to get out of that close choke, and everything kind of fell apart after that. So it'll be Rad Esports getting the bot basically back to mid-map, but now with a player falling, they'll back up. So we're going to see a fight here over this high ground.
A seemingly random kill on left there.
Yeah.
Maybe just overextends in the direction of the respawning Nightmare roster, so that high ground is going to be given back to Lethal. In fairness, like, it's not a huge gap that's created by it. Rad can obviously play from the buildings on the other side, but you see Painkiller has got exactly the kit to contest this. Great kill, though, to deal with this hazard. Gonna be tough, though, to kill Painkiller as a result, but they're low. Oh, I love it. Nightmare just have the perfect response to the pretty audacious dive in from Painkiller, who doesn't quite get the chance to use that ult. Kuffer needs all the heals, but the Annihilation, of course, will give him that overshield that he needs. Chronic flatten Kuffer, gobbles him up.
Yeah, and the Annihilation, also that close quarter area, it's very difficult to play around, right? Kuffa taking a lot of damage, was a Nemesis for him, using the block. Then as soon as that wears out, uses the Annihilation, rounds the corner, and you'd already gotten Painkiller. So you can just start running down targets, as that'll be checkpoint here for Nightmare.
I'm thinking back to that Painkiller pickoff there, Matt. It just overextended a little too much. Jagged Wall used, I think he thought he had a catch on Lethal, but that costs him the checkpoint in the end. King goes very low. Has a blade of the
players
ready,
are bullied into corners, man. This is not good.
Yeah, I know. Nightmare are happy if they can start forcing out some of these Rad Esports ultimates, and they're going to have to start happening here. Here's the downpour. Here's the blade. It's going to be, impossible for Nightmare to make use of that orbit array because they're rooted in place, but Zera just dives into it with the blade after and gets rid of Chronic. Like you mentioned, Matt, this is a dangerous. Rad forced to use their ultimates to even play the game, and that is honestly a toll they can't afford to pay if they want to win these fights. They get absolutely slammed.
All the players on Rad were really split, so even with a nice downpour from Painkiller, it's the sound barrier that comes in from Admiral. It's extremely effective. Everybody's pretty low at the time of Rad Esports when the fight kicks off, so you end up losing, and now you're relying on what? Chronic's overclock coming out of the spawn to make a play. Connects with a shot onto UV, now it's Z's finishing him off.
Okay. I mean, Nightmare eventually get what they wanted. All of Rad Esports' ultimates, essentially. They really forced them to pay dearly to at least gain control of the bot. So after 117 meters and change, Rad can now start to push back across the map.
Yeah, they get it back to mid-map, and then we do it again. That's pretty much, well, even then, I mean, do you even get it to mid-map? You get this close spawn. It looks like actually Nightmare's going to rotate all the way around, so they're not going to try and take a fast approach and get up on that close bridge. They're actually going to go back and out for their own side.
And King with the homage to their previous team. With this Vancouver Titans away skin. Okay, so there is obviously a Kitsune Rush, like you mentioned. That's obviously amazing for someone like Hazard or Genji to make use of. Here comes Kuffer, specking a little bit into that poke damage. I mean, he's got Nemesis for him. He's trying to fight him here. Painkiller knows he has to use the spike guard to get away with that, and Kuffer might just get caught out. Yeah, Lep accounting for both those eliminations here, but the spacing created between Nightmare's frontline and their supports was more than enough to guarantee the fight with.
The supports got all the way pushed out there for Nightmare, right? So you're looking on board with Kuffa. He's extremely low, using power block. Like, where's the healing coming from? They get pushed all the way out by King and Lep. So Lep's able to finish off some kills. Same with King. And there's no way for the supports to get to Kuffa and Zero to be able to keep them alive over by the bot. So you're going to get a little bit of progress here for Rad Esports.
King upstairs here, looking to try and chase Zero down as they're able to get away. Finally, the Kitsune Rush comes out from Z's. Rad are making a gambit here to try and get this checkpoint, but Lethal now has that overclock. Kuffer's even invested here in his ultimate, and Rad have done a great job of disengaging, but how far can they actually run? Eventually, they're going to be chased down to the ends of the earth. Nightmare, pursue them. And that's Z's and Chronic falling. Kuffer's in the best spot here to turn this room to a macabre little mortuary. Nightmare back in control, back on the enemy side of the map.
Yeah, really sweet combo there from Nightmare. They end up using the Annihilation. It's a portal there from the Juno used to speed up the Ramattra, get Kaffa in place, and then also using the Vortexes to slow players down, and then allowing the Ramattra with the Annihilation to track them down. So Rad Esports, you get about 30 meters there of percentage, but you're going to end up having the bot be back in your spawn.
It comes out at a pretty good time. King was a little bit low there. Nightmare have a great position though. After these ultimates come down, they flip the map here. Painkiller, can he get close enough? Blade now comes out from Zera a little bit later than that of King. And it's going to be a 1-for-1. Defending Genji goes down, and Zera just gets a perfect use of his blade, shutting down the enemy Genji and getting some extra value. Now we're on the home stretch for Nightmare. And that was both the teams trading approximately equal ultimates as Lethal switches to the Tracer to rejoin the fray quickly. Vortex strips half of King's health away as he tries to get out and contest it on the torpedoes from the periphery. Ultraviolet still has a chance to headline in this game, but Chronic comes in, of course, with the perk that powers up those railguns, and Ultraviolet is quickly silenced.
He gets one, but you're going to have more players here. It's going to be King coming out of the spawn now, just trying to find a kill. He's going to be able to connect with 2, so that's huge here for Rad Esports. The Genji off the spawn takes care of 3. So Lethal switches to Tracer. I think this was just to make it back, try and get a touch, and he's a little late to the party, so we'll see what he's going to do. Well, so if they push up, he potentially could like take the bot the other way, right? Didn't we see this in our last match where same type of scenario?
Yeah,
they want to fight, they took it all the way the other way. Yeah.
I mean, there's 2.5 minutes left in the game to try and stall it out. He's kind of announced his presence here a little bit, but Annihilation is in effect. Painkiller trying to avoid and circumvent Kaffa as much as possible.
The bot's running away. They know, right?
Yep. Yeah. Okay. I mean, nothing they can do, really. They have to deal with this Annihilation at the same time. Lethal did put great damage down on Z's and forced that Kitsune rush early. So, yeah, let's run it back out.
But when Z's TP's out, right, there's nobody there over by the bot. It's not like Painkiller on Hazard is going to just sit there on the bot, right? So he goes in, and it just starts to go the other way. And you're so split as a team in terms of like what you're supposed to focus on there for Rad. The worst part for Rad is there's no good option there.
And we're still doing this. Lethal's still on the Tracer. Careful, you gotta respect this. Lethal opts not to take the Pulse Bomb range increase here, but in fact just wants to be a bit more of a loose end, playing off the health packs. Now, when Nightmare are happy to lock the game in this kind of state, Ultraviolet needs healing. Admiral has a beat ready now, and that's going to be an advantage that Lep won't be able to boast in this next fight. So at some point, as Ultimate's going to come out, and here we go. Lethal didn't benefit from it, but now Downpour is okay. Catching out Ultraviolet. Beat doesn't really seem to matter. Nicely done for Painkiller. Carves the still beating heart out of Nightmare midway through the fight. And that is a beat that goes for naught.
Honestly, though, the longer these fights go in front of like the spawn of Rad Esports, you're fine for Nightmare, right? You know, you burn about like 45 seconds off of the clock there, just essentially by the Tracer just getting the bot back into enemy territory and taking a fight in front of a spawn. The downside for Nightmare is that they only get the downpour out, right? So Rad Esports going to be able to come back with their Kitsune Rush Sound Barrier combination. But still, you're up by almost 100 meters at this point, so you feel pretty good under a minute if you're Nightmare.
Chronic not going for the Disruptor Shot perk. I do think, I did hear it actually does, your Disruptor Shot does less damage in total now that it is able to move, in theory. So, something with bearing in mind, maybe Soju players have figured that out. Torpedoes, Kaffa needs a little bit of help there, but Zera's Blade might just be the ticket. But King's able to dive into the orbital ray and cut through the healing that Ultraviolet was getting. Nightmare here have looked a little on the sloppy side, which is fine because they've got so much buffer to work with, but eventually they do need to strike the knockout blow.
But Z's holds on to the Kitsune Rush, so Rad Esports still very much in this. They're going to get the bot to the checkpoint. It's going to stop for a little bit here. I mean, look, I think the belief would be very strong. It's in the realm of possibility, though. You're going to come around the corner, right? You're going to have that Kitsune Rush. You're going to have your overclock. I think the issue is that Kaffa's going to end up using the Annihilation, right? Kitsune Rush comes down. You're going to pop that Annihilation play inside of it. It's going to force players out of the way.
Yeah, it is hard to deal with, but there's no support ultimate to keep Kaffa like unkillable in that situation. Painkiller low. Okay, Kitsune Rush here from Z's. Kaffa now gets to use one form of Nemesis. Yep, okay, here's the Annihilation. Dangerous. Painkiller very low, and Z's is not in a position to offer nearly enough healing. So Nightmare quickly put this one to bed and go up 2-1 in the series.
Annihilation is a really sick ultimate, and then also the fact that they have to play on the objective, right? They can't exactly run or kite the Annihilation. And they also get a pick right off the start, right? So you're a player down, you'd already use your Kitsune Rush, and then you have to play inside of an Annihilation. No, nobody's going to win that one. So although Rad tried to battle back in the end, Nightmare just got off to such a fantastic start. It was insurmountable.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Great stuff here from Nightmare. And they did have like such an extensive lead. And going back to the one fight that really hurt Rad was where they just sent Painkiller forward. He thought he could find a pick there on Lethal, looking for an opportunity, and then ended up just in Spike Guard, awkwardly walking backwards for about 3 seconds and died. That was the checkpoint given up. And from that point on, this is the next fight that happens. Like Painkiller does return with that downpour, but it doesn't matter because that ultimate gets drawn out in this fight where, honestly, Nightmare don't have a whole lot to work with, and it doesn't matter. It's the fact that they win, I think, at least two big fights with ult disadvantage, and they happen sort of consecutively or close together that, creates this snowball, this lead that cannot be managed at all. And we know what the stats are. The stats do not favor the teams that go down triple digits at the start of one of these maps.
Well, losing the checkpoint first, the stats are terrible, right? In terms of winning the map. But at least in our 2 games here in North America today, it was like, let's give up 100 meters and see if we can come back. That's not going to happen, especially with the caliber of teams we're seeing play in North America today. You take a look at the stats, looks fairly competitive across the board, except all the fights that Rad Esports was winning were basically coming out of their spawn, right? They weren't winning any of the fights towards the middle of the map. So, you see the stats being close, right? Across the board. It's not reflective of the game.
Yeah, like at worst, this Nightmare team where you're like they're losing fights and then just resetting back to mid-map while they already had like 100 meters of progress. So it's pretty deceptive. And that is also like the difficulty with playing from behind on this map. Esperanza, especially because you are, giving a positional advantage normally over to the attackers, especially, in the middle sort of third of the map. So that can also be really hard to overcome, as was evidenced by the fight that ended up giving up Rad that checkpoint where they tried to use Painkiller to start something that blew up in their face. Like they had to take a risk. They were very disadvantaged, and it can be hard to claw those back here. So Nightmare, start strong, and hey, they don't need to finish nearly as strong.
Is there a map that you can go to here if you're Rad? They've looked like they wanted to play the Diva a ton. Do you play Dorado and ban like Winston?
Probably.
Right?
Probably play Dorado. Yeah, I mean, that probably puts Kuffer in a position where he'd have to play Hazard. It does obviously, the Ana is back for UV. That's no longer banned. I do think that like Route 66 is also a fair option if you want to ban the Winston. Like if you can force Kuffer into taking a Ramatra mirror, a Hazard mirror. I don't hate what remains in the map pool in terms of, Rad being able to pick.
It's not horrible options for Rad. Sometimes you look at this in a series and you're like, man, this team is pretty screwed no matter where they go. Yeah, but there's still some good options. So it'll be Route 66. I'm more curious what they ban in combination here with Route.
I think you're right about the Winston ban. Like I think that absolutely has to go. But then if you're on the side, Hazard was banned already in map number 1 by Nightmare. So that's not an option anymore. Maybe you target Sojourn. I don't know if we've actually seen her banned over the course of the series. If Lethal would like to play something else. But again, you still have a Diva comp. Maybe ban Diva and try and play Winston. It could be an option. Take that away from Painkiller because I think like Diva on this map is really, especially the last phase of the map, can be really, really good because she's so flexible. And again, like it's a fairly narrow area that you can traverse high to low or sort of side to side pretty well. So
with the map selection, they're gonna get the ban, right? So they ban the Winston. So they gotta. I gotta stop giving out these tips for free.
Oh yeah, that's crazy. Honestly,
I gotta start holding these closed.
Yeah, man. We'll see. Can't allow like a team like Rad to take over the world because they realize the ban.
It's gonna allow a Rad to ascend to the top. Just a short period of time. No, it's not. But I like the Winston ban. I think it's smart here. Force them to either play Hazard, maybe. Because they don't really want to play ball, right? So force them to play Hazard, maybe Diva, or like a Ramatra base setup and have your Diva in your back pocket to control high ground. And then the Kiri ban on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen Kuffer play much ball. Right?
No.
I swear I remember him playing it at the World Cup for Australia, but I don't know if that was a long time ago now. That was quite a ways back, but I'm pretty sure Kuffer is known for a little bit of ball play. Don't know if it's something that we're going to see come out here. Kiriko banned though. Z's has looked really good. So finally, they're getting a look from Nightmare and having their preferred hero targeted. So Ana obviously is there's great applications for on this map, so Ana Lucio setups here seem pretty reasonable to me. And yeah, Painkiller will be on this D.Va. Can Nightmare make this Hazard comp work? Lethal on the Ashe here. Chronic will also mirror, so that's a matchup I want to follow really closely. Especially start delving into some of these Ashe perks. They're interesting.
Well, when you were talking about potentially banning the Sojourn, like the range of the Ashe here is obviously way better. Ooh, Zarya would be an interesting pick, especially because Zarya can access some of that high ground now with like her minor perk, right? Being able to just boost a bit higher. Yeah, Ashe, I think, has like, obviously the coach gun gets a minor perk, right? Where you're able to get a little bit more knockback, or you can get faster attack speed, sacrificing some damage for the primary and unscoped. We'll actually see Kuffa go over and play Hazard here. And then the major perks for Ashe, right? You can kind of get, it's like ammo refunding for whether it be like dynamite or just critical strikes.
Yeah, and you get extra damage with consecutive headshots, which is quite nice. A little bit of 25 extra. You're already critting, right? So that's quite a lot of damage output you're doing. I don't think that damage applies pre-crit modifier, though. That would be pretty good. Okay, Lep. Don't know how that happened. Somehow, Zera's getting away with it too. Ooh, that's scary. You have got Zera on the Genji, Ultraviolet on the Ana. Yeah, you're cooking.
It's a filthy combination from Nightmare, right? These are all heroes that these players are fantastic on. And now that you allow them, I mean, look how aggressive they're going to play here. Probably play right up to the door here. And then you're going to play one player up on that high ground, right? Just kind of block as many entrances as you possibly can. Dynamite, swing and a miss there, so don't get that. But you see Zero there controlling the high ground. And then we obviously were done with Lethal before. Looking low as Cuff up on that high ground as well.
Yeah, Cuff controlling it pretty effectively here. Has to be a defensive Bionade used by Rad Esports here, so that's just at no point can they actually pressure the healing capacity of Nightmare.
Yeah.
And it is for Painkiller. They're getting rolled. Great start for Nightmare. All off that pick on Lep. Again, losing your first death is painful.
Because you have Zero up there with Kuffa controlling some of that high ground, and nice Hazard slash connects with a few people. The only person with an opportunity to touch was King, and then what? He's rolling on out of there into like a 1v3 scenario. He falls first, Nightmare, then their other players fall back to the point. They end up just taking that first checkpoint with ease.
They're here floating into the doorway. Lep's in trouble. They kind of knew they'd be under some pressure apparently though, but there's Chronic falling. Lethal definitely preferring the Ashe, and here it's looking good. I don't really know what the reasoning is over, to take that over the Soj here. But both hitscan DPS players seem to agree.
This payload is just continuing to move here through this part of the map.
Perk.
Yes, and this is really effective against like characters that can dive, like the sleep and the slow that comes after. I mean, the slow is just so debilitating. It almost always results in a kill.
That was so sick from King. Deflect stops 3 blade slashes, and then there's a nano given by Z's to keep King alive, and then they come back and get rid of Zera. So sick. This Bob is allowing for some more cart push, but it's a 4-player squad of Nightmare who are trying to now get it over the line. 4v4 now. Lethal's able to find that kill. There was a good dynamite connection on long range, but be careful. Be wary of this Ana and her sleeps. Getting slowed after you wake up is really difficult and annoying, especially for those heroes that know that you can't kill them after just sleeping them, i.e. tanks. No bouncing nade means that Ultraviolet can't do the disgusting things we saw on Suravasa, but still, this is a nice little perk choice.
Nightmare baited them in there a little bit too, right? Where they end up losing a player, they start to back up. Painkiller still wants to go in there with King, and they end up popping the rally. They end up getting one they at least stabilize for now. Does Nightmare.
Okay, Chronic down once more. Kuffa's able to get deep there off the back of this downpour. Sound Barrier really doesn't do too much except keep Rad in the game for a little bit longer. I think I really would have liked to have saved the Ashe. Great dynamite detonation here as all of Rad are forced to group up, and that makes it all too easy for Lethal to punish.
Yeah, Nightmare just continuing to roll here through Rad Esports' map pick. Rad ends up banning the Winston. They turn things into a Hazard mirror, and it has not panned out thus far. So the benefit here for Rad is that there is nothing entirely to work with here for Nightmare. They're going to get close to their Nano. And you're going to have Nano Blade available for Rad Esports, right? So if you think they would get a hold, it would be now.
Okay, here comes the King Blade, but into the back line. There was already Zera going. Okay, they do get the kill on the Ana, but Nano Blade just pretty good in general. Kuffa gets one on the exit, but that'll probably be all she wrote. for Nightmare in this fight. Kaffer also, yeah, we kind of we touched on, I think, that briefly, has actually picked up the Reconstruction perk. So the Jagged Wall hits make the Spike Guard a bit more effective. Again, this is about with those chokes, so you feel like you are going to get more of those hits. And again, if you can just hold Spike Guard down, you're really annoying to deal with.
I mean, just great survivability with that Spike Guard up is Hazard, especially when, going in, creating space, and then using it. This is going to be a Nano Blade here for Nightmare, as finding Lep already, now looking for the backline.
I feel like they forced Zero to go in. You're like, okay, You're going, you're doing it, go. He's like, oh, okay, yes. 3 bags full, sir. Okay, Lethal is, very deep. Little dirty little whip shot connection there. I like to see that. Oh, can I just say, the Brig perks, by the way, are monstrous. The fact that you have your Inspire uptime increased so much, and that is a heal that travels with you when you leave a Brig's range after getting it, is absurd. The major perk of Repair Pack's also giving an extra 35 burst healing on critical targets. Again, it is rewarding you for doing what you already want to do. It's really clutch in some of these situations.
It's what a lot of the perks seem to do, and it's a really awesome system in that you can kind of just pick the playstyle you want with a certain hero and just make it even stronger, right? Oh, this is going to be, you're going to get up here, you're going to be groggy here for Painkiller. It's going to be Downpour's use here as well as they want to go.
His Biode as well, that's what you're supposed to do about that. Kaffer here with the healing during Spike Guard is pretty effective. And DC here, man, great use of Jagged Wall. Chronic had nowhere to go. And you can see just why it's so impactful with that difference that a minor perk taken. Admiral can't do much about the blade. Whipshot doesn't connect. Lep getting involved now as well. Nightmare are being slowed up here. Nano had to be used by Z's, but to good effect. And Lep got to hold the beat. Nightmare really aren't playing with too many cards now.
No, Rad Esports holding here on D with a sound barrier here to work with in this next fight. Chronic, just with the overclock coming up here soon, as Lethal's going to ditch the hit scan and go back to Sombra. So we'll see, maybe these hacks potentially onto Hazard could pay off, right? The Hazard thinks they're pretty safe. They end up using a Spike Guard and then all of a sudden hacked and then just deleted, right? So we'll see if Lethal's able to find any of those important hacks leading to picks.
Chronic looking safe as a house here, and that Bionade is going to be making it even harder for Nightmare to start on the front foot. Kaffer going to be knocked off his in a moment. Nano might have turned that around. Ultraviolet again going to benefit from that as well. It does keep Kaffer alive, but the sleep is a little bit more awkward. Z's, though, now is on the menu, apparently. As they try to back away. Anti-heal for Kaffer, but he's able to stand on top of that Mega and have it come back online. Painkiller takes an 80 damage swing to the dome. Yeah. Here come Nightmare. Now they managed to put it together. Awkward start to the fight. They had to come at it from a different angle, but Kaffer gets the leap onto Z's. Zero now can control this space with the blade. Chronic forced to slide back in the direction of Spawn and won't be allowed to survive as Ultraviolet nips at the heels. Here's a slapped Biode Painkiller trying to get out into the fray, and King has no one to work with him. Ultraviolet is dishing out that damage from a very safe distance here, but there's still reinforcements coming in. Try as he might, Ultraviolet isn't able to bring Painkiller down, and that downpour might catch onto the Ana, but no one can afford to go after UV. So they're chilling. Keep that healing coming now as an EMP on the point is going to be activated straight away. Chronic affected by it, couldn't blink dash away, nothing. With a sound barrier now, Nightmare will squeak out a map completion in time.
Sound barrier plus EMP is what's enough to get them over, but Rad Esports with a pretty good defense towards the end there, Mitch, right? They're able to hold on for an extended period of time. Their first point and second point defense, not really good, but being able to push up, play that first corner, they were getting quite aggressive. That's where they make up a lot of the time. So Nightmare, although does get a map completion, Rad Esports look to pick things up on D towards the end.
I mean, and again, I think we're starting to see this more and more, but these teams are getting pretty well acquainted with each other, and Rad have done a decent job of trying to target some of the weaker sides of Nightmare's game. Right? Winston being banned out here, taking it to Route 66, obviously the kind of map where we might see Kaffer and Ultraviolet link up and continue to be dangerous. But the same elements that found them success in Saravasa were still present here, right? UV is hitting some pretty nasty bios. Again, not sort of perking in the same direction, dare I use the phrase in such a manner. But now on defense, you might want to go for a bouncing body grenade. You are going to more often have the advantage to sort of be able to line that up a bit easier.
Potentially. I think though the Diva in the mix definitely scares you a little bit if no Rad decided to bring that one in, but looks like both teams. Interesting that Lethal placed the Sojourn here on D, where the Ashe is really good sightlines at this lane. So We'll see if Chronic, once he sees the Soldier on the other side, decides to match it or try and go with a little bit of extra range.
Ain't no way. Off we go. Once more to the Soldier. Kaffa here playing pretty far forward, albeit rather split from the rest of the team, but at a range that Ultraviolet can still see and keep them alive. So this will take a bit of leaning into for Rad to clear out this close hold. Rail guns like that, though, means that, yeah, the job will be done in a moment if Chronic can continue to connect them. Unfortunate there that the Disruptor Shot catches onto that ledge and not into the corner. Nightmare here can actually play from behind this health pack location a bit more comfortably and become harder to shift from this position.
Yeah, Kaffa playing extremely aggressive there, like close up onto the payload. Doing a nice job just burning some clock. You see everybody extremely weak, though, from UV's perspective.
Bio on Painkiller, not much of a deterrent here. Spike Guard has to be used. Jagged Wall behind. Kaffa makes it hard for him to get out, but Leper's fallen first. Oh, buddy! Pack it up, perhaps. Yep, both supports down. Somehow Zera's able to get into the back line, and this is not a good sign for Rad, who needed to get a good start on this map.
And now Rad is hightailing it, right? You're just trying to get back to the spawn, and they are not going to make it as Painkiller extremely low. No, not able to make it out. A nice railgun shot from Lethal finishes him off, so gonna have to wait a little bit longer for that hazard to come back.
Staggering more than a master of the Drunken Fist Kung Fu style. That is rough. Round, of course, losing both supports, and then the wheels slowly fell off the bus, and UV's built up a nano. Tease, though, has managed to do the same. They've taken the Bouncing Body Grenade perk. Lepto is a little bit behind in terms of that sound barrier charge. If Nightmare can hold this position, they will invest resources in maintaining it. Here's the nano, as I said. Kaffa now going to try and go deep. Sleep right now on the Painkiller, if I'm not mistaken. Kaffa's happy just to hold some space here now and try and deal with Painkiller, who could be a threat were they unleashed on their back line. Sound barrier is going to save Kaffa's life. That's crazy stuff. Now get the hazard out of here has got to be the plan. But I don't know if Kaffa can really be extracted. Beat was committed, now expires, but Painkiller was knocked out as a result, and Kaffa is still alive, bro. Oh, that is so brutal. Another stagger? Say it ain't so.
It's an overclock towards the end as well there from Lethal. Allows them to take a what? Look at Kaffa's spies up there on the sign. As just kind of looking above his prey.
Is he going to downpour them?
Downfall? Oh, man.
Oh, they have advanced warning of this. I don't think. Remember, it goes through walls, folks. You're not safe.
They have no idea.
Side against this. Oh, buddy, Chronic gets out of it though with a nice little dash. I don't know if Lep was able to, but there are no eyes right now for Lucio. Man, Kaffa goes down here probably, but he did so much over the last couple of minutes.
That is a nasty spot there from Kaffa. Getting up there on top of the sign. They had no clue, did Rad, that he was coming from that angle. And dude, you're gonna be below a minute when we round this first corner. That is awful for Rad.
If you see that spot and plan to use it in ranked, no you didn't. Blade here.
Oh yeah, no way anybody's pulling that off.
Yeah, it was pretty nutty. All right, DPS ultimates here for Rad.
Nano Blade for
Nightmare.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, King's able to get him with the blade here. Sound barrier, so it's really not the kind of fight you got any business losing. So Nightmare hope to maybe stall this out, have a chance to come back in, but now at a stagger, they probably won't be at full strength for quite a while.
You can speed these players back in though. I think you're gonna get another good fight here if you're Nightmare.
Get on the cart!
Yes. You look at where they have the cart. I mean, you're just rounding the corner here. Yeah, I mean, you're going to get another great fight. And you're going to have a nano blade combination, right? So, sick combination here for Nightmare. No sound barrier on the other side of things.
Bouncing nade here for Ultraviolet. Here goes the blade. Deploy! The nano blade. In goes Zera. Okay. Beast on Ana first, but the bio nade, but Zera will be able to shrug that one off easily enough. Still, Chronic, though, has done great work with this rail, and that's a third kill for him. He might have saved Rad Esports' bacon here. Ultraviolet now has nowhere to go, and while Kaffa did ready to get rid of Painkiller, there's no support left. Okay, we've got more map to play.
A nano for Z's on a Chronic plus the overclock. That's what ends up saving the day there for Rad, because Zero gets the benefits of the nano boost, has a pretty good blade, I believe connects with 2, but Chronic just way better with the nano there with the overclock, takes out a few players there for Rad as they get it over the finish line there in OT. Not a lot of time though. I mean, you gotta be able to control this high ground. You see where Painkiller's playing from, needs to be able to stay and hold that position. Chronic here after taking that early rail shot. Just falls back to a bit of a safer spot.
Big hit on King means they're at risk trying to fight Kuffer, especially should the burst damage of the leak come through. Yeah, bouncing Bionade. Ultraviolet gets 2 kills. Talk about taking the play to another level. This is scary.
So now, what do you do if you're Rad? I mean, you're not really close to being able to work with anything. The really hard part here for Hazard, right? You consider the range of the leap, like you can't really contest the high ground with Hazard, like from this area of the map, right? You need to get a little bit closer before that leap comes into play. Down 4 as well. That's why they actually switch over to the D.Va, so the D.Va can use that DM, get some of the players in, but then also fly to that high ground a bit easier. You know he's here, right?
What are you doing? Okay, he's splitting up the entirety of Rad. That persists for quite a while. The trap doesn't quite spring the way Nightmare would have liked it to, but Rad are definitely disrupted. Z's doesn't quite get caught inside that downpour, and Lethal doesn't want to hang around too much longer. I think the Disruptor shot was supposed to dissuade any pursuit here from King, but he's forced into a deflect for some of that blade duration. Nano being given over to Lethal to keep him alive here. The Bio catching on to Kuffer, and Lethal comes forward, getting aggressive now as Nightmare do not want to give this space up. King's blade goes for naught, but there's 2 support ultimates for Rad to work with. Make it 1 as Z's gets cut down. Lep now with a beat to use, but he can't be feeling like this is the fight for it. Why are we Ajaxing in this part of the map? With Mina did the same bloody thing. Red Esports lost their key to stay alive in this series.
It's gonna be Nightmare. They're gonna push up, see if they can maybe get a pick or so as Lep trying to make his way here back towards the payload. They're gonna get a touch, right? The boot back. Okay, so it is gonna be Painkiller gets a touch.
Okay, Nano here given over Chronic. He's able to deal with Lethal. That's the first step taken. Overclock available should Chronic need it, but I don't think they do. They have done a fantastic job of making full use of this Nano. Now Nightmare, at risk of getting staggered, know they have to throw themselves at the cart here. Admiral, okay, does get out to safety. Thank God for that. Nightmare can group up here, play around a blade, but honestly, outside of that, they've got to do something about Chronic.
Yeah, it's gonna come down to another fight here between Chronic and Zero, right? The overclock versus the blade. The overclock from Chronic with the Nano before was really good. Ends up getting Rad Esports the first checkpoint. So open up some space here. Nice bio landed on the Kuffer.
Yeah, Chronic has got all the space. I mean, you've got to do something. You've got to do something about a Sojourn. Okay, we're just going to keep going.
Take high ground control.
Yeah, I mean, there was just at no point did Nightmare ever really have the mechanism or inclination as it appeared to challenge that spot. So 90-second time bank extension.
They're going down to the wire constantly here for Rad Esports, man. So you are relying on Chronic going huge with these overclocks that end up really turning it. Also notice, we talked a little bit about it in the previous series, he goes with the double slide, right? With the hazards in play, a lot of dives, so goes with the double slides, being able to kind of circumvent some of that dive that comes on through. Can't dodge that though. Zero with a 2K with a blade.
Okay, that's important at least to really establish this part of the map. And I mean, at this point now, you're you're like, okay, we can't let them finish the map. That would be diabolical for us. Fortunately, like I guess the ebb and flow of ultimate charge really favors Nightmare here. They've got a lot in reserve to make use of.
Well, Kuffer's on a downpour here. I mean, they get extremely aggressive. Oh, that is sick though. Somehow he's able to live through that, dude. Like, man, crazy aggression here from Nightmare. I think they definitely caught Rad off guard. And I think they're gonna play close up here again. Dude, they have a Nano here. Do you Nano like the Hazards? Do you Nano the Genji? I mean, so close.
I think you nanoed the target of this blade here. Can you even see Lethal? Yeah, they nanoed Lethal for survivability. Admiral does go down. It was close to a B, but King does get dealt with. So that is the Nano threat. This has got to be it here for Nightmare. I think they found the footing they need. Lethal here, hitting some good overclock shots, enough to put damage down on Chronic, which is just a tickle would account for him. Rad Esports give us a hell of a series, honestly. And we really like what we saw from them on Route 66, but I think from here on out, it's going to be tough. They do have spawn advantage, though, and a blade here from King could be a difference maker, but it's blunted immediately by the sound barrier of Admiral. King will be allowed to live another day, though, as Kuffer doesn't really have the bandwidth to chase him all the way right now, and so Painkiller can stall. The damage here for Nightmare to clear the cart is limited until Chronic, or rather Lethal, gets back into the game. Painkiller is low. King here just trying to keep a respectful distance, but eventually brought down by the deflate. Beat comes in from left, but not quick enough to try and save King, and Painkiller is out of mech and didn't really get much of that beat at all, if any. Here's UV in the back line, completely uncontested now. And while Chronic's able to find one, this should still be it. Lep will be brought to heel, and finally, Rad are vanquished, but it took about everything Nightmare had.
That very close series, start to back, right? You think about how this series went, probably Rad's best showing since really early on in the season, where they come up with a map win here against Nightmare, but Nightmare just still too strong. Holding serve is one of the teams in top of NA.
I swear to God, if you would have brought up that Shikigami victory one more time, I might have taken the first flight to New York to slap you around.
Would it be worth it though? Would it be worth it?
All
the highlights. We got the highlights of that one.
It'd be really funny. Yeah, just for you personally, Matt, I'll put something together and I'll add some Linkin Park music just to make it a real frag movie. But yeah,
Have you seen how high Mac can kick? Watch out. You can keep very high.
I mean, I'm closer to the floor than most, so he would.
I mean, you're also Kendo black belt, so I'm not worried for you.
Horizontal. No, we're vertically challenged.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, do you know what? Nightmare is not vertically challenged. They're reaching the top of our standings. Wow, the transition.
They're up there.
Actually, self-high-fiving myself. Yeah, that was one of my better ones. But yeah, I honestly, I am very impressed with Rad. Like.
Yeah. Rad is the most confusing team we have in NA.
They are very confusing. But you know what? I like that. I like those wild cards where even the best teams we have, and I mean Nightmare currently sitting in the second place, they should on paper be considered a favorite, but then they lose Nepal. But also the way they lost Nepal, like Sanctum, I would like to medicate that map out of my memory. I do not understand.
I would like to be
there.
lobotomized. Just if it catches that,
just for this one
I'm good with
specifically.
it.
Yeah, they were really good there, and Esperance, I mean, this was a blowout, right? But we've seen this in our last few games here in NA on Push specifically, where like teams get these massive leads off the rip. It's a nice deflect there from Zera in the feed. This does, I think, though, give you a positive vibe here for Rad, right? Going into their game against Amplify, like they probably, that is a must win if they want to qualify, right? Because all those teams sit at like, 1-4, 1-5, 0-6, right? They're all kind of in the same ballpark. So must need a win there.
I mean, yeah, I like what we saw from Rad. Again, like my Rad Cope is finally like coming online, but it's like a little bit too late, I think, in the day. They look really good. I like the Diva comps. Honestly, Chronic is cracked. This team is good. Z's on the Kiriko especially, it looks fantastic, but the Arna play was right there. So generally an enjoyable map for me. I really enjoyed it. I hope you could tell by hearing, like, those of you at home, we had a lot of fun watching those games. So, I feel like hopefully this Rad team keeps their head above the headsman's axe, so to speak, or below it, actually, if I think of it, it should be below the headsman's axe, but yeah, and stay around because I've enjoyed what I've seen from them.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. We love those aggressive play styles. We love those high octane gameplays we get treated to each and every single week. Now we do have a very quick chat with one of the winners. I think UV is joining us for a quick chat. Question mark, exclamation mark. There he is, Ultraviolet. Congratulations on the dub. Another one in the book for you guys. What was your approach heading into this week? Did you feel like you need to make big changes given the perks, or did you already figure out in scrims that it's not going to affect composition choices, for example, too much?
I like playing Ana. I think the perks are pretty good for her, so yeah.
That nade bounce is nasty. I don't like it.
Let's talk about that real quick. Suravasa was disgusting. That was a disgusting map. You actually brought the Winston Ana combo back in. Is that really like very niche situational as a result of like bans, or do you think that is a combo that we might see more of now? Because you guys obviously have like a great dive core on your team with Kafas Winston, you got Xeris Genji, you're on the Ana, and obviously with the weight of everyone's perks behind them, seems like it's pretty viable, and it crushed them on that map.
Yeah, I'd say I'm confident on my teammates, like on those heroes, but also just like, I feel like the perks didn't change like the strong characters that much, and it's still like kind of like you just play with the heroes you're good at and like the comps you're good at.
We saw in that series, just talking a little bit more about perks, since it's obviously the newest thing, whether it be the double bio nade or the sleep, which one do you kind of prefer? I think we saw you use both throughout the series.
I think it depends. I think the sleep is like really good into the characters that like you can sleep a lot, like a ball or a diva or something, but the nade bounce is just kind of fun. It's also really strong.
Dude, the Winston follow-up on like 3 bio people every fight is rad.
Yeah, backlines just explode in front of our very eyes. It's nasty. Well, UV, you and your team did it once again. 1 more to go to end stage 1, so we wish you best of luck in your upcoming match. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Always great to chat. Also, our player of the match, by the way, well deserved on that Ana. Yeah. Absolutely correct. But UV is just such a talented player.
Yeah. Really, I mean, crazy stuff from him. Can really take over game, and even more so now that like Ana is strong. And what he didn't mention, the quiet part that he said was, it makes the strong heroes better, and also it brings up the heroes that are overlooked a little bit more, I think, and has brought them into a bit more viability. Not all of them, but definitely some. So that's been a refreshing change too.
Yeah, I mean, the heroes that are already strong in the hands of some of our best players now just kind of get enhanced even further. So Nightmare and Timeless, right now sitting up at the top, both 5 and 1. Wonder if this kind of comes down to like head-to-head, how the kind of tiebreakers work.
Nightmare
right?
beat them. Remember that?
Yeah, Nightmare did beat them, right? So kind of right now in that head-to-head, they have the advantage. It'll be curious once we get deeper into the weekend, right? We're gonna have all these teams tied, map differentials. Comp Op's gonna be working OT. I mean, it's gonna be tough to figure out.
Yeah, let's actually take a look at tomorrow's schedule. That just looks like the map differential farm day for some of those teams. Round out stage 1 before the final showdown on Sunday. But still, which of these matches are you most looking forward to? Starting with you, Mitch.
Look, I do like the Ultimates Genji matchup in EMEA. I think that's going to be a great game. And then the challengers are dragged into the gladiatorial arena in NA in front of the Lion's Den, of course, of Liquid and SSG. I think Rad versus Amplify might have some implications. And also, Avidity look good. Like, can they put more than a mark on Liquid? And what have Liquid and SSG been cooking now in the Perks era? Because we haven't seen that yet.
I'm excited for Rad vs Amplify because we've been talking so much about tiebreakers at the top. I wanted chaos at the top and the bottom. I want them, Shikigami and Amplify all at like, the 1 in 6 benchmark type of situation. I want to see what happens there.
That's right. Because the talent's there, sorry.
The talent is there, and we're going to see it unfold in front of our very eyes in all the matches over the next 2 days.
Mitch won beer tomorrow.
Stage 1. That's right. Yeah, Mitch, thanks for joining us, I guess, for one
thanks for blessing us with your presence today.
Yeah. I don't want to comment on it. Yeah, I'll be on the internet somewhere getting paid. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Once we get the big bucks, we stick to our passion project here. Part of that is, of course, also just hanging out with all the awesome guests and people we get to have on our show. The 2 of you included, but also right after this, we're going to be rating CB, who will be co-streaming.
For real this time?
Well, that's right. This time for real. CB
it's happening.
Streaming. She's right there. So stick around. Say hi from us. And we're going to thank you all for watching and hope to see you again tomorrow. Same time, same place for all the action.